我找到了一本日记，是我刚刚过世的一位精神分裂病人写的，他叫罗伊·西蒙斯。大约3年前，罗伊被诊断患有精神分裂症，几个星期后去世了。之所以把他的日记发表出来，是因为我有很多不明白的事。尽管我已经在工作中和精神分裂病人共事了超过15年，希望这里有人能帮我搞清楚罗伊的案例。以下内容我没有做过任何变动。2019年2月6日，罗伊·西蒙斯。他看着我睡觉，我不喜欢这样。我告诉了所有人，但他们都说他只存在于我的脑海之中，他不是真的。但是我能看见他，我能感觉到他。他知道自己是真的，我也知道他是真的。有时他会和我聊天，我们通常聊得很愉快，没有什么不寻常的地方。他在我房间里走来走去，有时微笑，有时哭泣，但这并没有打扰到我。我熬夜熬得太晚的话，他会生气，那时他会尖叫，声音越来越大，直到我不知怎么的睡着了。他还会在白天跟着我，看着我的每一个动作，对我的行为满意时他会微笑，不满意时则会尖叫。但是她很漂亮啊，哦，是真的很漂亮。她现在就和我在一起。我写下这些文字的时候，她正看着我。请帮帮我，她喜欢我提到她，但是她从没告诉我她的名字。她说我需要她的声音，我可以一直拥有她。不过她的声音确实很好听，我觉得自己从来没听过这么清澈悦耳的声音。1903-06，拜托，别让她靠近我。她守护着我的安全，但最近她对我不太满意，我不知道是为什么。我睡觉的时候，她会站着我边上静静地看着，偶尔会唱歌。我听不懂唱的是什么。她说我做了坏事，我会被惩罚的。我知道她只是想给我最好的东西，所以我也没什么好担心的。她要杀死我。她说我有着最美丽的眼睛，最顺滑的头发。她有时会玩我的头发。她不知道这一点，不过我知道她看不清我的眼睛。她在跟我说不要写了，是时候说再见了。不，她正在靠近，她很快就会抓住你了。写下这些文字后，大约1个月，罗伊死了。让我感到困惑的是，他知道自己会怎么死去，以及什么时候会死去。他是2019年3月6日死的，他的眼睛似乎被捅了好几刀，头发和一部分头皮被扯掉了，但尸检报告说他死于心脏病。那天的监控录像里也没有提供任何具体证据，他的行为完全正常，他是在自己房间的浴室里死的，那里没有任何监控。罗伊不可能捅了自己眼睛的同时又把自己的头发都扯掉，因为浴室里没有任何尖锐物品，而罗伊也不会是那种会这样伤害自己的人。希望大家能提供些有用的信息。
我说我是一个暗网恶作剧的人，意思是我利用空闲时间在网上整蛊毫无戒心的陌生人。我加入他们的聊天室，发一些可怕但显然是假的视频链接。在私人聊天中，我用类似的视频代替摄像头，让这些用户以为他们在和一个心理变态的杀手聊天。我最得瑟的技巧是通过控制他们的鼠标来操纵聊天室，除非他们关机，否则网站会一直弹出来。这个做法能听到很多尖叫声，看到一个个惊悚的表情，而这一切都是通过运行一些简单的脚本来实现的。那天晚上，我和往常一样下班回到家，吃完晚饭，洗完碗碟，登录电脑开始工作。我在几个聊天室里串来串去，与往常不同，聊天室异常安静，连接的时间很长，或连接上的时候，我还没来得及捣乱，他们就离开了。我终于抓到一个人跟我待上几秒钟。他是一个秃头，鼻子上有一块粗糙的伤疤，他的耳朵和脸都打了很多洞，脖子上还有一个蟒蛇纹身，看起来是一个硬汉，很有意思。通常来说，我做这些恶作剧的方式是保持屏幕空白，直到看到有人。这次的例子有点特殊，所以我选择一个可爱的女孩，开始向对方微笑和挥手。那人也报以微笑，然后开始打字。屏幕上弹出一条信息：嗨，你真可爱。谢谢，我喜欢你的纹身。我们来回打字聊天， 然后我决定开始恶作剧。我把那个女孩的视频拿下来，换成另一个视频。视频里一个男人被绑在椅子上，然后一个蒙面的男人开始用锤子捶打坐在椅子上的男人。让我很惊讶的是，这个男人看起来并不怕，相反的，他开始发自内心的笑，然后再发一条信息，很有趣，但我更喜欢那位女孩。我回答说，你最好闭嘴，否则下一个就轮到那个女孩了。这条信息发出后，那个男人的笑声戛然而止，他开始用冷漠的目光盯着摄像机。不要这么粗暴。这条信息让我不想再对他恶作剧了。他又开始打字，当他停下来，我吓了一跳。他发了一条信息，上面是我的全名。于是我马上把鼠标向上移动，试图退出聊天室，但鼠标一动不动，然后慢慢地在我眼前消失。我打开控制台，开始疯狂地键入一些命令，但每个命令都被拒绝了。慢慢的，聊天室开始变黑，字体变红。我完全慌乱了，心跳加速，感觉胳膊、腿和脖子都被刺穿了。我无法控制自己的呼吸，吓得全身都是汗。然后那个疯子一直对着镜头微笑，他那口又脏又黄的牙齿一直盯着我，然后继续打字。让我看一下，好吗？我的网络摄像头亮了起来，果然，我那张惊恐的脸出现在屏幕左下角，心不在焉地盯着屏幕。此时我的内心强烈呼唤着，但身体却纹丝不动。我吓呆了。终于，我回过神来，站起身准备关电脑。这时，他用一种低沉的、诡异的、扭曲的声音说：“等等！”我呆住了，回头看了看屏幕，他不见了。但很快他又出现了。他站起来，俯身对着摄像机，举起一只拳头，张开手，露出几颗人牙。牙齿从他的手中掉下来，从桌子上弹了一下。然后他给我发最后一条信息：“再见，小屁孩。”他笑了，聊天室里的字开始从屏幕上掉下来。这时，我的音响传来一阵刺耳的声音，然后电脑自动关机了。我一动不动地站在那里，盯着昏暗中显示器上的倒影，至少站了5分钟，我才缓过神来，爬上床睡觉。那天晚上我睡不着，一闭上眼睛，我就想起他可怕的笑容，仿佛还能听到牙齿掉在桌子上的声音，有点恶心。第二天，我请了病假，没去上班。我想让自己放松一下。我跑了一圈，想清醒一下，果然很有效。3天后，我把整件事都抛到九霄云外。然而1周前，大约在那件事的10天后，发生了一件事，让我想谈一谈这件事。那天凌晨1点左右，我被一阵奇怪的砰砰声吵醒。在一片雾气中，我站起来，朝窗外望去，只见一辆红褐色的丰田凯美瑞停在我的车后面，挡住了我的车。砰砰声停下来了，但那辆来路不明的车把我弄得烦躁不安。我在这附近住了几年，从没见过这辆车。于是我穿上衣服，开始走下楼，朝前门走去。但当我下楼的时候，砰砰的一声又开始响了，是从后门传来的。我慢慢向门口走去，心跳加速，越是靠近，砰砰的声音就越大。不知是什么东西正试图把门从铰链上摔下来。我想大声咆哮，滚出我的房子吧！但是这次我做了一个明智的决定。我跑上楼，冲进了卧室里，然后把门堵住，拨打了美国911报警电话。接线员接电话时，我听到楼下有人在打碎窗户。我家里有个人，他想杀我！我喊道。他叫我冷静下来，告诉他位置，并让我保持在线。有一辆警车就在附近。说话间，一阵沉重的脚步声走上楼梯，走向我的门，然后停下来。接线员问我是否还在，但我还没来得及回答，那人就开始凿卧室的门，门上传来的砰砰声震耳欲聋。接线员催促我让我回答，但我说不出话来。我惊呆了，那个疯子的声音越来越近。就在这时，我听到远处传来警笛声，砰砰声终于停了下来，紧接着是从楼梯飞奔而下，还有汽车发动并疾驰而去的声音。几分钟后， 警车的灯光照亮了我的房间，我慢慢从僵硬、恐惧的状态中缓过来。我把堵住门的东西挪开，跑下楼，从前门向警察走去。他们给我做了笔录，问了我好些问题，并在我家四处搜寻，发现有2扇门上面都是鞋钉和斧头痕迹。卧室的门上还有一个巨大的洞，那个疯子正准备把门砍下来。我跟他们详细地描述了事情的经过，并请求他们事情处理后请他们开车送我去朋友家，因为我不能继续留在家里了。第2天，我打电话跟房东取消租约，扣了押金和违约金，然后我就一直住在朋友家，同时我在找新房子。这段时间我都睡不着，因为我怕那个疯子会继续找到我。除了那辆红褐色凯美瑞，警方没有其他任何线索可以找到它，但光这种车型，该州就有数千辆。于是我每天都在忧虑中度过，我不确定自己的生命是否安全。所以请远离暗网。你可能觉得这是开玩笑的，但有时一个错误的点击就会使你的生命处于危险之中。
一直生活在美国的我，在去年经历了一件很恐怖的事儿，现在想起我还有些胆战心惊。这件事发生在2020年5月，当时美国疫情真的很严重，所以大家都待在家里点外卖，偶尔出去买药品。我自己有着幸福的婚姻，是2个可爱孩子的父亲，很幸运我可以在家办公。从星期一到星期五处理文件，安排客户见面，基本上每一天都是这么过的。我记得那是一个星期4的下午，这一天我妻子要工作12个小时，她是一名护士，在当地医院工作，那里挤满了病人。至于我的孩子，他们在我嫂子家里，我就在家里一边吃着零食，一边阅读我同事发过来的电子邮件。突然我的手机屏幕亮了起来，是一个很长的号码。通常我是不会接听不认识的号码打来的电话，但是不知出于什么原因，我接了电话。很可能是因为我当时很无聊，想暂时把工作放一放。当时我的手掌和手指还因为吃了零食而油油的。我一接起电话，就听到一个非常咄咄逼人的声音。在我的记忆中，那次对话基本上是这样的：你好，是谁啊？嘿，你会说西班牙语吗？电话那头的声音说道。我回答说不会，告诉他我不太记得高中西班牙语课上学到的词汇了。突然他开始用西班牙语喊叫起来，接着是一串用英语说的脏话，然后是一句让我心跳停止的话：你妻子在我们手上，照我们所说的做，我就保证她会没事的。然后我听见通话中传来一个女人的尖叫和呼救，接着喊了一些难以理解的话。那个男人又开口了，他说要是我不在1个小时内给他汇1万美金的话，我就再也见不到我的妻子了。你可以想象到当时的情景，我在发抖，心跳得厉害。这时我绝望得快要喘不过气来，求你了，不要让他听电话，你敢对玛丽安做任何事的话，我不会放过你的。不论如何，说出他的名字是我犯下的一个愚蠢的错误。我祈求着，哭泣着，这辈子都没有这样做过。他开始解释怎么汇钱给他的时候，我一直在想，我妻子在医院里，他究竟怎么会被现在在勒索钱财的这个人带走的？我不知道，但是还是慌乱地抓起车钥匙，开始走到外面的车道上。当时我嫂子正在和孩子们一起玩，她看出了我眼里的惊慌和恐惧。电话那头的男人问我在跟谁说话，又说如果是警察的话，那这事就完了。这时我把手机调成静音模式，告诉我嫂子说有人带走了我妻子。他看了看我，然后解释说他不到3分钟之前才和我妻子联系过，说要把孩子送回到我这里。这时手机还是静音模式，所以我告诉嫂子是谁打来的电话。这时我嫂子说她没事，快挂断，我们报警吧。电话那头的男人问我为什么在讲话，然后又开始骂我。就是在这个时候，我终于挂断了电话，然后立刻给我妻子拨了过去。铃声响第2声的时候，电话就接通了。很庆幸她没事，她正在休息，准备回去工作。后来我报了警，详细的解释发生了什么事儿。跟我通话的警察告诉我说，这是个敲诈的骗局，说着很常见。墨西哥监狱里的罪犯会向安保行贿，用来换取手机，然后他们就会随机拨打号码，直到成功接通。接着他们会用一段女性呼救的录音，试图让你以为你爱的人在他们手上，最后再索要钱财。我简直没法相信，但我之前也提到过了。我在网上查了下，发现他们的经历几乎跟我一模一样。 这就是我经历的那件恐怖的事情了。后来我再也没有接到过那样的电话。现在我对手机设计了防骚扰模式，屏蔽跨国电话和骚扰电话，希望大家也能引起重视，提高警惕。
不，啊！这是一个似乎从来没有人真正见过的美国农场，在那里突然出现了很多起报警事件，讨论有关一种生物杀死他们马的事情。那个东西把他们的内脏掏出来，抽干了他们最后一滴血。来自那个农场的第一次报警是关于森林里来的跟踪狂，他们都是这么叫他的。我是负责那起案件的美国警官，我叫约翰·哈鲁斯。接下来我要谈一谈美国这座神秘小镇的离奇案件。现在小镇上的大多数人都以警探哈鲁斯的身份认识我，但那是我真正经手的第一起案件，而那时我在城镇里只是一个普通警员。那个农舍在那里是发生诡异事件最多的地方。农场的主人圣人先生，当地人就是这么叫他的，因为他是个圣人，从没做过什么坏事，只是像所有的农场主一样打理着自己的农场。第一通电话打来的时候是一个宁静的周六夜晚，凌晨3点26分。这通电话是这样的：911，请问你有什么紧急情况？你好，我是农夫圣人，我这边的森林里有一个人一直站在那盯着我，让我非常困扰。他一动不动，就是静静地站在那儿。他就在我的地盘上，你能不能派个人过来，让这个混蛋离开？你有没有试过礼貌地请他离开？如果你好好跟他说，他或许会主动离开。你现在是在跟我开玩笑吗？你觉得我是个傻瓜吗？我当然试过了，我试过跟他喊，说这里是私人地方，禁止进入。但是那个家伙还是站在那，什么都没干，手指头都没动一下，就好像聋了似的。所以你要怎么办？要么派个人过来，要么我就用我的左轮手枪打死这该死的混蛋。好的，先生，他们几分钟就到了，你看着他一会儿，免得他逃跑了，可以吗？当然可以，不然你觉得我这段时间都在干嘛啊？好的，那你等一会儿，要是他们超过20分钟还没到的话，你再打过来，可以吗，先生？可以。报警人挂断了。那天晚上，除了几个商店老板打来说他们的报警器响了之外，没有其他的报警电话了，也没有关于那个农场的电话。之后有一个肌肉发达的大个头试图再次从售卖枪支的店里盗窃，这地方的盗窃风气必须得治一治了。被派去查看农场的警员打来电话告诉我情况，跟踪那个老人到他家去的不是人，而是个人体模型。哈哈，可能就是放在那吓唬那个老人的。你知道现在的孩子就是喜欢胡闹，你说是吧？1天后，那个老人圣人先生又打来了电话报警，下面是这一次的记录：911，请问你有什么紧急情况？你好，还是我，农夫圣人。昨天跟踪我的那个人又回来了，他为什么又回来了？我还以为你们已经把这问题解决了。是的，我们已经解决了。不过他们靠近那个人的时候，发现那根本不是人，而是个人体模型，所以我觉得你不需要再害怕了。这只是孩子们的一个恶作剧。恶作剧？你是在逗我吗？不是的，先生，我这边的警员昨天晚上把那个人体模型从你那边拿走了，他应该不会再出现的。那这样确实不应该，不过这次他不是静静地站着，而是在移动。所以不管你的警员昨晚从我这挪走的是什么东西，都跟现在的不是同一个，明白了吗？好的，先生，我会派警察尽快到你的农场去检查，坚持住，他们会在10分钟以后到那。等待期间你不要做任何事情，比如靠近他或朝他喊叫，他可能携带了武器并且很危险。随便吧，反正快点来，跟他们说赶紧过来。那个人正在四处踱步，像是个疯子。他们很快就到，坚持住，在他们赶到之前，你先跟我保持通话。所以现在他正在做什么？等一下，等一下，他没有踱步了，现在朝房子这边走过来了，但走得很慢。哦，完了完了，他现在往房子这边跑过来了。我要去拿我的枪，快到房子里面去，把所有的门窗锁起来，别跟入侵者对峙。可以听见屋里窗子打破的声音。不，啊！圣人先生， 你还在吗？不管那是什么玩意儿，它看起来不是个人类。它跑得很快，体型很大，牙齿比我见过的任何野生动物都大。它摘掉兜帽的时候，我看清了它的脸。警察到了吗？我现在派一辆救护车到你的农场去，坚持住，你会没事的。电话断线了。几个小时后，圣人先生因失血过多在医院去世了。后来我才明白，我原本可以多做一些事来阻止这次命案的发生。我迫切希望查找到更多关于此案的线索，所以我问了派去调查那个农场的警察，问他找到了其他线索的话，能不能告诉我。他们同意了。经过几天的调查，他们发现比预想更多的线索。他农场内所有动物的血都被抽干了，不管那是什么东西，我认为它肯定不是人类。
我出去探险，遇到了一个废弃的旧棚子。下面我将分享一本找到的日记。4月14日，我和劳拉吵了一架，吵得有点厉害，这挺糟糕的。原本我们最近关系处理得不错，至少我是这么觉得的。就因为我这周不想去他妈妈家里，她生气了，开了4个小时车，就为了去听一些阴阳怪气的挖苦话，然后睡在一张破床上，所以还是不了吧。劳拉说我可以利用这段时间和肖恩接触一下。不知道这是什么意思，我直接走开了，希望他能在那儿冷静下来。现在整个周末应该都属于我自己了，我该做点什么呢？4月15日，绕附近走了一圈，差点忘了这边有多大了。从小到大，我好像从来没有探索过这个地方。现在我又住在这儿，结了婚，有了自己的孩子，仍然在探索。我发现自己来到了老米勒先生死掉的那个池塘边。自从他溺死后，已经过去大约10年了。想想真是奇怪。更诡异的是，我在外面听见了音乐声，可能是有人住在他原来的房子里。我还以为那地方在他死后就废弃了呢。4月16日，今天早上一时兴起，我拿起渔具又散步去了那个池塘，最后在那里待了一整天。这是我最放松的一天了。我觉得池塘好像是在给我唱歌。我知道这听起来很不可思议。我在岸边打了个盹儿，醒过来的时候天几乎已经黑了。我感觉自己今天可能会失眠了，不过如果再回到池塘边，我很可能会很快睡着的。4月17日，今天早上劳拉和肖恩回来了。一开始我们之间有点尴尬，但总的来说一切都还好。我问他们想不想去散个步，但劳拉说她太累了，所以我们就在这儿待了一整天。我想我能理解他们，但我真的很想带他们去看看那个池塘。我一整天都在想这事儿。或许这能帮他放松下来。我觉得他有点恼火，但还是同意明天下班后去钓鱼。我有些等不及了。4月18日，我们又吵起来了。我今天上班的时候就一直在期待我们的钓鱼之旅，劳拉是知道的。一回家我就做好了出门的准备，而她虽然一整天都待在家里，但却在我回家后花了快2个小时才做好准备，所以我对此有点生气。不过一到那儿，这情绪就消失了。那个池塘还在唱歌，立刻就能让我心情好了起来。他们都说没听见歌声，才几个小时就想走了。我本来可以在那儿待一整晚的。4月19日，这几天晚上都没有睡好。我觉得自己在室外的池塘边会睡得更好。我知道这有点疯狂，但池塘的那首歌，我感觉它是为我而创作的。我在这里躺了几个小时了，一直在想着这歌声。我想走到那儿去小睡一会儿，然后在他们发现之前赶回来。4月20日，昨天晚上是我这几年来睡得最好的一次。闹钟响起来的时候，我都不想走，沉浸在这歌声中，就好像是裹在暖暖的毯子里一样。我试着让劳拉今天晚上跟我一起过来，但她说我疯了，她才疯了呢。她还说听不见那个歌声。我在想，这声音是从哪儿传过来的？说不定我可以顺着这声音找到它的源头，然后把它带到这儿来。因为我不能再偷溜到那个池塘去了，但我现在真的没法想象，没有它我该怎么入睡。4月21日，多么美好的一天！我请了假，一整天都在池塘边听歌。我花了点时间才鼓起勇气。我一直都很怕水，加上知道米勒先生死在那里，这也给我增加了难度。但我还是走了出去。我做到了，我找到那首歌的来源，那是我见过的最美的东西。就像是一个星空做出来的球体，我把它带回来放在了谷仓。在我向他们展示之前，我可不想让劳拉趁我不在的时候发现它，然后对它做出什么事。他们一听到这首歌就能明白了。4月22日， 我把劳拉带了出来，她还是听不见这首歌，还说她很诡异。哈！我吼了她，不过我道歉了。我知道她听不见也不是她的错。哦，好吧，这让我有机会睡在外面了。睡在谷仓里也不错，在这里待在她旁边的感觉比我想象的还要美妙。这首歌是如此动听，如此温暖。4月23日，今天一整天都在这儿。单位打来了电话，我告诉他们我生病了，他们听不见歌声。劳拉来吃饭，我想让他们跟我一起到这儿来吃饭，但他们不愿意。劳拉生气了，但只要我学会并且演奏这首歌，他们就能听见了，一切就都会好的。4月24日，劳拉过来了，她试图把声源拿走，把歌声带走。我接受不了，我打了她，我打了劳拉，就像那首歌说的那样。他说不能让任何人把他带走。我试着让肖恩听见那首歌，但他只是一直哭。4月25日，肖恩在哭，我听不见歌了，让他别哭了，让他能再听见歌声。哦，天哪，太美好了。4月26日，劳拉发臭了，但没关系，歌声还在，歌声还在，歌声还在。到这里就结束了。我在谷仓里什么也没看见，但在那里的时候，我也听见歌声了。那歌声一直在我脑海里盘旋。我觉得自己最好还是不要再去那个地方了。
我下载了洋葱路由，那是万恶起源。摸索了一段时间后，我找到了一个随机放置的隐藏链接，有一个叫做“给这些意志坚定的女性更多力量”。作为一个好奇心很重的人，我点了进去。一开始我很失望，它看上去和普通聊天室没什么区别，但他们所聊的东西一点都不普通。我亲爱的朋友们，你们好，欢迎你们的到来。在这里，那些意志坚定的女士们会放弃她们的身体。看到这条信息的时候，我忍不住笑了，感觉自己就好像在一个虚拟的马戏团里。开始发送你们的请求吧，我们会按照先到先得的原则。来自不同用户的信息涌了进来。把他的头发剃光，我想快速拔掉他的指甲。没有小指就没有承诺。我觉得他的鼻子需要整形，在他大腿上刻一只火烈鸟。这些信息让我很困扰，但接下来才是真正令人坐立不安的部分。我不明白他们到底在说什么。最后我决定问一问，你们在干什么呢？聊天室几乎所有人都无视了我的信息，继续发送这些奇怪的请求。你能不能把他的头发拔掉？用电击枪打他？你们在干什么呢？这一次有个人注意到了我。你是新来的吗？是的。哦，他给我发送了一条私聊信息。你好，是我，刚刚聊天室里的那个人。嘿，你想知道什么？大家都在说什么呢？他是谁？他们为什么要说那些话？你真的不知道那里在发生什么？是的，我真的不知道。那你在这干什么？你是怎么进到这个聊天室的？我只是想探索一下暗网，只不过这个聊天室的链接凑巧出现在我眼前。我只是在四处逛逛，找些有趣的东西。真有趣，所以你完全不知道这里发生了什么？是的，我真的不知道。现在你可以告诉我了吗？你那儿还有别的链接吗？你说的是哪一个？连接到视频上的那一个？没有。你说的是哪个视频？那时候我开始很好奇，但是却没有意识到我不应该去了解那些细节。就因为过度的好奇心，我的生命从那以后变得伤痕累累。你真的想要知道吗？是的。你确定？你看起来真的不像是会希望知道这种事的人。我想知道。好吧，但是这很黑暗。我希望你不会被这些东西吓坏。不用担心，我能承受得住。你接着说吧。你刚才所在的那个聊天室和一个红房相连，你知道红房是什么，对吗？我不知道。我知道这听起来很傻，但我真的不知道。在那个地方，变态们可以付费观看拷打、谋杀，甚至更糟糕的直播。看到这里，我有些手足无措了。但我不知道你是如何在不付费的情况下进来的。我不知道，他们会折磨别人，还是说这只是演戏？ 我真的很希望他说这只是一个剧本，不是演戏，这些都是真的。我知道你是怎么进来的，所有人都可以进入聊天室，但只有付过费的人可以观看直播。还好你没有给这些混蛋付钱。但你是怎么知道这些的？你经常过来吗？你可以进入直播，是吗？是的。你很喜欢观看这些吗？不是。那是为什么？我不能告诉你太多，但相信我，我和他们不是一伙的。我是在为某一个组织工作，正在试图黑入他们的系统，并阻止他们。不知道为什么，我相信了他。那你为什么还没有抓住他们？为什么他们还能为所欲为？这太恶心了。我们正在努力，这些人太聪明了，他们的防火墙很难攻破。但别担心，我们会抓住他们的，他们会为自己的行为付出代价。最好是这样。如果你不介意的话，我能不能再问你一件别的事？好的。他们是从哪里找到目标，又是如何选择目标的？他们会绑架自己的目标。每次直播结束时，人们会提出建议，但是他们只会随机挑选目标，并且总是选择高危人群。你还想知道别的事情吗？是的，我注意到他们总选择上一次参加直播的人，这样我们的处境都会有危险。但是如果这样做会提升了自己成为下一个目标的风险，那为什么他们还要观看呢？正是这种刺激让他们来到这里。我明白了，我吓坏了。别担心，我会帮你的，我会保护你的。你只要告诉我你住在哪里，我保证会派公职人员去保护你的房子。就是这时，我犯下了人生中最大的错误。我相信了他们，告诉了他们我的住址。我不知道为什么自己这样做，我没有办法原谅自己，但每个人都会犯错。之后我们再继续聊了几分钟之后，他们就下线了。第二天，我的门铃响了，我收到了一个包裹，寄件人姓名是空的。我环顾四周，没有发现任何人。我把它带进屋，发现里面有一只人手，这太恶心了。里面还有一封信，上面写道：我们找到你了，勇敢的女人，你会是我们下一场演出的嘉宾。这行字让我整个人都僵住了。我捡起那个盒子，冲向我的车。我的呼吸很浅，心跳很快。我开着车飞速开往警察局，把一切都告诉了他们。在这之前，我从来都没有想过前一天和我说话的人会是罪犯。出于安全起见，警察派人保护着我。1周后，警察抓住了他们。那个人承认了16起谋杀案和多起袭击案。所以朋友们，一定要记住，不要和网络上的任何人分享你的私人信息，除非你100%确定网线另一端的那个人不是一个变态谋杀犯。不要罔顾自己和家人们的安全。我办公室里经常有人开玩笑说，我总是能接到奇怪的电话，这也的确是。在这么多有趣的美国911报警电话中，其中有一个是一个醉汉打来的，他是故意报警，举报自己的派对噪音扰民。尽管有些电话莫名其妙，但总的来说是比较平常的。我很幸运，因为在我做美国911接线员的这些年里，没有遇到太多令人困扰或悲伤的事。如果你想听那种，我可以给你们介绍我的几位同事，因为在这个行业里从不缺少这样的故事。让我印象最深的一个电话是大约1-2年前打来的。坦白说，这是我一生中最可怕的经历之一。我想我这一辈子也忘不了了。那天过得很慢，如果你没有来电要处理，这份工作是很无聊的。那天我替了朋友的晚班，我也不期待会遇到什么有趣的事情。当时我正在倒数，还有几分钟就下班了。就在那时来了一通电话，我把耳机戴上，说着日常的开场白：911，请问您有什么紧急情况？我问道。我觉得我房子里有人。那声音听起来像是一个小孩子，我的心沉了下去，因为孩子打来的电话永远是最糟糕的。我们接受过训练，要尽可能从每一位来电者那里问出更多的信息，这有助于全面了解情况，搞清楚应该派出哪种紧急帮助。 你好，你叫什么名字？我让自己的声音保持冷静，因为他们已经很害怕了，我们不能再影响他们。伊丽莎白，她轻声地回答，我觉得她可能哭了。你的名字很好听，我叫艾米莉亚。虽然没表现出来，但我已经开始紧张了。你能告诉我现在发生了什么吗？这非常重要。电话里安静了一会儿，但接着伊丽莎白开始说话了。我房子里有人。你爸爸妈妈在哪？他们不在家，我不知道他们在哪。听到这个，我非常生气。这么晚了，怎么能把一个小女孩单独留在家里呢？家里还有其他人吗？是的，我想他们是在找我。伊丽莎白刚说完，声音就突然停了下来。要不是她那轻轻恐惧的呼吸声，我都以为是她或者别的什么人把电话挂断了。他们说出了我的名字。现在她肯定是在哭着。你现在在哪？我听到了关门的声音。在我爸妈的衣柜里。现在她的声音大一点了，可能是觉得在那儿闯进来的人听不见她的声音，希望她是对的。我很欣慰她懂得躲起来。很多孩子在危险的情况下只会呆住，尤其是如果他们的父母或哥哥姐姐不在的情况下。我问了他的地址，他告诉了我，但为了保护他的隐私，我只能告诉你们，他家是在我管辖区域内一个相当不错的小区里，而且距离警局不远，这对他很有帮助。伊丽莎白，认真听我说，你现在需要先冷静下来。我已经派警察去你家了，大约5分钟后他们就到了。在那之前，你能坚持住吗？在通常情况下，我会尝试多了解一些闯入者的信息，但面对报警的是小孩子，我总是倾向于保持谨慎。我宁愿派人过去后发现是假警报，也不想拿他们的安全冒险。伊丽莎白没有回答我的问题，很久之后才回应我，这让我感觉有点不安。她只用一个字回答了我：听。他把手机从耳朵旁边拿开，举到身前。我听到电话那端传来噼啪声。一开始我什么也没听见，但把注意力集中到通话中之后，我听到有人在说悄悄话。我听不清楚他们在说什么，但可以肯定的是，不止一个人。我希望警察能准时赶到。尽管我这份工作帮助了很多人，拯救了很多生命，但是除了等待和沟通，我什么也做不了。这点让我觉得很沮丧。伊丽莎白低声啜泣着说：“他上来了，你们快来救我！”警察马上就到了。你不要发出声响，这样他就不会听到你的声音。你会没事的。他似乎开始平静了一点。这时一切都很安静，这就使小声说话的声音显得更大声了。我还是不知道他们在说什么，但我很肯定有好几个人。我可以听出至少3个不同的声音。听到电话那端传来一扇门打开时的嘎吱声，我的心跳了起来。伊丽莎白在尖叫，我知道闯入者已经找到她了。我很害怕，真的很希望有人能赶快去帮助她。你还好吗？告诉我发生什么事了。我努力让自己的声音不颤抖，但还是失败了。我不能让她知道我也很害怕。有一个男的。伊丽莎白压低声音，他的腿很长，一直在笑着。我开始想象着那画面，想象着这个可怜的小女孩躲在衣柜里，一个高大的男人正俯视着她。我听到房子里某个地方传来一声巨响，有人喊道：“警察！”随着低声说话的声音越来越大，我能听见伊丽莎白的哭声。我还是不明白，为什么她只看见一个人，那里肯定有不止4个人。她没有碰到地面。电话挂断了，我疯狂地试图重新连接，但不论试了多少次，电话那一端传来的都只有沉默。最后，我想对所有正在读这篇文章的家长说，千万不要把你们的小孩子独自留在家里。这件事过去1年了，我再也没有听到过伊丽莎白和她的家人的任何消息。据我所知，美国媒体当时没有报道这起案件，直到现在，警察只找到了那部电话。我第一次在约会软件看上男人，没想到搞砸了。自打7岁以来，我就住在旧金山。我已经20岁了，却难以跟陌生人交谈。我一直觉得交朋友很难，从来没有单独去接触任何人， 即使是那些主动接近我的人，最后也会因为我散发出死气沉沉的气氛而离开。这就是为什么我对线上约会软件丝毫不感兴趣。简单点说，其实我是一个性格内向的人。从童年时期开始，我就只有一个好朋友茉莉。那是大约2年前一个周六的晚上，我和茉莉坐在客厅的沙发上，看一部有点古怪的无聊电影。突然，我的手机响了，我收到了一条消息，有人在一个约会软件上和我匹配上了，给我发了一条消息。茉莉之前在一个什么约会软件上帮我做了一份个人资料，我已经完全忘记这件事了。当时只是出于好玩，但我从来都没有打开过这个软件。换作平时，我肯定会无视这条消息，但那时候我们实在太无聊了，所以想玩点新鲜的。茉莉想回复他，说实话，他个人资料里的照片看起来真不错。从照片来看，这个人身材高大健壮，肤色与面容相称。心里想着，反正就随便聊聊，也没什么，我就回复了他。我们聊了一会儿，聊天内容就是你在刚认识一个人时通常会聊的那些话。他有点轻浮，而我觉得很尴尬。大概聊了半小时，有了个大概的了解之后，他发来了一条令我身体发抖的消息：你穿粉色很好看。他怎么知道我穿了粉色的衣服？我也没有告诉过他我住在哪儿，他是怎么知道的？他在看着我们吗？还是说这只是一个巧合？茉莉认为这一定只是个巧合，没有什么可担心的。就在我们说到一半的时候，我又收到了另一条消息：坐在你旁边的这个女生是谁？就是这时，我吓得从沙发上跳起来，去把家里所有的窗都关上了。我觉得她就躲在某个地方，我被吓坏了。这次茉莉也和我一样。后来我鼓起勇气，再次给她发了消息：你是谁？你在跟踪我们吗？你这样做，我是会举报你的。我这么做只是想吓唬她，其实我没有办法举报她，因为我不知道她的真名，约会软件上显示的都是她的假名，小丑先生1514。他到底是谁？他想要什么？我们等了又等，但他始终没有回复，可能被我唬到了吧。不管怎么样，他没回复我，反而让我松了一口气。第二天，我都快忘了昨天晚上发生的事了。茉莉和我在沙发上打盹儿，醒来的时候觉得很饿，就决定去餐厅吃早饭。我们走出门，坐上车之后，茉莉发现她的手机落在楼上了。我在车里等她回来，就在那时，我注意到家门口有一辆车，那是一辆黑色的奔驰。我以前从来没有在附近见过这辆车。我还在半睡半醒地想着这件事的时候，茉莉就回来了。之后我就忘了刚刚那辆车的事了。开去餐厅的路上，我都在欣赏着旧金山美丽的街景。突然，我从后视镜里发现那辆黑色的轿车在跟着我们。我慌了起来，赶紧告诉了茉莉，而茉莉却镇定地跟我说：没事的，可能只是恰巧同路而已，冷静点。但我知道那不是个巧合。我们很快就到了吃饭的地方，坐在桌边等食物上来。我一直不停地左顾右盼，我的视线扫过每一个角落，试图找出不同寻常的人或物。我们的食物终于上来了，我紧张地吃着，茉莉一直不停地安慰我，叫我别太紧张。等我们要结账的时候，工作人员告诉我们，已经有人买过单了。这时我们才知道事情很不对劲。我们问是谁付了钱的时候，服务员给了我们一张纸条，他说这是买单的人让他交给我的。我问他那个人长什么样，服务员回答说挺高大帅气的。我用颤抖的双手接过了那张纸条，我知道这一定是同一个人。纸条上说明天中午来金门公园跟我见面。紧接着我收到了一条消息，你要是不想出什么岔子的话，就一个人来，否则你的朋友可能会有危险。这张纸条的内容就是在恐吓我。我知道我应该要报警，因为事情已经失控了。我再次被吓坏了。我知道这个男人什么事情都干得出来。我报了警，警察让我去跟他见面，警察会在附近保护我的，这也是抓住这个跟踪狂的唯一办法。12点整， 我在公园里收到了另外一条消息，你很固执，我让你一个人来，你却违抗了我，现在就等着承担后果吧。看到这条消息，我脑袋一片空白，我很害怕，于是跑向当时一直跟我在一起的警察，告诉他们发生了什么。等我们回到家的时候，茉莉流了很多血，她被打晕了，正躺在血泊里。好在医务人员及时赶到，给她治疗。她说有人从窗户外面扔进来一块石头，砸到她的头，把她打晕了。很明显，肯定就是那个跟踪我们的变态男人。警方展开了调查，但没有找到凶手。从那以后，我们再也没有收到过小丑先生1514的消息，就好像他从这个地球上消失了。还好，当时茉莉没什么大碍。那天吃中饭的时候，我的朋友们都在说罗比的胆子真大，我们当中也应该有人敢去做这个大冒险。但我什么都没说，我也不愿想象被迫登陆暗网会是怎么样。杀人犯、武器，我知道暗网上有什么，但我对这些东西提不起任何兴趣。嘿，我觉得夏洛特应该会做这个大冒险。我另一个朋友克里斯汀说：“胡说，我才不要上那个诡异的网站呢。”我迅速回答道。接着他们都开始起哄：“去吧，去吧，去吧，去吧！”他们一直盯着我，我脸都红了。随着越来越多的人开始起哄，我最终屈服了。好吧，我会去看那个网站的，我大叫道。他们都开始欢呼。凯莉说：“非常好，但是为了确保你不骗人，登录的时候你得用 FaceTime 跟我视频通话。别担心，罗比会把网址发给你的。”他说这话的时候还带着笑容。我对他们满腔怒火，但什么也没说。管他呢，要是看见什么糟糕的东西，我就把眼睛闭上。他们又没说我必须要看着，我当时是这样想着的。那天晚上，我收到了一条罗比发来的短信，上面附有网站链接。他还在短信中对我说：“祝你好运。”看到这条短信，我鸡皮疙瘩都起来了，但是我并没有临阵退缩，因为我知道他们不会放过我的。我一边把网址加载到电脑上，一边和凯莉视频通话。这真的太傻了，真不敢相信我竟然被你们说服了。你别害怕啊，要不这样吧，你只要点击那个网站上的一个链接就好了。我会跟大家说你登录看过了，他们肯定会相信的。凯莉在电话那头说。网站加载好了，我被带到了一个黑色的页面，中间有一个骷髅头，还有一连串红色的链接。决定点击第3个链接时，我倒吸一口冷气，然后被带到了一个什么拍卖网站里。一开始这看起来并不算糟糕，但接下来我看了看那些拍卖品，每个拍卖品都有一个链接，上面标有一个女性的名字。我随便点进一个链接，里面有一张从车里拍的照片，照片上是一个放学走路回家的女孩，她看上去和我年纪差不多，有一头深棕色的头发和绿色的眼睛。照片下面有一段介绍语：蒂芙尼·史密斯，16岁，学校阿德莱德高中，父母玛莎和戈登·史密斯，发色棕色，眼睛绿色，身材概述：娇小但胸大腰细，价格2万美金。这是一个什么变态拍卖会？拍卖品是女孩子？我用颤抖的声音说道。你认真的吗？那你赶快报警！他在电话那头喊道。就在我准备挂断电话报警的时候，我僵住了，因为我看到商品列表顶端的名字夏洛特·米勒。我吓得哭了起来。我点击了自己名字边上的链接，那也是一张从车里拍摄的放学回家的照片。他的介绍语说：夏洛特·米勒，16岁，学校斯普林希尔高中，父母辛迪和哈里·米勒，发色金色，眼睛棕色，身材概述：身材绝佳，臀部挺翘，乳房丰满，价格6万美金。我失声尖叫，然后开始大哭。凯莉试图跟我说话，但我根本听不进去。我挂断电话，跑向我父母的房间。他们听到了我的动静，在我进去之前就跑了出来。我把网站的事情告诉了我爸爸，他和我妈妈一起查看了那个网站，然后就很快报了警。但是警察也无能为力， 因为那个链接是无法追踪的，所以警察也搞不清楚这个网站从何而来。他们说会让一个警官待在附近，以防有人袭击，然后他们就离开了。那天晚上，我睡在了父母房里，脑海里全是自己放学走路回家的画面和网站上对我的形容，所以我失眠了。他们是怎么知道这些的？他们要来抓我吗？我整晚都在想这些事。我把这一切告诉了凯莉和我朋友们，他们都吓坏了。他们向我道歉，说不应该强迫我登录那个网站，并提议晚点一起出去逛街，好让我早点忘记这件事情。我同意了，我们约好4点钟在商场见面。我问凯莉能不能陪我一起回家，但她说她要搭妈妈的车。惊恐万分的我又给父母打电话，问他们能不能来接我，但是由于交通拥堵，他们也都还没下班回家。不知怎的，我鼓起了勇气，开始独自走路回家。你会没事的，你离家只有15分钟路程，而且现在是下午，外面这么多人，不会有人欲行不轨的。我一边走一边这样告诉自己，但是走着走着，我用余光看见有一个男的跟在我后面，而且走得很快。我开始加速，但是他仍然跟着我，而且也提高了速度。我吓坏了，开始奔跑，并且没有回头。我一边摸索前门钥匙，一边一路跑回家。就在马上要把钥匙插进门锁时，我感到肩膀上一阵刺痛，接着世界就陷入了黑暗。醒过来的时候，我发现自己在一个光线很暗的房间里，唯一的光源是我面前的电脑，电脑上是谷歌线上会议的界面，里面至少有50个人。试图移动的时候，我才发现自己被绑在了地上。我大声尖叫，向电脑那头的人恳求帮助，但无济于事。然后当我看向摄像头的时候，我发现一个人从暗处走了出来，他穿着黑色的牛仔裤和黑色的连帽衫，我看不清他黑暗中的脸。他走到我身后，用低沉的嗓音对电脑说：多少钱？在恐惧中，我看见视频会议中的人开始竞价，6万、8万、9万，最高出价很快就产生了$115,000。此后没有人出价了。接着那个男的说：1次、2次，成交。2天后，眼泪在凯莉的眼睛里打转。她看着手上的寻人启事，夏洛特·米勒失踪。看到海报上夏洛特笑着的照片，她哭得更厉害了。海报上的夏洛特有着金色的头发、棕色的眼睛，看上去是那么开心。对不起，夏洛特。以前有一个叫山姆的线上美食测评油管频道，是我的朋友山姆莱德弄的，里面都是山姆在镜头前一边吃吃喝喝一边测评的视频，有大概1万名订阅者。虽然订阅量不多，但山姆还是对这频道很上心。我还记得他很多次坐在他的车的副驾驶位上，在镜头里说想尝尝刚刚从商店里买回来的美食，但在开始前他都会做出标志性的竖起或放下大拇指的动作，说出他的口头禅：我喜欢他，或者我讨厌他。他亲切老大哥的形象收获了很多观众的喜爱，很少收到恶评，就算收到了，山姆也不怎么在意，只是微笑着去面对。山姆的线上美食测评在7个月前已经沉寂下来了，毫无征兆，也没有提醒，就这样突然停更了。除了给他打了几个电话没人接，和去他家找他但没见到人之外，我也没有听到过关于山姆的消息，也没见到过他。他的频道被删除的6天后，我打电话给警察，让他们到山姆家看一看。我很担心他病了或者伤害了自己，但是警察进了他家后什么都没找到，山姆也变成了失踪人口。在山姆被列为失踪的1周后，一个遛狗的人在铁路沿线发现了碎尸，身体上、头部、手臂、胸部和双腿都有很多深深的划伤，腐烂的内脏从可怕的 V 型切口里露出来。尸检报告显示，虽然没找到直接死因，但很有可能是喉咙上的开口导致他的死亡。虽然场面不是特别血腥，但是尸体里没有一滴血。2周后，警察确认山姆已经死亡，因为虽然尸体残缺，但是剩下的牙齿能跟山姆的牙齿记录做对比。接着，我最害怕的事发生了，这具尸体就是山姆。 虽然警察进行了调查，但是在现场找不到其他人的痕迹。最终他们总结说，山姆是被路过的货运火车撞到，因唾液导致划痕和开腹，可能是一只狐狸吃掉了他缺少的器官。山姆的妈妈决定他唯一的儿子的遗体火化，棺材被推进一个很大的焚化炉时，我就站在他的旁边。门关上，啪的一声，煤气点燃了，他崩溃大哭，我也哭了起来。我站在那哭了整整1个半小时。就这么1个半小时内，和我一起长大分享那么多回忆的人就这样蒸发掉了。因为失去了朋友，我很难过，但还是尽力忘掉伤痛，慢慢好了起来。我专注到其他事上，找到了新工作，开始跟一个女同事约会。几个月过去了，虽然我还是会想山姆，但是一切都相安无事。就在一晚凌晨3点，我逛帖子的时候，我的脸书收到了山姆发过来的消息。我僵住了，看到聊天界面出现了他的头像，这是他生前拍的，笑得很灿烂。但是我却突然感受到一阵寒意，排山倒海的恐惧包围着我。你懂那种让你全身变冷的害怕，和你的四肢因为肾上腺素慢慢遍布你全身的疼痛吗？我颤颤巍巍地点开消息，发现里面是一个文件分享网站的链接。我盯着这条由任意数字和字母组成的链接，脑子里闪过链接里面会是什么内容。更重要的是，为什么我已经去世的朋友会给我发这样的消息？我的手不由得将光标放到链接上，伴随着直觉大喊不要点开。但我还是点开了这条链接，手指还没移开，我马上就后悔了。浏览器跳到了一个网站，界面是灰色的，中间有一个黑色的长方形框，上面还有一个播放按钮。我盯着它，不想点开。我也不知道自己害怕什么。大概10秒后，界面刷新了，播放按钮没动，但是那个长方形框出现了5秒后自动播放的白字。我看着数字在倒数，想搞清楚这到底是怎么回事。突然的嗡嗡声吓了我一跳，视频开始播放，镜头对着一堵满是污垢、铺着白砖的表面，我能听到沉闷的呜咽声，接着听到有人走进摄像头的脚步声和调整镜头的轻微咔嚓声。画面因为镜头被转过来而变得模糊。等镜头聚好焦之后，我倒吸了一口冷气，因为在这间铺满白色瓷砖的房间中间，山姆正仰躺在一张不锈钢桌子上，他双眼圆睁，眼里满是恐惧。悬挂在桌子上的电灯泡的光照着他满额头的汗，他裸露的胸部因惊慌而快速上下起伏。他看向镜头想大喊，但声音却被围着头的封口部堵住。他的双手也被胶带紧紧绑在一起。我看着荧幕，突然感觉很恶心，我很懵，不知道到底发生了什么。在我反应过来这是怎么回事的时候，在桌上扭动的山姆和他的呜咽被一个尖细的声音打断。欢迎收看山姆的线上美食测评，今天我们来试一试特餐。这嘲弄的声音从镜头后面传来，山姆更加害怕了，开始猛烈扯拉自己的身体，想把自己的手挣脱开来。那声音继续说，今天我们来尝尝在很多国家都视为美味的美食，虽然它通常禁止食用。镜头放大了一点点，接着一个男人出现在镜头里，并站在山姆旁边。看到这，我吐了，我吓得从椅子上摔了下来，跑到远远的地方，直到看不到才停下来。但我再次跌坐在地上，因为电脑的音响比较大声，我蜷缩在角落，害怕地哭了起来。那时候仿佛度秒如年。等到声音停下来之后，我才颤抖着站起来，走到我的电脑前，小心躲开地下的呕吐物，然后强迫自己看着屏幕，发现页面已经关了。浏览器显示的也是帖子的页面，脸书有一条通知，我不想点开它，但我强迫自己点开了。这是山姆发过来的消息，上面写着我喜欢他。那时候我20岁左右，住在美国密歇根州。那天我做好晚餐后，把它拿进房间里，然后打开我的笔记本电脑。虽然我的直觉告诉我 不应该去深入了解暗网，但是我实在是太好奇了，最后还是打开了暗网。屏幕上立刻弹出很多通知，我点了其中一个，那是一个聊天室，他们都在聊着一些普通的话题。突然，他们当中有一个人注意到我了，我收到了一个叫罗纳德·麦克唐纳的人的消息，而这次的聊天以及接下来发生的事情，让我这辈子都没办法忘记。谈话内容如下：新人，你怎么来到这里了？你好，我只是好奇，想进来了解下暗网。哦，你想了解暗网？是的。别着急，你很快就会知道的了。对了，你想玩游戏吗？不了，我现在就退出，这里好像没什么东西看。哎呀，美女，来吧，就花点时间而已，我保证让你不会后悔的。其实那时候我应该意识到接下来会有危险，但我还是太天真了，根本没有察觉到。当时我的用户名是我男朋友的名字，但是那个人却知道我是个女生。好吧，那玩什么游戏呢？2个真话和1个谎话。哦，我知道这个游戏，那我们开始吧。好的，从你开始吧。好吧，那现在我说2个真话和1个谎话。第一，我是被收养的。第二，我是家里第一个上大学的人。第三，我在一个岛上长大。你是家里第一个上大学的人是假的，继续吧。你怎么知道的？我自有我的办法。这条消息还附上了一个眨眼的动图，他还给我发了一张照片。一开始我很犹豫要不要下载并打开它，但最后我还是打开了。那张照片是我上大学的时候拍的，我被惊到了。天啊，大哥，你太可怕了！你是怎么做到的？我觉得很不可思议。他不可能知道我的大学。我不想这么快结束游戏，因为我想确认下他到底是碰巧还是真的掌握了我的信息。我可以再玩一次吗？当然可以。2个真话和1个谎话。第一，我穿了一件红色礼服去参加舞会。第二，我可以在水下憋气2分钟。第三，我养了一只小狗。这个很简单。真的吗？那你快告诉我。这次我笑了，因为我觉得这次他不可能猜得中，加上他很久都没有回复我，这更加让我觉得刚刚大学照片的事情只是碰巧给他搜索到而已。你不是穿着深蓝色丝绸裙子去参加舞会的吗？你穿起来很漂亮，我应该说很美味才对。对了，顺便帮我向那个小家伙问好。他叫什么名字来着？如果我没猜错的话，他是你搭档。他说的每一个细节都是对的。我吓坏了，双手都在颤抖着。好了，别再给我耍花样了，快告诉我你是怎么知道这些的？暗网其实也不是那么无聊，你说对吧？喂，我在问你话呢。好了，这次该轮到我了。2个真相和1个谎言。第一，我是食人族。第二，我的冰箱里装满了人肉。第三，我下一餐美食就是你。你别再闹了，我知道你想耍我，但我告诉你，你找错人了。这时我想关掉这聊天窗口，但发现关不了，这家伙竟然黑了我的笔记本电脑。嘿，你那是在作弊，你不可以就这样中断游戏的。但是没关系，我会再给你一次机会，因为我刚刚也作弊了。我没有选出2个真话和1个谎言，我只选了谎话。我没有回复他，而是一直在尝试把聊天窗口关掉，之后还想直接把电脑关了，但是都关不了。你是不是还在黑我的电脑？快给我退出去！你在我电脑里也找不到什么信息的。别生气呀，你知道吗？当你生气的时候，你的身体会释放肾上腺素。让我给你普及点知识吧。肾上腺素会让肉质变干，我比较喜欢又软又多汁的汉堡肉饼，所以我的快乐大餐，你可千万别激动。我在电脑那输入，你给我闭嘴。但屏幕立马显示了他的消息。没问题，主人，我会听从你的命令的。我那时候真的很生气，我把所有办法都试过了，都不管用。我就直接把电脑屏幕盖上，这样我就看不到他给我发过来的所有消息了。但是这个做法并没有用，他发现我盖上屏幕之后，就开始给我发一些奇怪的语音消息，而且还一直不停地在播着。 我会来找你的，我的开心开心开心餐，开心餐开心餐。我的电脑就这样一直播着他唱的歌，持续了大约2分钟才停下来。经历了这么一回，我真的吓怕了。我发誓再也不会去打开这暗网。但是这事并没有结束，更可怕的事情还在后头。过了几天，那时我在睡觉，卧室门砰的一声关上，把我吵醒了。紧接着，我听到跑下楼的脚步声，声音很大。我觉得有些不对劲，就打算跑到厨房拿把刀，但是发现所有的刀都不见了。就在这时，我听到了远处传来了警笛声，原来是我邻居报警了。他们看到有人偷偷潜进了我家，那个人手上还拿着一堆盒子，长得很诡异，像一个小丑。我知道后吓得直冒汗。之后我还找到了那些盒子，还有一张纸条贴在我房间的墙上，上面写着：我会再来看你的，我的快乐餐。那一晚我不敢待在家里了，一直开车在外面四处转悠。到了早上，我就收拾好东西打算搬走。自从发生了这件事之后，我一直都胆战心惊的，很害怕他会再次找到我。如果你看到了我的故事，记得不要在暗网上寻找乐子，你会得不偿失的。
在美国宾夕法尼亚州纽霍普镇上，有4个青少年失踪了。我在那里的娃娃上夜班，那是一家连锁便利店，从晚上10点到早上6点，我们会遇到各种各样的客人，经常见到酒鬼、警察，偶尔还有建筑工人或者园丁过来买早晨的咖啡。所以当又一个满身灰尘的客人进来时，我只觉得他是个努力工作的蓝领。他以前也来过，所以我们简单聊了几句，然后他就走了。当时是星期五，周六我没看见他，不过周日他又来了，买了吃的和饮料，我们跟平时一样打了招呼，然后他就离开了。到了周一，我像往常一样上班，这时进来了几个买咖啡的美国警察，我知道应该是出了什么事情了。我们找到了一条关于那几个失踪青少年的线索，他们严肃地说，我们正在搜查这条路边上的一个农场。我们的心都沉下去了，这几个孩子已经失踪好几天了，所以我们慢慢地失去了希望。警察整晚都在外面找人，偶尔进来告诉我们最新进展，尽管这可能不符合规定。他们还把狗带来了，最终找到了这几个孩子，他们被埋在30厘米深的地方，上面还盖了混凝土，情况很糟糕。他们只能根据着装当场辨认出其中2个孩子的身份，但那里的骨头很多，说明4个孩子都在那儿，大家都深受打击。然后警察要求查看我们这儿的监控录像。为什么？我们疑惑地问。我们这里没碰到过可疑的人。直到那时，警察们才透露说，凶手也就是一个叫迪纳尔多的人，其实周五晚上来过我们店里，并且周日又来过一次。他的堂兄弟是共犯，不过没来店里。原来那个满身灰尘的男人是一个杀人犯，我惊呆了。下班之后，我查到了那个杀人犯的照片，就是他。当时他之所以满身灰尘，是因为刚刚埋了尸体，而我跟他聊了天，还祝他一切顺利。后来我的精神状况一直不好，已经有好几次进了精神病院。我在里面交了好几个朋友，我们会相互讲故事和关于自己的事情。其中一个朋友和迪纳尔多当过一段时间的狱友，虽然遇见我的时候，迪纳尔多看上去很正常，但现在他已经完全丧失了理智，四处打人，自言自语。911，请问你需要警察、消防还是急救？求求你快来帮帮我！有人闯进了我的房子，然后开枪打了我老公。有人闯进你的房子，然后开枪打了你老公？女士，别挂电话，你家地址在哪里？德克萨斯州。我不知道该怎么办。好的，听我说，我会给你一些建议。你老公还有呼吸吗？我不知道，我好害怕，不敢走过去，他们开枪打中了他。好的，你要坚持住。对不起，我真的好害怕，我不知道该怎么做。没事的，坚持住。天哪，我觉得他伤得很重。亲爱的，你还好吗？亲爱的，你还好吗？我能不能去叫我的邻居，或者有什么事情我可以做的吗？给我一个电话号码，我来帮你联系他们过来。号码是713。等我一下，拨打下这个号码。你想，我家里还有2个孩子，我不知道该怎么做。 叫他的邻居过来，叫他的邻居过来。你邻居住在哪个位置？
就在我家隔壁。
你现在去隔壁邻居家，去他家里。女士，不要挂电话，跟我保持通话。
好的，我真的不知道该怎么办。亲爱的，你要撑住。
女士，你叫什么名字？
安吉丽娜。警察还有多久到？因为我不知道该怎么办。
他们在路上了。
好的，我真的不知道该怎么办，对不起。
他们在路上了。
好的。
你邻居的电话直接转到语音信箱了，救护车和警察都在路上了。安吉丽娜，你现在听我说，我需要问你几个问题。
好的。
开枪打了你老公的那个人，他还在吗？
不，我觉得不在了，但是我好害怕，我不敢走过去我老公那里。
你丈夫还有呼吸吗？
我不知道，我不敢走到那里去，
他发出了一些咯咯声。好的，他被打中哪里了？
胸口，就在胸口上，在他前胸的左侧。你们快来帮我，我不知道该怎么办。
好的，我需要你配合我好吗？你能到你丈夫那里去吗？
可以的，但是门窗都被打烂了，我怕他们还在那里。
好的，窗户烂了。
是的，我好害怕。
他当时在房子里的哪个地方？
我不知道，我们当时躺在床上，我们都睡着了。
好的，
我吓坏了，我现在还很害怕。我在尝试找我邻居的电话号码，
刚刚的号码没打通，你还有其他人的电话号码吗？
没有，我是用我老公的手机打的电话。警察还有多久到？
我们派出的救援队伍已经在路上了。安吉丽娜，你需要回答我几个问题好吗？你能走到你老公那边吗？
可以的，但是窗子被打烂了，我怕我走过去会被他们发现。
好的，你可以趴在地上，然后爬过去找他。
那里只有一扇窗，我现在真的很害怕，我不知道该怎么办。
好的，他们是破门而入，还是打碎了窗户，还是……
我不知道。
好的，
我只听见玻璃窗破碎的声音，然后我老公起身去追他们，然后他们就开枪了。
现在你的房子里有多少人
？2个大人，我和2个孩子。
是2个大人和2个孩子吗？
是的，我在用我老公的手机打电话，我在给我的邻居打电话。你能快点过来帮我吗？
好的，你的孩子现在在哪里？
一个跟我一起，另一个在自己的房间里。
2019年10月16日，在德克萨斯州凯蒂市，有2名入侵者闯入安吉丽娜家里，并开枪打死其丈夫布雷顿。她拨打了911求救。这件事发生在布雷顿生日那天，那时候是凌晨，他刚过29岁没多久就死了。嫌疑人是从木栅栏的一个缺口的地方进入后院，然后打碎后门窗户闯入房子里。安吉丽娜说，她和布雷顿被玻璃打碎的声音吵醒，布雷顿立马跳下床跟入侵者对抗，然后他们就开始对布雷顿开枪，然后迅速逃离了现场。安吉丽娜和布雷顿有2个孩子，其中一个在她拨打911报警时跟她一起待在房间里，另一个在自己的房间里。幸好孩子们和安吉丽娜都没有受伤。当警察们到达他们位于格伦罗莎大道的家时，发现布雷顿在客厅，邻居在不断给他进行心肺复苏，但是因为胸部中枪，他被当场宣告死亡。布雷顿牺牲自己的生命是为了保护他的妻子和2个孩子，3岁的亚瑟和1岁的艾琳娜。布雷顿是一个澳大利亚人。2011年，他到美国南弗吉尼亚大学念书，在那里踢橄榄球，还曾打算参加 NFL。遇到安吉丽娜后，他改变了自己的职业规划。之后，他们结婚，有了孩子，在德克萨斯州凯蒂市安顿了下来。大家说他是一个聪明、诚实、真诚的人，是一个好父亲、好丈夫，现在也是一个英雄，因为他为了保护家人而牺牲了。他的父母和兄弟从澳大利亚来到德克萨斯州为他操办后事。警长特罗伊·尼尔斯说，入侵者们非常猖狂，房子外面停了轿车，他们看到房子里面有人在家，但是他们还敢闯进去。他认为这不像是一起入室盗窃案，因为大多数入室盗窃案都发生在白天，会趁着没有人的时候作案。现在在入侵者进入后院里的栅栏上有一块木板，他们家的后门上也有一块木板。走访邻居时，在监控录像中发现了一辆可疑的车辆。据说那辆车是一辆带天窗的4门棕色轿车，其尾灯似乎有些故障。有人看见这辆车在报警前进入该街区，然后在拨打报警电话后加速离开。 该起案件的调查员说，其中一个入侵者身高大约1米8，中等身材，皮肤黝黑，穿着一件深色帽衫，帽子遮住了他的头。另一个入侵者身高大约1.83米，身材苗条，皮肤黝黑，留平头。当局表示，可能还有第3个男性涉案，也就是离开时的司机，但尚不确定。警方正努力弄清其动机，因为嫌疑人在没有盗窃任何东西的情况下就逃离了。他们追查到一条线索，该命案可能是由于身份误认造成的，因为在布雷顿被杀前6个月，他们一家才刚刚搬到这栋房子里。警察同时还在调查该案是否与布雷顿就职公司的一起事件有关，因为他的公司有人因使用虚假的身份证明而被捕。尼尔斯警长说，他希望嫌疑人能自首，因为警方一定会找到布雷顿悲剧命案的真相。他对嫌疑人说：“你找错了地方。” 911，请问你有什么紧急情况？
你好，我现在在老杰福逊街道64号，也有可能是6340号。我刚刚开枪打了一个人。
你在老杰福逊街道5340号？
不是，我觉得是6340号。我刚刚开枪打了一个人。
你叫什么名字？
我叫亚当斯。
好的，你开枪杀了谁？
我老婆背着我出轨，我受不了了。
她叫什么名字？
夏洛特。
好的，她现在在哪里？
她在路边，我不知道那个男的去哪里了。
你老婆在路边？
对，我没有开枪打她，只打了那个男的。我没办法控制我自己。
发生了什么事情？
我抓到他出轨，所以我必须这么做，我必须要这么做。
好吧，他还有呼吸吗？
我没有开枪打我老婆，我打的是那个男的，他跑了，我不清楚有没有打中他。
好的，他往哪个方向去了？
他往我不知道哪个方向，如果是面向房子正面的话，那就是去了右边。我正想要去找他。
不要，待在原地好吗？你不知道打中了他哪里，对吗？
我不知道，我只想确认他没事，因为我知道我这么做是不对的。
好的，那你老婆在哪里？
她还在路边。
好的，她现在还好吗？有没有受伤？
她很好，她没事。
好的，那枪在哪里？
在我手上。
你能把它放下吗？
不，我准备要自杀，我不能在监狱里过日子。我是麦迪逊县的副警长，我不能坐牢，我不能在监狱过下半辈子。
好的，你冷静点，你为什么不能把枪放下？
喂，你好。
你好。
你能听见吗？
你刚才是不是开枪了？
对，我朝我的卡车车窗开了一枪，把猎枪拿了过来。我不想坐牢，我不想。
好的，
那你能先把枪放下吗？
不，你告诉雅典市克拉克县的人，我不会伤害他们的。我准备要坐牢了。我能问你件事吗？
什么事？
你们有接到他打来的报警电话吗？他还好吗？
我不太清楚。
好吧。
你老婆现在在哪里？
她在路边没有动过。
你还是没有看到她吗？
我听到隔壁有声音，我要过去看看。
先生，你能把枪放下吗？
我要去自首。夏洛特，不论发生什么事，我一直都很爱你，哪怕你不爱我。我开枪打中了他，我看见楼梯上有血迹，我现在要走过去了。
你好。2019年11月10日，32岁的亚当斯在佐治亚州雅典市枪杀了26岁的本明杰后，拨打了911报警电话。亚当斯是麦迪逊县警局的一名警察，他告诉接线员说，他之所以枪杀受害人，是因为发现他和自己妻子偷情。枪击案发生时，亚当斯当时已经下班了，没有穿制服。他告诉接线员他要自杀，说自己是一个副警长，不能在监狱过下半辈子。这件事发生的时候接近晚上7点，地点在老杰福逊街道6000号，是受害人租住的房子外面。亚当斯的妻子夏洛特在此次枪击案中没有受伤。警察赶到现场时发现，本明杰跑到了隔壁一个邻居家里，身上有几处枪伤。急救医生立即将其送往了当地一所医院，但不久之后，他还是因伤势过重死亡了。警察很快逮捕了亚当斯，并将其拘留。经过初步调查，警方以2级谋杀罪起诉了他，他立即被警局开除了，并被羁押在雅典市克拉克县监狱，且禁止保释。本明杰当时正在佐治亚大学攻读人工智能研究生学位，只差1个月就要毕业了。他的家人和朋友说，他很善良且富有同情心，从来不说别人的坏话。亚当斯的老婆夏洛特告诉警方，本明杰和他只是朋友，是她丈夫搞错了。本明杰的朋友们也证实了该说法。本明杰以前的室友则表示，亚当斯犯了一个大错，他希望他接下来的每一天都在悔恨中度过。 2013年3月19日，在美国德克萨斯州，37岁的卡蒂娜在绝望中拨打了报警电话，因为她的前夫40岁的安德烈正试图闯入她家。在几个月前，2012年10月，卡蒂娜申请了限制令，声称安德烈在他们婚姻生活中有虐待倾向，致使她和7岁的女儿生活在恐惧之中。她被授予了临时监护权，并搬去跟她母亲一起生活。拨打报警电话时，她正独自待在母亲家里。你好，请问你的地址在哪里？
延贝尔小路705号，你们快来帮我，快点派人过来！我觉得我的前夫想闯进房子里来，你们快来帮我，求你们了！
好的，保持跟我通话。你一个人在家吗？
是的，我一个人在家，在我妈妈的房子里，她不在家，你们快来救我！
别担心，警察已经在路上了。你现在需要跟我保持通话，可以吗？
他现在在按门铃。
好的，
他想把门踹开，他想把门踹开。
女士，你能从后面跑出去吗？
他现在进来了，你们快点，快点！
你有没有武器？
快点来！
女士，快从房子后门跑出去！
我觉得他已经进来了，
快去房子后门！
你们快点来！
报警电话打出5分钟后，美国警方就赶到了现场。他们在楼上主卧的衣柜里发现了卡蒂娜和安德烈的尸体。警方认为安德烈踹开房子的前门，冲上楼梯，然后进卧室里枪杀了卡蒂娜。他当时正躲在衣柜里，绝望哀求接线员派出援手。美国警方随后发现，该起凶杀案发生当天正是这对前夫妻获准离婚的日子。卡蒂娜在其2012年10月的离婚申请中说，安德烈精神状态不稳定，需要采取措施以保护他和他女儿。此事发生在他们之前的家里。在一次争吵升级后，随后他申请了限制令及其女儿的监护权，且2项均获批准。美国当地的警察队长罗恩说道，该案不仅造成了2人死亡，而且更为痛苦的是，导致这对夫妻7岁的女儿成了孤儿。据安德烈的一位堂兄杰梅因说，这对夫妻的女儿去了其他家庭成员那里，在他们的爱与支持下会变好的。安德烈从2011年开始在阿灵顿警局做警察，并于2003年辞职。他也曾于2008年到2012年间在习德山警局工作，后因警察局人员重组被解雇。根据美国公共卫生杂志发表的一篇研究，家庭暴力中枪支的存在会使凶杀率上升500%。包括卡蒂娜在内，2013年德克萨斯州有119名女性死于现任或前任伴侣之手，该数据比过去2年都高。为了遏制这一上升数据，达拉斯当地创立了一个称为“致命之爱”的项目，研究所有的家暴死亡案例，了解如何更好地防止这些悲剧的发生。但是该数字持续上涨，德克萨斯州在过去10年家暴凶杀案例不断上升。德克萨斯州家庭暴力委员会报道称，2018年全州共计211人被其亲密伴侣所杀，其中174位为女性。为了避免发生更多家暴杀人案件，制定了一个安全上交的试点项目。该项目中，受到家暴指控的人必须暂时将武器上交到县里，直到案件解决。人们希望为没有社区服务或者社区服务水平低下的幸存者们提供更多的安置选择，扩大语言服务的范围，以此更好地处理和避免家暴案件。卡蒂娜获得了药剂学的博士学位，在德克萨斯州的沃斯堡担任一名药剂师，工作了12年。人们所熟知的她热情、幽默、有爱心，可惜却被前夫无情地夺走了生命。她不仅总是面带微笑，也总能让你心情变好，家人和朋友都很怀念她。但是她和大家所珍惜的回忆，只能如阳光一般陪伴左右，人们会永远把她记在心里。
911，请问你有什么紧急情况？
我被绑架了。
什么？
昨晚有人绑架了我。
先生，你现在在哪里？
我在我的公寓里。
所以你逃跑了？
不是，是他们把我送回来了。
他们？
就是把我绑走的那些坏人。快点安排警察过来吧，他们可能还会过来找我麻烦。
先生，您的地址是？好的，警察正在路上。
谢谢。
不客气，先生。现在我需要知道更多关于绑架你的信息。
我昨晚被绑架了。
我需要更多的细节。
从哪里开始呢？好吧，他们是从我卧室的窗户进来的，
窗户？
是的，他们用一块石头打破窗户。我回来的时候，发现那块石头在地毯上。
当时有多少人
？4个。
你能描述一下吗？
那些混蛋穿着深色风衣和霓虹色滑雪面具，其中3个带着猎枪，最大的那个是他们的老大，他有一把弯刀。
接下来发生了什么？
他也是唯一一个说话的人，在整个过程中，其他人一直保持沉默。他用一种奇怪的口音跟我说话，可能是德语，但是故意说得很烂，好像是想掩饰自己的声音。他们闯进来之后，知道了我躲在壁橱里。我那时候手里还拿着一盏床头灯，那是我随手拿起来当做武器的。那个老大告诉我，他们不想惹麻烦，失去的话就马上跟他们走。面对这样的局面，我也无计可施，也没来得及报警求救。
接着发生了什么？
老大对他其中一个手下点了点头，接着那个手下走到我身边，从外套口袋里拿出一个充满黑色液体注射器，然后他把我压住，给我注射这些液体。我一直在反抗，但前不久我喝多了，还处于醉酒状态，还觉得这一切只是一场梦。我只想去睡觉。
给你注射之后发生了什么事情？
有一段时间疼得要死，就像我的身体着火了一样，感觉每根神经都极度疼痛。然后我开始发冷，感觉我的血液变成了冰水，没多久我就昏倒了。
所以他们在你昏迷的时候把你从家里带走了？
是的，但是我不清楚昏迷了多久。当我醒来的时候，我躺在一张粗糙的旧沙发上，那里应该是个地下室。当时天色很暗，但我可以看到那里放着台球桌和迷你冰箱。最让我印象深刻的是那里的气味，是一种令人作呕的甜味，就像熟过头的甜瓜，又有点像我高中法语老师以前用的那种恶心的香水。那个女老师也是个讨人厌的家伙。
先生，当时您的身体状况如何？
我的胳膊和腿像是被医用胶带绑住了，我不太清楚，反正我也没办法移动。当时我感到筋疲力尽，等我尝试坐起来的时候，就觉得头晕目眩，差点就昏倒。
然后发生了什么？
我大声呼救，但是我停下来的时候，我感觉喉咙很刺痛，嘴里还有一种恶心的味道，就像我一直在呕吐一样。
好的，我明白了。
有一段时间，我只是坐在那里等着。那时候，我本应该感到害怕才对，但我还是对我被绑架的事情更为震惊。我知道我现在的处境很危险，所以无论接下来会发生什么，我都必须做好准备。
那些坏人呢？
过了一会儿，我开始听到楼上的响亮又沉重的脚步声，就像有人穿着笨重的靴子到处跺脚。然后我开始听到有2个男人争吵的声音，其中一个是带走我的那个人，也就是他们的老大，听起来像是吵得热烈，但我只能听懂几个词。
是哪几个词？
混蛋、没用、愚蠢、付款。
就这些吗？
是的。
接下来发生了什么？
他们吵了大概15分钟，然后那个老大就下来接我了。他还是穿着那外套和面具，他示意我要保持安静，然后把胶带剪掉。接着他用头巾蒙住我的眼睛，把我抬上了楼梯。我们穿过一扇门，我感觉到一股冷空气。那时候我只知道自己已经出了那个地下室了。
他们把你带去哪儿了？
那家伙跟我说弄错了，然后他陪我上了一辆车，开了一会儿，我们停了下来。他帮我拿掉那条蒙住我眼睛的头巾。我看到我已经回到家附近了。
所以他让你走了？
是的，他让我回去，叫我不用麻烦警察了，因为他们什么也找不到。但是我怎么可能不报警？
先生，你做得很好。
太感谢你了，警察来了。
好的，接下来的事情警察会处理好的。
这份通话记录单让我有点害怕，但这件事背后似乎还藏着更大的秘密，让人更加的毛骨悚然。来电者被送往医院，他没有明显的伤痕，身体也没有疼痛感，但因为他被注射了某种奇怪的物质，所以他应该定期检查下身体。据我所知，那个人身体没什么问题。警方进行了大范围的调查，在来电者的房子里发现了 DNA， 但与美国国家数据库中的任何人都不匹配。警察在调查过程中还发现了一些非常奇怪的事情。这些年来，这个社区发生了许多犯罪事件，比如房屋闯入事件、袭击事件等等。受害者总是提到一个或多个戴着霓虹色滑雪面具和深色外套的男人，但是绑架事件还是头一回发生。我的推测是，这些坏人其实接到了某些任务，去抓一个很有价值的人，但不小心把来电者给绑走了。但是他们真正要绑架谁，谁也不知道。这个社区经常发生犯罪事件， 但当地警察却抓不到这群人，这让当地的人觉得更加的害怕了。那些人到底是谁？他们想要什么？以上就是这起案件的全部内容了，大家也要注意安全。
911，请问你有什么紧急情况？我的室友出事了，是他生病了吗？还是受伤了？都不是。但如果你不逮捕他，他可能会伤害其他人。你在说什么？他疯了，彻底疯了。我上大学的一整个学期都活在恐惧中，现在他失踪了，不知道他想做什么。你们必须要逮捕他。你先冷静点。你室友叫什么名字？好的，你说他失踪了。你上次见到他是在什么时候？昨天早上。这么说时间不是很长。你试过联系他的家人吗？或者朋友们？有没有人可能知道他在哪里？没有，我不知道怎样和他的家人取得联系。我根本没见过他的父母，也没有他们的联系方式。你们当时有多长时间了？从9月开始，我们都是的学生。我猜你们2个都很忙是吧？是啊。怎么了？会不会有时候几天和他都没有见过面？是的。那你为什么说他失踪了？他留下了一张纸条。一张纸条？是的。上面说他要离开几天，叫我别进他的房间。他房间散发一股难闻的气味，我不敢进去，我害怕。你觉得你的室友是自己离开的吗？是的，趁着可怕的事情还没有发生，你们要快点找到他。你觉得你室友是会伤害自己或者伤害别人？是的，我现在真的很担心他。我们准备考试了，他在学习方面一直都很认真，但这时候他却离开了，还留下了钱包和手机。我还发现厨房里所有最锋利的刀都不见了。你觉得是他把刀拿走的？只能是他偷走的，不可能是我主动给他的呀。好的，你能告诉我更多关于你室友的事吗？有什么好说的？他很神秘的。我只知道他来自外地，10几岁的时候他在精神病院待了一段时间。他有精神病史？我不敢确定，不知道是不是精神病，但我很确定他是一个反社会人士。这是属于精神病吗？这个我不太清楚。哎呀，随便，没关系，快帮我找到他吧。我需要你的地址。好的，我会派人过来找你，到时候他会记录下你提供的任何信息，然后会在你所在的位置附近搜索他。不，你现在必须要派人去找他，而不是找我登记信息。这是常规流程，是必须要执行的。相信我，一切都会好起来的。你要我怎么相信你呀？保持冷静，孩子，和我保持联系好吗？好的。你还好吗？我真希望你们别找到他。什么意思？我不想再见到他，我不想让他靠近我。孩子，你必须保持冷静。我真的很害怕。我明白的，但你会没事的。这已经不是他第一次这么做了。不是吗？不是的。怎么了？大约1个月前吧，他周末失踪了。他没有告诉我他要去哪里，但他收拾了一个行李箱，我以为他是回家探望他的家人了。那时候我生病了，在床上躺了2天，所以如果他回来的话，我肯定会知道的。但是他没回来。虽然我一直没有收到他的消息，但我并不觉得惊讶，因为即使我们都在家，我们也不怎么说话。是发生了什么事情吗？他星期1早上很早就回来了，他看起来很疲惫，就像他一直没睡过一样，浑身是泥和血。什么？有血？是的，他说那是他的血，他出了车祸。他说开车时睡着了，一头栽进了沟里，他没有求救，而是自己从废墟中爬出来，走路回来的。他去医院了吗？是的，我带他去的。在去医院的路上，他表现得很不正常，语无伦次的。他在自言自语一些奇怪的故事。接下来发生了什么？我以为他有脑震荡，但医生没有发现头部有受伤的迹象。他手臂断了，肋骨也断了4根。对于经历过如此严重车祸的人来说，他的身体状况算是比较乐观的。自从发生车祸后，他的病情好像加重了。我的意思是，他一直很奇怪，但他现在变得更加的…… 我觉得和他住在同一个屋檐下很不安全。
他做了什么事让你觉得不安全？
之后他开始梦游了，他会在我们宿舍里转圈圈，喃喃自语着说他要下地狱，有恶魔来找他。有时听起来像是在祈祷，但我没听过这种语言。
我明白了。
有一次我回来，发现到处都是死苍蝇，有的堆在窗台上，有的淹死在马桶里。还有一次我在床上发现一只死老鼠，
他的内脏被掏空了，血也被抽干了，觉得很恶心。你觉得这都是他干的？
对呀。
你确定？反正我想不到其他可能性了。
好的，
坚持住，孩子。我听到警察来了。好。我想进他卧室看看，
到底藏着什么东西？
不，别去，留在原地好吗？反正警察都来了，我必须要去看看。喂，你在吗？怎么了？
警察赶到时，发现来电者把自己锁在浴室里，他被吓坏了，一直在哭。他们花了将近1个小时才让他平静下来，并说服他和他们一起回警察局。在房间里，他们发现了处于不同腐烂阶段的死老鼠、成堆的死苍蝇和一具烧焦的人体。后来，那具尸体被确认为一名老年妇女。这名妇女和来电者的室友是同时失踪的，但是我在网上找不到有关这名妇女死亡的有关信息。1个月后，那名室友被发现吊在树林深处的一棵树上，那是几个猎人碰巧发现的。他留下了一封很长的遗书，内容杂乱无章，对破案帮助不大。警察调查发现，他在失踪的那天就死了。警方没有找到丢失的刀具，也没有弄清楚他拿走这些刀具的原因。据我所知，直到今天，老妇人的谋杀案仍是个未解之谜。我不知道来电者后来怎么样了，但我希望他能够从这种可怕的经历中恢复过来。我也希望他的新室友会比上一个更容易相处。我和女朋友、姐姐和姐夫一直在科罗拉多州生活，住在离城镇不远的一栋老房子里。住在那里的头几个星期，经常发生奇怪的事情，例如灯会时不时熄灭，楼上传出响声。还有一次，房子后面的窗户被割开了，感觉是有人拿玻璃割刀划开的，企图要闯进来，但是放弃了。总之就是类似这样的事。有一个星期四，我们都在客厅里看电影，还吃着披萨，气氛融洽。突然，楼上传来了一声巨响，我们立刻起身去查看。我进了房间，却发现我的床头柜竟然在房间中央。这个床头柜很重很沉，根本不可能自己移动。这还不算什么，更诡异的事情还在后头。之后，我们在床上看一部浪漫的电影，然后就睡觉了。我醒来的时候正面对着墙，瞥了一眼闹钟，发现是凌晨3点13分。我翻了个身想继续睡，却看到我的女朋友正站在房间中央。这时我有些疑惑，于是想坐起来问她怎么了。可是当我开始坐起来的时候，却发现她正睡在我旁边。顿时恐惧感立马涌上心头，整个人僵住了。但因为我的视线还很模糊，所以看不清那个人的模样。但我可以看到，那是一个穿着睡衣的小女孩，睡衣上还有一个卡通人物。她浑身湿透，低着头正看着地板。当时我被吓到了，还没缓过神来，那个女孩就往外逃跑了。于是我立马快速下床去追她，可惜最后没有找到她。之后我报警了，告诉警察事情的经过。第二天，警察通过查看监控找到了那个小女孩。原来她就住在我们附近，她爸妈都要上夜班，家里只剩她一个人。她在我们搬进来之前就经常恶作剧上一个租客，租客吓得仓皇逃走了，而这次又来吓唬我们。她妈妈知道这件事后，立马给她一个耳光。最后我没有追究这件事了。我觉得小女孩之所以会有这样的行为，父母也是有责任的。身为父母，不应该一味的只会斥责甚至打自己子女，要学会跟孩子沟通，了解他们的想法。
911，请问你有什么紧急情况？
我的前女友在这里，我觉得她想要杀了我。
什么？
我的前女友，她现在停在我公寓楼外面，我觉得她是在等我出来。
你认为她会杀了你？
如果我走出公寓，她肯定会杀了我。
先生，你就待在公寓里，别出去。请问你的门锁了吗？
已经锁了。
那窗户呢？
也锁好了。我在3楼，她应该不会爬上来，然后从窗户那里钻进来的吧？
先生，请先保持冷静。
我的妹妹和我女朋友都在这里，我怕我前女友杀了我之后再把他们杀了。
先生，你会没事的，但你需要告诉我更多的信息，我才可以帮到你。这个女人叫什么名字？
她的名字叫……我和她在一起1年了，但是我们已经分手6个月了。她是个疯子，她很可怕，很危险。
具体是指哪方面？
她曾经袭击过一个女孩，那是她读高中的时候，那会儿我们还没认识。不过我是通过一个共同的朋友知道这件事情的。他当时用窗帘杆打昏了一个可怜的女孩，他当时打断了那个女孩的肋骨，还导致那个女孩脑震荡，然后他就逃走了。我和他在一起的时候，他恐吓过我的女性朋友，他疑心很重，总觉得我背叛他。他还给他们电话留言，我不知道他是怎么知道他们的号码的，但是留言的内容很恐怖，把他们吓得半死。我和他分手之后，他也给我发恐吓短信，下班后有好几次跟着我回家，有一次他还把一只死掉的小鸟放在我汽车引擎盖上。
你确定是他放的吗？
我不能100%确定，但我实在想不到别人，还有谁会做出这么疯狂的事情？你要相信我。
先生，我相信你。
其实上星期我有去警察局求助，不过他们却对我敷衍了事，叫我不要这么懦弱。他们说女人没这能力威胁到男人。
先生，听到你的遭遇，我很抱歉。不过，请你放心，我不会像他们那样对待你的。请描述一下他的车。
这是一辆白色的破旧卡车，上面有锈斑。我不太清楚车子的牌子和型号，因为我不喜欢汽车。
好的。
他一直在等我，如果我不出来找他，他肯定会进来找我的。他肯定会想办法闯进来，我太了解他了。
先生，请告诉我你的地址。好的，警察已经在路上了。你刚刚说你妹妹和女朋友都在公寓里，对吗？
是的。等一下，小拉，带小美进房间并锁上门。
他们现在安全了吗？
是的，他们已经在房间里了。
你妹妹多大了？
她只有16岁，她比我小12岁。我妈妈40岁怀上了她。哎，我说这些有什么用？
先生，没关系的。
天哪！
怎么了？
他下车了，他下车了。
先生，保持冷静。
他拿着一把……天哪，那是一把斧头吗？那家伙有斧头！
先生，快点进去找你的女朋友和妹妹，和他们待在一块儿。警察正在路上。
让警察快点来啊！
先生，快进房间。先生，
他们都在房间里。
好的，等警察来的时候。
他进来了。
先生，别出去。
没有用的，他肯定会找到我的。
先生，你现在应该能听到警笛声了。
对，我听到了。
很好，坚持住。
警察赶到，在公寓内找到了来电者的前女友，他正试图用斧头撬开房间的门。他通过撬锁进入住所。当警察试图逮捕他时，他进行了激烈的反击。3个壮汉才制服了这个女人，给她戴上了手铐。随后的调查显示，这个女人在她的汽车后备箱里放有一根绳子、胶带和一把铲子。她的公寓里堆满了刀具、自制炸药和足够容纳一支小部队的枪支。她没有任何许可证允许她拥有这样的武器，也不清楚她是如何得到这些武器的。来电者和他女朋友还有妹妹都安然无恙，我无法想象他们那可怕的经历。最初，来电者去警察局求救时，警方处理的方式的确让人气愤。来电者面对的是一个危险且不稳定的人，但是他们却敷衍了事。很多人往往只担心男性伤害女性，如果是女性跟踪和虐待男性，却很容易被忽视。而这一起案件就能说明，女性也可能对男性造成很大的伤害，一定要重视起来，不管男女，都应该受到法律的保护。
911，请问你这里有什么紧急情况？有人闯进房子里了。是闯进你家里吗？不是我家里，他们闯进了街对面的房子。那个房子有人在吗？什么？住在那个房子里的人现在在家吗？没有，这个房子已经空了几个月了，业主失踪了。失踪？是的，那里曾经有一对老夫妇住在里面，有一天晚上出门了，之后再也没有人见过他们。他们的女儿也报了警，但是还是没有找到他们。好的。然后现在有人闯入了他们的房子里。那你是看着那个人进去房子里的吗？我没看到，但是我看到他在里面走动，从1楼的窗户看进去，门看起来像是被踢开的。你能描述一下这个人吗？那是一个女人，长着一头长长的白发。那她穿着什么？我不是很确定，她看起来像一件医院的长袍。你现在还看得到这个人吗？没有，我是在客厅的窗户上看过去的，不过我很确定他还在那里。你快点安排警察过来吧。好的，你别害怕。请问地址在哪里？他在……好的，警察已经在路上了。我希望你和我保持在线，并留意那所房子，好吗？好的。发生什么事情了？我看见那个女人了，她站在楼上的一扇窗户里，正看着我。你确定？是的，我确定。天啊，她的脸好可怕，她看起来像一具尸体。好的，你需要保持冷静。我的天啊！她还在窗边吗？对。可以告诉我她有在动吗？我受不了她一直那样看着我，但我不能转身。你要保持冷静，别害怕。警察怎么还没到啊？他们正在路上，他们很快就会到的。那个女人走了，我想她可能……等等，现在她怎么了？她离开了房子，她正朝我这边走过来。你所有的门都锁上了吗？都锁了，但她看到了我，她现在想闯进我家里。听我说，你现在马上离开窗户，然后在家里找个安全的地方躲起来，等警察来。好的。你现在在哪里？我在厨房储藏室，已经把门锁上了。做得很好，你就先躲在这里，等警察来。我没有听到他敲我前门的声音了，这能说明他走了吗？我不确定，但是你必须留在原地，好吗？警察，我听到他们来了，实在太感激你了。不客气。天啊，终于安全了。等等，那是……
看完通话记录单后，我上网搜索了相关资料，找到了一些跟通话有关的信息。警察赶到的时候，发现有一个神秘女子躺在大厅里，昏迷不醒。她打破窗户，割伤了自己，流了很多血。打电话的那个女人当时还躲在她的储藏室里，手里拿着无线座机。她被吓了一跳，但没有受伤。那名神秘女子被确认为一名当地妇女，有精神疾病史。她最近在自焚后被送进精神病院，后面逃走了，成功的躲避了执法人员3天。后来她被送回医院，但因受伤并发症而死亡。至于那对失踪的老夫妇，在他们消失1年后，他们的尸体在几英里外的树林里被发现，埋在一个临时坟墓里。2人的双手都被反绑在身后，头部中了1枪。警方无法将他们的谋杀与闯入他们废弃房屋的妇女联系起来。直到今天，这个案件仍是个未解之谜。
911，请问你有什么紧急情况？
我弟弟失踪了，我需要你们的帮助。
你的弟弟失踪了？
是的，我需要你们的帮助，帮我找到他。
你弟弟多大了
？24岁，比我年轻5岁。
所以他不是一个未成年人？
不，他不是。这样的话，你们是不是就不帮我找他了？要等24小时之后吗？
先生，不是的，我们会认真对待每一个来电。我们需要获取更多的信息，才能够更好地处理你们的事情。
好的。
请问你最后一次见到你弟弟是什么时候？
我快1周没有见过他了，但是我昨晚有跟他聊电话，我感觉到他有心事，但是他不肯告诉我。
好的，我明白了。
今天早上，我去他住的公寓里找他，他不在那里， 但是他家所有反光的镜面都被砸碎了。
请问是什么意思？
浴室的镜子、所有的窗户、电视屏幕，它们全都碎了，到处都是碎玻璃。
嗯哼，
我想把它清理干净，结果不小心割伤了，到处都是血，我可能得缝针。不过我得先找到我弟弟。
你把整个房子都找遍了吗？
是的。
那你有没有发现其他可疑的地方，或者是有关你弟弟可能去的地方的线索？
没有。
还有其他东西被打烂了吗？
没有。
有没有发现被人强行闯进来的迹象？
没有，我来的时候发现门没有锁，罗伯特还留下了他的钥匙和钱包。
罗伯特，那是你弟弟的名字吗？
是的，罗伯特·怀特克。
好的，那你是在他住的地方给我们打电话吗？
是的，我打算在他家里等他，说不定他会突然回来。
你觉得他有可能是自己离开家里吗？或许是因为什么原因把钥匙忘在家里了？
我不知道，但我能确定的是，那些反光面都是罗伯特砸碎的。
为什么这么说？
因为罗伯特的行为总是有点疯狂。
怎么说？
先不说其他事情，他本身就是有点奇怪。我猜他是害怕看到自己在玻璃里的样子，他从小就是这样。不过，并不是罗伯特在玻璃里的样子让他这么害怕，而是他看到玻璃里的自己旁边有可怕的东西。
先生，这是什么意思？
他说他看到恶魔，还看到已经去世的亲人，有一些人他之前从来没有见过，但是他却认识他们。自从我们父亲被杀害了，每次看到玻璃里的自己，罗伯特都坚称自己能看到那个凶手在他旁边。
你父亲被谋杀了？
是的，大约10年前，他被人用雕刻刀刺死了，一共刺了27次，非常残忍。
先生，我很抱歉听到这个消息。
我们和罗伯特都没办法接受这个事实，特别是罗伯特，他和父亲关系非常好。他曾经说过，只有父亲才是唯一懂得他内心的人。警察一直都没有抓到杀害我父亲的凶手。罗伯特接触他很多年了，他告诉我，那个凶手不是人类，他像是一个恶魔，他的嘴里经常流血，好像有人割破了他的舌头。罗伯特觉得那个怪物迟早有一天会来找他，他很害怕。在他搬出去之后，他就开始做噩梦，怪物会出现在他面前，并恐吓我弟弟。在杀害我弟弟之后，还会做各种可怕的事情。他告诉罗伯特，他会强奸我们的母亲，然后将她掐死，并且强迫我看整个过程。之后会把我活剥了，再把我的灵魂拉到地狱。
先生，
罗伯特和我都很害怕。我早该预料到的，我不应该说我弟弟有妄想症。现在他已经走了，我弟弟已经走了。
先生，我们会找到他。告诉我你的地址，我会安排警察过去。好的，谢谢。
是我让这件事情发生的，是我离开了罗伯特，都是我的错。
不是的，
就是我的错。我答应了我父母，我会照顾好罗伯特的。我也答应了罗伯特，不会让怪物伤害他的。
先生，我需要你保持冷静。
对不起，我只是担心罗伯特会发生意外，这是我没办法接受的。他是我的亲弟弟，我很爱他。
先生，我很明白你的心情。
警察能找到他吗？
先生，他们会尽力帮助你。
不是我需要帮助，是我的弟弟罗伯特。
他们也会帮助他。
我不希望他的遭遇和爸爸一样。
先生，你不要胡思乱想，这样并不能帮助你找到弟弟的。你需要理智一些。
对不起。
你不用跟我道歉，你需要振作起来。
我听到了，我听到警察来了。
先生，他们很快就到了。
我只是希望他们能找到罗伯特，希望还来得及。
我也希望如此。先生，当他们……
之后，警察找到了罗伯特，他躺在小镇另一边的桥下，已经死了。他被刺伤了好多刀，全身都是血。他前天晚上就已经遇害了，凶手逃走了，没有留下任何线索。据我所知，案子还在审理中。罗伯特死后， 他哥哥在精神病院住了一段时间。一天晚上，他挣脱了束缚，打破了一扇窗户，试图用玻璃碎片划伤手腕。因为一名护士及时发现并制止他，所以没有造成很致命的伤口。罗伯特的这件谋杀案，很多人都知道，他们都在推断着各种可能。罗伯特死后，他的母亲坚决认为他的儿子是自杀的，还想将报告改成自杀而不是谋杀，但他没有成功。其实他心里知道他的儿子是死在别人的手里，但是不知道什么原因，他始终不想承认这件事。当罗伯特的哥哥向我奶奶求救的时候，罗伯特其实已经死了。为此我感到很难过。我不确定他是否真的看到了这些东西，还是说其实只是出了幻觉。但不管是什么情况，我都无法忘记罗伯特被一把刻刀捅了27刀的事实，就像他父亲一样。
Hillsides really excite her parents, but she could not care less. Mom and Dad planned this family vacation across Europe for months, but she would much rather have gone someplace interesting instead. There are only so many boring old castles and stupid cathedrals that you can look at before you just lose your mind. The girl sighs and crosses her arms across her chest in silent resignation. Guess we're just gonna look at more dumb buildings, she mutters. Honey, can you stop that? Your father worked really hard to put this trip together, and the least you could do is pretend to have a good time, says her mother, momentarily lowering her camera to berate her ungrateful daughter.
Huh?
It's the first time that her mother has acknowledged her all day. I think you're really gonna like today's itinerary, says her father, grinning as if he's got a delicious secret that he can't wait to share. We know it's been hard for you spending your whole summer away from home, so today we're gonna do something just for you. Uh-huh, says the girl. Sure, Dad. She rolls her eyes and pulls out a cell phone. At least she can still get internet access out here. Desperate for something to distract her from the monotony of this car trip, she quickly scrolls through her feed and reads all the notes that her friends back home are posting. She frowns. Her classmates are all posting about the latest blockbuster film in the girl's favorite media franchise, Vampire Boyfriend. She grits her teeth. She likes to consider herself a Vampire Boyfriend superfan. She's a well-known poster in the Vampire Boyfriend online community, famous for her fan fiction, as well as her own original character, Vampire Girlfriend. In fact, her writing is somewhat controversial. A lot of Vampire Boyfriend purists have accused her character Vampire Girlfriend of being a Mary Sue, and they object to her stories where Vampire Boyfriend meets and falls madly in love with her, to the point that he forgets his canon lover from the film series, Vampire Wife. She's annoyed to see that her friends got to see the new Vampire Boyfriend movie on opening night, while she's stuck out here on this stupid family vacation. The movie won't premiere in Europe for another few months, and there's no way she's going to be able to avoid spoilers for that long. Everything about this situation seems tailor-made to irritate her, and the excited giggles of her parents in the front of the car as they exchange knowing glances are only annoying her more. Trust me, you're gonna love this, says her father again. He peers at an unfolded roadmap in his lap, mutters something under his breath, and turns the car off the main highway and onto a narrow gravel road. The girl grits her teeth as the car rattles over the uneven ground so hard that it nearly jostles her cell phone from her grasp. She tries to distract herself by typing some notes to herself, plot points for the latest Vampire Boyfriend fanfiction that she's working on. In her new story, Vampire Girlfriend is going to be kidnapped by werewolves, leading Vampire Boyfriend to have an existential crisis as he struggles to find meaning in a world without his beloved. She makes a note that Vampire Girlfriend should look, dress, and talk just like her. After all, she imagines, wouldn't she be the perfect match for Vampire Boyfriend? She pauses, a momentary dreamy expression on her face, as she imagines how much better a weekend together with Vampire Boyfriend would be compared to this boring car trip. This can't be right, mumbles her father, scanning the horizon. But the directions said. Suddenly he brightens up. Oh, there it is. Playland. The girl cranes her neck to see that the car is fast approaching what appears to be a little carnival at the end of the road. She rolls her eyes. Oh, great. Of course her parents would take her here. First, they bore her with endless visits to museums and historical sites, and now, when they want to make it all up to her, they take her to a carnival for babies. She's not a kid anymore, but her parents still think that this sort of goofy nonsense should excite her. I know you've been bored going to all the historical sites with us, Honey Pumpkin, says her father as he pulls the car into a parking spot and applies the brake. That's why I asked the hotel concierge if there was anything good around here for kids. And wouldn't you know it, the next morning, what did I find shoved under our door? 3 free tickets. He holds up the tickets as if they were a trophy he'd won. The girl's mother nods approvingly. Now that's good service. I hope you left him a big tip. The girl groans. You can't be serious, Dad. A carnival? What, do you expect me to ride on the teacups or something? I'm 15. I'm not a dumb baby anymore. Language, young lady, admonishes her mother as she unbuckles her seatbelt. Your father worked really hard to find this place just for you. The least you could do is show a little gratitude for once. Oh, you think you're too old now, says her father. But I bet once we see some of these rides, boy, I'll bet you feel just like a kid again. He inhales deeply. Even inside the car, the unmistakable fair smells of funnel cake and corn dogs are in the air. You smell that? It smells like fun. Sure, fun. The girl pockets her cell phone. The family exits the car and walks toward the Playland gate, where they're greeted by a costumed employee. Welcome to Playland, announces the employee in a chipper voice. Your favorite amusement park. When you're at Playland, you'll find that the worries of the day melt away, and it's time for play. Oh, you speak English, says the father. He turns to the mother. See, now that's service. He hands over the complimentary tickets. The employee takes them with a smile and a flourish, and then ushers the family through the gate. The girl, however, can't stop staring at the gatekeeper. If she didn't know any better, she would think that he was dressed like Vampire Boyfriend. But that doesn't make any sense. It must just be a coincidence. But once they enter the park, she sees that all the employees are dressed like Vampire Boyfriend. The guy standing behind the counter of the ring toss booth, the guy manning the balloon station. The uniform for this park looks like the outfit that she imagined Vampire Boyfriend would be wearing in her first fanfiction story. Wait, says the girl, staring up at the bundle of helium balloons floating above the balloon vendor. Each balloon bears the name Vampire Boyfriend and the fanged bat logo of the film series. So it's not a coincidence at all? This theme park really is themed after her favorite films? Her father notices her change of expression, and he nudges her in the ribs. Eh? I told you that you like it. This is all about those movies you like so much, huh? Ghost Boyfriend or whatever? It's Vampire Boyfriend, Dad, she says distantly, but she's too mesmerized by her surroundings to put much feeling into the barb. How much for a balloon? Asks her father, pulling open his wallet and quickly thumbing through a stack of local currency. Oh, no charge, says the balloon vendor brightly. He plucks a string from the bundle and hands it over. Everything's free for our valued special ticket holders. Well, would you listen to that, says her father. He replaces his wallet in his back pocket. Now, this is the kind of carnival that I wish we had back in the States. The girl awkwardly takes the proffered balloon. She feels silly holding it, but she's more confused about why it's free. The whole point of offering free entry into a carnival is to gouge people with overpriced rides and souvenirs, right? But everywhere she looks, she can't help but notice signs advertising free corn dogs and bumper cars, unlimited rides for $0. How can this carnival make enough money to keep operating if it's not charging for anything? In fact, how can this carnival make enough money to keep operating when it's based around a niche film like Vampire Boyfriend? Are there really that many Vampire Boyfriend fans out here to keep this place in business? Not that there's anyone else around. As she scans her surroundings, she realizes that, while there are plenty of costume employees bustling around the fair, she doesn't see any other fair goers. It's as if this whole carnival was created and maintained solely for her benefit. Hey, Pumpkin, how about a ride? I bet you'd love to try out some bumper cars, huh? Says her father. How about we go for a race, and you can see if you can beat your old man, huh? He points to a bumper car ride across the midway. The girl stares. Like all the other rides, it's covered in Vampire Boyfriend murals. This one depicts a young woman running away from a pack of werewolves, and the young woman looks exactly like the girl. It couldn't be. But there's no other explanation. The young woman in the mural matches exactly the description of the girl's character Vampire Girlfriend from her fanfiction story, and the image of the werewolves looks like it's an illustration of the scene where Vampire Girlfriend gets kidnapped. How could this be? Could it be that the artist, obviously a fan of the Vampire Boyfriend films, is also familiar with her fanfiction? But even if that was the case, it's absurd to think that he would use it as an inspiration for a theme park ride. Who other than her would possibly recognize this scene? Says the girl's mother, walking up behind her and peering at the mural. Why, that girl looks just like you. I know, she does, says the girl quickly. It's almost a relief to know that her mother has also noticed the resemblance. At least it means that she's not imagining things. At the same time, she feels a twinge of guilt. Readers online are always accusing her of using Vampire Girlfriend as a thinly disguised self-insert. Seeing this larger-than-life picture of Vampire Girlfriend makes her think that there might be some merit to the accusation. Come on, you lot, stop worrying about some old picture and let's have some fun, says her father. He offers money to the ticket taker parked behind the kiosk, but the man merely shakes his head. Your money is no good here, sir, says the ticket taker. The bumper cars are free for our favored guests today. Their father clambers into the rink and ambles toward a bumper car. Her mother tugs at the girl's arm as if to encourage her to join in, but the girl resists. "Come on, what's gotten into you?" says her mother. "This place is just weird," says the girl. "Like, half of the stuff here isn't even from the official vampire boyfriend lore. It's all stuff that I made up for my stories." Her mother rolls her eyes in annoyance. "Really, we go to all this trouble to find something that you would like to do, and all you want to do is complain?" "I'm sorry, ma'am, is there some problem here?" The family is startled as another employee walks up to them. He's also dressed like vampire boyfriend, and a wide smile is plastered across his face. "You folks look like you're upset about something." "You're damn right I'm upset about something," yells the girl. In her rage, she throws her drink at the employee. He barely reacts as the cup explodes against his chest, dousing him with sticky soda. "What's going on here? Where did you hear about Vampire Girlfriend?" "Ma'am, Playland is designed to give every visitor the perfect experience," says the employee blandly. "That's not good enough. Tell me what's going on here." The employee's attitude changes on a dime. His bright smile fades, and suddenly his tone turns stern. "Ma'am, I'm afraid that you're going to ruin everyone's fun if you keep up this sort of behavior. We like to keep things fun here at Playland. If you want to spoil the fun, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave." "Fine, then we'll leave." "Oh, come on, young lady, we just got here," snaps her mother. "We literally drove all day to get here and you want to leave after just one ride? You don't even like rides." "There's a principle involved here," says her father sternly as he saunters up. "Young lady, if that's your attitude, then I think maybe you should go wait in the car, because your mother and I intend to have a good time." The girl doesn't have a chance to argue. The employee rests his hands heavily on her shoulders and turns her around. "Don't worry, folks. We'll escort her back to your car. You can join her as well when you're ready." The girl cannot believe what's happening. The employee politely but firmly steers her toward the exit, and Frog marches her out the gate. He abandons her in the parking lot, tipping his hat and smiling brightly before he disappears back inside the park. "Please try to enjoy yourself, ma'am, until your parents are ready to join you. In the meantime, why don't you work on that new fan fiction you've been planning?" "How do you know about that?" yells the girl. The employee doesn't answer, simply turning and fading back into the crowd. She rushes to the gate, but the gatekeeper stops her. "Sorry, ma'am, no re-entry without a ticket." "But I have a ticket," she cries. "You saw it. My dad gave it to you like half an hour ago. Come on, you can't be serious." She tries to push past him, but the gatekeeper grabs her wrists with surprising strength and holds her. Still smiling, he firmly escorts her back out to her car before releasing her. "Please, ma'am, don't make a scene. You're going to disturb our guests." "Who's in charge here? I need to talk to the manager. I want my parents back right now." The gatekeeper doesn't even respond. He simply returns to his station. There's nothing that the girl can do now but wait. She sits down in the gravel and leans her back against the side of the car. Minutes turn to hours, and still her parents haven't returned. Eventually, she goes back to yell at the gatekeeper again. "Where are my parents? They should have been back hours ago." "Sorry, ma'am. I guess your parents are just having too much fun right now. I'm sure you'll see them again soon, though," says the gatekeeper. The girl shivers as she feels a bite in the cool twilight air. She notices that the sun is starting to dip behind the mountains. It'll be dark soon. How much longer could they take? Even if they decided to ride on every ride in the park, surely they would be done by now. "What time does the park close?" asks the girl, a note of panic rising in her voice. The gatekeeper blinks serenely. "Playland is open 24/7, ma'am. We're always here when you want to play." The girl feels the color drain from her face as she ponders the possibilities. Her father has the car keys, so she can't take the car to go for help. She pulls out her cell phone, but she doesn't know the number she would need to alert any local authorities. And it's not like she speaks the language anyway. Other than the employees here at Playland, she hasn't met a single person in this whole trip who speaks English. She's completely helpless, trapped, and there's nothing that she can do except wait and hope. As the night settles in, she realizes that her wait might have just started. It might not be the happiest place on Earth, but it definitely tries to be. And while the world is full of sketchy amusement parks, most of them just want your money. The amusement park known as SCP-1357, however, genuinely wants you to have a good time. Sometimes it wants you to have a good time, whether you want to or not. SCP-1357 is a theme park with an area of approximately 4 square kilometers, located somewhere in Poland. The park has 4 entrances, at each of the cardinal directions. SCP-1357 is highly selective about who it allows to enter the park. restricting access to parties that meet the following criteria. The group must contain at least 2 adults in a romantic relationship. It must contain at least 1 member who is under the age of 18 and who thinks of the aforementioned romantic couple as their guardians. And every member of the party must possess a free ticket, hereafter referred to as SCP-1357-B. The park does not charge for admission, and the only way to gain access is to have possession of an instance of SCP-1357-B. Once inside, SCP-1357 looks like any other carnival, with thrill rides, amusement arcades, midway games, and concession booths. Highly unusual for a carnival, though, is that SCP-1357 does not accept any money. All rides, food, and souvenirs are free. The layout and theme of the park are different for different visitors and appear to be highly contingent on the desires of the youngest member of any visiting party. Often, the park will appear themed after various popular media properties, such as Batman, Winnie the Pooh, or Barney the Dinosaur. However, visiting parties accompanied by more imaginative kids may encounter substantially weirder things in the park, including talking animals, sentient foodstuffs, temporal displacements, and even extra-dimensional portals. Although the park normally sits empty, when a group meeting entry requirements arrive at the gate, SCP-1357 will spontaneously manifest a full working staff, people designated as SCP-1357-A. Instances of SCP-1357-A appear to be ordinary humans of various ages, ethnicities, sexes, and genders, all clothed in matching uniforms, suggesting that they are employees of the park. Instances of SCP-1357-A are exceptionally friendly and helpful, and are extremely dedicated to making sure that visitors to SCP-1357 have a good time. In fact, there's nothing that they care about more. There is, however, a darker side to SCP-1357, and one incident suggests the frightening lengths to which the park will go to make sure that its younger visitors truly enjoy their stay. As part of an experiment, a Foundation agent visited the park with his own family, each member equipped with audio recording devices that continuously transmitted to Foundation consoles. During his stay, he attempted to interrogate an instance of SCP-1357-A. The instance of SCP-1357-A refused to answer the agent's questions about the purpose or origin of the park, instead lamenting that the agent's attitude was going to spoil the fun for his family. Eventually, instances of SCP-1357-A escorted the agent to an exit and forcibly removed him from the park. When his wife attempted to follow him, the couple's daughter refused to leave. Instances of SCP-1357-A separated the daughter from her family, removing the wife from the park and keeping the daughter inside, leaving the parents with only vague assurances that their daughter would be returned when she was ready to leave the park. Attempts to forcibly recover the daughter proved futile, and even a well-armed rescue team was unable to overcome the seemingly infinite numbers of SCP-1357-A that SCP-1357 manifested to protect itself. Hopes that SCP-1357 might indeed allow the daughter to leave when she became bored with the park attractions also proved to be futile. Audio captured from the daughter's recording device seems to indicate that when she eventually demanded that SCP-1357-A's release her, she was instead placed into some sort of machine that altered or brainwashed her into becoming an SCP-1357-A herself. Subsequent park visits by Foundation researchers have revealed a new SCP-1357-A that matches the daughter's physical description but does not display any memories of her past life. Interactions with the SCP-1357-A that resembles the missing daughter reveal that, like other instances of SCP-1357-A, her only thoughts are on how to please park visitors and help them enjoy a pleasant visiting experience. In the end, Playland may offer the ultimate amusement park experience for free, but it might still exact a price that's way too high.
"Watch this," the teenage boy says before jumping his skateboard up onto the stair railing. His friends watch in amazement as he deftly guides his board down the long rail. They hoot and holler in support until suddenly, the boy seems to lose his balance. He falls from the rail and tumbles down the stairs of the large parking garage where they had been practicing their skateboarding tricks. The boy hits the ground at the end of the stairs, and all of his friends go quiet. The boy is stunned, but eventually he opens his eyes and stands up, but none of his friends can do anything except stare. "Oh no, oh no, oh no," the boy says as he looks down at his arm, which is now bent at a 90-degree angle in a spot where no joint should exist. The children watching all begin to scream, and one, unsure of what else to do, turns and runs. "What do I do? What do I do?" the boy with the broken arm says to no one and everyone. Luckily, one of the group quickly collects herself and steps forward to take control of the situation. "Come on," she says. "We're getting you to the hospital." The girl puts her arm around him on his non-damaged side and helps him to the street, where they have a stroke of good luck. Parked just a block away is an ambulance. "Hey!" the girl cries out, waving towards the ambulance. The paramedics inside must have seen her, because the ambulance's lights immediately come on and it drives the short distance to them. The ambulance stops and 2 paramedics quickly exit the vehicle. The paramedics don't even need to ask what happened. They can obviously see from the unnatural angle of the boy's arm that he needs immediate medical attention, and they quickly place him into the back of the ambulance. The girl begins to pull herself into the back as well, but is quite forcefully shoved back into the street. "Patients only," is the sole response from the paramedic who pushed her before he slams the door shut. The girl gets a brief look at her friend's frightened face through the back window as the ambulance speeds away. Several days later, the children are sitting outside of the same parking structure, but none of them are in any mood to skate. All they can think about is their missing friend. Neither the boy's parents nor the police have any idea what happened to him or where he went. There's no records at any of the local hospitals of him ever being brought there, nor does there seem to be any evidence of this particular ambulance having existed at all. No one even seems to believe the children that he got into an ambulance. The whole story just seems too far-fetched and outlandish, but the children know what they saw. As they discuss the events for the 100th or perhaps 1000th time, one of the smallest of the group suddenly stands up and points. "There it is!" The rest of the group looks in the direction he's motioning and sees the same thing. It's the ambulance. None of them know what to do as the vehicle flies past them, this time with no lights on, and comes to a stop a block away from where they first spotted it. They watch as the 2 paramedics exit the vehicle and go around to the back. It's hard to see from this distance, but it looks as though they took something out of the rear of the ambulance, something that requires both of them to lift before dropping it on the sidewalk behind some trash cans. The children watch as the paramedics get back into the ambulance and drive away, disappearing just as quickly as they appeared. After a moment of shock, they all in unison begin running to the place where the ambulance stopped. They come to a skidding halt just in front of the trash cans. None of them can do anything except stare until they all break out into screams, one of the children turning and immediately running away. And they have good reason to scream, because in front of them is their friend. His arm is no longer broken, appearing to have been somehow repaired in just a matter of days, but it is also no longer attached to his shoulder. The boy opens his eyes as his friends scream, and looks down to see that his arms and legs have been reattached at a new angle, jutting out from his back, leaving him standing on all fours, his face staring up at the sky like some kind of twisted animal. What happened to this young man was tragic, but he wasn't the first victim of this strange, malicious anomaly, and unfortunately, neither would he be the last, because this was SCP-4419, also known as the Butcher's Chariot. SCP-4419 appears to be a seemingly normal vehicle, which resembles a standard ambulance, though the exact make and model varies between manifestations. This anomalous ambulance will appear spontaneously in locations where a medical emergency of some kind is about to take place. Just how SCP-4419 is able to predict where and when these events will take place is unknown, nor is it understood how it always takes the form of an ambulance that resembles one appropriate to the local area. Once the medical event has occurred, whether that be a minor injury like a sprain or something more serious, such as a gunshot wound, SCP-4419 will quickly approach the injured individual. 2 individuals which have a humanoid appearance and are dressed in paramedic uniforms that are, just like the ambulance, always appropriate to the location, will exit the ambulance. They will then secure the victim, using a stretcher if need be, and place them in the back of the ambulance. While the individuals who emerge from SCP-4419 will, for the most part, act as though they are normal medical professionals, they will strongly resist any attempt to either impede them in their quest to secure the injured person, as well as prevent anyone else except for their target from getting into the back of the SCP-4419 ambulance, up to and including the use of extreme physical force. As soon as the paramedic-appearing individuals have managed to secure the victim in the back of the ambulance, it will then quickly leave the area at a high rate of speed, and research has shown that as soon as it is out of observation, SCP-4419 will demanifest, along with whoever is inside. But this isn't the end of what this anomaly has in store for its victim. Between 2 and 7 days later, the SCP-4419 ambulance will suddenly reappear at the same area where it picked up its victim. The same individuals will exit the ambulance and leave the victim somewhere nearby before getting back in the vehicle and leaving the scene once again. The victim who is left behind will always have suffered what can only be described as invasive bodily modifications. Their injuries are so extreme that in most cases they should have resulted in the death of the victim, and yet they will always somehow still be alive. While the exact form of modification will vary from victim to victim, there does appear to be some correlation between the original medical emergency and the resulting procedure. And the SCP Foundation has documented a number of encounters with SCP-4419, stretching all the way back to the early 1980s. Some notable examples include one from 1983, in which a pedestrian who was crossing the street was struck by an automobile, resulting in them breaking their leg. SCP-4419 was on site and quickly helped the man into the back of the ambulance. When he was returned several days later, all of his limbs had been reattached in such a way that they were protruding from the front of his torso. In another event which occurred in 1994, a man suffered a broken jaw in a fight outside of a bar. To no surprise, SCP-4419 was on hand and took the man away for treatment. When he was next seen, his jaw had been permanently forced open, and a glass window had been installed in the back of his throat, which permitted direct viewing of his heart, which had also been moved to the back of the throat. Unfortunately, there was no way to reverse this procedure, and the man had to be euthanized. In 2003, a husband and wife were in a car accident where they each sustained multiple broken bones. When SCP-4419 dropped them back off, the two had been fused together at the back, and any bones that were broken in the crash had been removed completely. When an elderly gentleman had a heart attack in 2006, he was picked up by SCP-4419 and returned with 11 new, non-functioning hearts grafted inside of his body. Attempts were made to remove these additional hearts through surgery, but unfortunately, the man did not survive the procedure. In 2008, a structure fire resulted in 19 people suffering extreme burns. 7 more injuries came when a crowd attempted to stop the SCP-4419 paramedics from placing all of the victims in the back of the ambulance, but they were unsuccessful in preventing them from leaving the scene with them. When the group of victims was finally returned, it was as a single organism, a large solitary mass which twitches and shivers when physical contact is applied. No method for euthanizing this organism has been able to be found, and currently they are stored inside of a tank at Site-31. In perhaps the strangest sighting of SCP-4419, a U.S. private was wounded while on patrol in Afghanistan, and a military medical evacuation vehicle arrived to evacuate him. Suspicious about the vehicle's sudden appearance and the forceful conduct of the medical staff, the private's fellow soldiers ended up opening fire on the vehicle. They reported seeing a viscous black fluid leaking from the vehicle's surface, but they were unable to stop it from taking the injured private. In a deviation from its normal behavior, the victim was not returned to the same place, and instead appeared in the barracks the next day. The victim had been broken down into a thin paste and was spread across the walls. Agents were dispatched to secure what was left of the man, and they reported finding a still intact eyeball that dilated when they approached. The collected viscera has been labeled as remains and placed in storage, but it is currently unknown whether or not the victim has truly expired. Due to the danger SCP-4419 presents to anyone who suffers an injury, as well as its ability to appear virtually anywhere on the planet, it has been classified as Keter. Containment efforts at this point are largely focused on maintaining information control and post-manifestation cleanup, as opposed to any attempts at physical confinement. Anyone who witnesses an SCP-4419 manifestation is to be administered amnestics, and victims are to be treated in order to restore them to their original physical state as much as possible, or euthanized when no viable medical treatments are available, with a cover story constructed in order to explain their death. SCP-4419 is one of the most cruel and sadistic anomalies in the SCP Foundation's database, ranking right up there with SCP-106, the Old Man. Hopefully one day we will find a means to contain this brutal so-called medical vehicle, but until then, be careful if you suffer an injury and an ambulance is suddenly on hand. You might come back changed in ways you never thought possible. It's late on a Saturday night in New York City, 11:55 p.m. to be exact. A man is running towards the subway station on 59th Street. He's just gotten off from work at the restaurant where he waits tables, and he's in a hurry to get home and spend some time with his girlfriend. As he approaches the station, he notices something strange. Someone has placed a wooden barrier in front of the entrance. The man has never seen something like this before, but he hasn't lived in Brooklyn very long. Everything about the station looks normal behind the barrier, and he's in a hurry. He doesn't want to have to go several blocks to the next station, so he hops the barrier. What's the worst that could happen? As the man walks onto the train platform, he starts to second-guess his decision. The platform is empty. And come to think of it,
He hasn't seen anyone in the station at all. Maybe he did make a mistake. Maybe the station really is closed for repairs. He turns around to leave, but just as he does, he hears a train. Good. Everything is normal. He checks his watch. 11:57 p.m. on the dot. The train comes to a stop, and its doors slide open. It looks a little older than the trains he usually rides, but it appears to be in perfect shape, and it's going the direction of his home, so he steps on board. Just like the station and the platform, there's no one else on the train. Strange, but he's ridden nearly empty trains before, especially late at night, though usually at this time on a Saturday there's at least a few people on board. Just then, he hears something in the station. He turns to see someone running down the platform crying out. "Stop! Stop!" the man in the Mass Transit Authority vest cries, dropping what looks to be his dinner on the platform as he runs. While the MTA worker is still several feet away, the doors snap shut and the train begins to move. The MTA worker cries out again to stop, but he knows there's no point. He watches as the train heads down the tracks and disappears into the darkness. With a sigh, he takes out a walkie-talkie and it squawks to life. "We've lost another one," he says. "Hi, I'm Dr. Bob, and this is SCP-052, also known as the Time-Traveling Train." SCP-052 appears to be a standard-looking Type R4 New York City subway train. Official city records state that the train was built in 1932 and decommissioned for scrap in 1975. Despite the fact that it should no longer exist, SCP-052 continues to appear on the Uptown AD track at the 59th Street and 8th Avenue station at exactly 11:57 p.m. every Saturday night. The train appears to be in perfect condition, just the same as when it was built over 80 years ago, and it is marked as an A train. Each Saturday, the train arrives at exactly the same time, opens its doors to accept or discharge passengers for precisely 5 minutes, then closes its doors and disappears until the next week. Where did the train come from? And where does it go in between the weekly appearances? These are questions the SCP Foundation is trying to answer, but perhaps the most frightening aspect of SCP-052 is that once you get on the train, there's no guarantee of ever getting off. Sadly, the majority of subjects that have been observed boarding SCP-052 have not been heard from again. The rare few that have been recovered claim to have boarded the train on various dates, ranging from 1976 all the way to the year 2204, with the latter claiming he thought he was boarding a special 300th anniversary train. Thus far, none of the recovered passengers have reported any memories or knowledge of their time on board the train between entering and exiting. Any passengers spotted disembarking from SCP-052 are to be immediately brought to Site 21 for questioning to determine their origin and assess whether they pose any threat to the current time stream. The Foundation has had great success administering Class A amnestics to passengers who arrived from the past and reintegrating them into society. But any passenger who is identified as being from the future must be held indefinitely to prevent potential disruptions to this reality's time stream, per Order 69-A1 from O5 Council Member 05-9. There are currently 26 recovered passengers being held at Site 21 who fit this description, and there are not yet any procedures in place that would allow for their safe release into modern society, nor has there been any workable theories for how to return them to their original home time. Despite the protocols in place to prevent public access, some passengers from the present have still managed to accidentally board SCP-052, and subjects from other times continue to appear. Following interviews, it's been discovered that some of these subjects arrived from alternate timelines and realities. This raises the question of whether it is possible for SCP-052 to appear in other times and places, which may require the containment of additional locations, and reports of any suspicious activity involving unscheduled trains are being monitored and investigated around the world. Following its initial discovery, several tests were attempted in order to better understand the anomalous train and what may be happening when it is no longer visible. The first test took place on May 31st, 2009. An agent was told to simply board the train. They did as requested and have yet to be recovered as of the present date. A second test took place a week later on June 6th. This agent too was never recovered, though reports indicate that he may have returned to our timeline in 1980, at which point he was killed in a confrontation that has since been classified.
A third test was conducted the next week on June 13th. Once again, the agent was told to board the train and did so. This time, though, the agent returned. Just 2 weeks later, on June 27th, the agent stepped back off the train, with his hands appearing to have been surgically removed. A note had been placed in his pocket that had the simple message, "Send no more," written on it. The agent claims not to remember any of his experiences on the train over the 2 weeks he was gone, or what may have happened to his hands. Following this third test, O5 Command issued orders stopping the use of Foundation agents as passengers on SCP-052. D-Class, due to their disposable nature as convicted felons and death row inmates, were considered as potential replacements for the agents in the exploration of SCP-052, but the risk of releasing them into the past or the future was determined to be too great. Other than the agent who knowingly boarded the train, several other notable passengers have been recovered. One case involved the recovery of a woman who entered the train on July 14, 2012, but was recovered 4 years earlier, on March 8, 2008. She entered the train while on her way home from the theater, and was surprised to learn she traveled 4 years into the past. Because another version of her existed at the time she was recovered, she was held to prevent unwanted temporal effects. Another subject was recovered in 2008 who claimed to be from the year 1976. Although there was nothing physically wrong with him and no risk of time stream disruptions, Foundation psychiatrists recommended that he be held indefinitely, as 32 years was believed to be too long a period of time to successfully reintegrate into society. Perhaps the most interesting recovery was of a man claiming to be a Level 4 supervisor from the SCP Federation, who boarded the train in December of 2124. He said that he had been administered a Class A amnestic prior to boarding, and remembered nothing until his recovery in 2010. While the agent can clearly never be released into society, O5 Command has approved the sharing of classified information about various anomalies, in the hopes that he can provide additional information on possible containment procedures. Because SCP-052 has so far proven impossible to stop or remove from the New York City subway system, it has been classified as Euclid. But its predictable nature means that the Foundation is usually able to prevent the public from encountering it. The 59th Street ABCD station is closed to the public between 11 p.m. on Saturday night and 1 a.m. on Sunday morning, under the pretext of track maintenance. Any passengers seen leaving SCP-052 must be taken to Site 21 for debriefing and processing, and members of the public who simply see SCP-052 may be released after the administration of a Class B amnestic. As for what happens to most of the passengers who board SCP-052 and are never seen from again, we simply don't know.
Warning lights flash, and heavy boots stomp down the sanitized hallways of Site 19. A mobile task force has been dispatched, wielding heavy weaponry and wearing tactical gear. But underneath their jet black armor, these mobile task operatives are sweating. The SCP thereafter has a very particular set of skills that make them a nightmare to people like this team. Plainly put, anything that the mobile task force can do, the anomaly can do better, because the anomaly that chose to breach containment is SCP-056, codenamed A Beautiful Person. This shape-shifting being takes the form of a superior version of whatever object or entity it encounters, though typically only by a relatively slim margin. The Foundation has no real way of truly containing SCP-056 because of the unique nature of its anomalous abilities. Instead, their tactic has long been playing to the truly toxic ego of the creature, designing the containment chamber more like a luxury hotel room, perfectly suited to 056's refined taste. However, as a sentient being with a mean streak, keeping an entity like 056 permanently caged is rarely as simple as sprucing up said cage. Some days, like today, 056 will want a change of scenery, and on those days, there's almost nothing the Foundation can do to stop it. As the mobile task forces dispatched to Site 19 scan the halls and spool through security footage, desperately hoping to find some clue as to the vain creature's presence, 056 is actually long gone. Having assumed the form of a handsome, charming scientist after an average-looking scientist with bad social skills walked past its containment chamber, 056 had slipped out of the site undetected before anyone even realized that a breach had occurred. Then, seeing a vulture fly overhead, 056 had taken the form of a bald eagle and flown further, leaving the isolated Site 19 in the dust. 056 is ready and eager for a night on the town, but when 056 decides it's going to paint the town red, it doesn't always mean it in the metaphorical sense. 056 arrives in a small American town, like many that pop up along lonely desert highways. Noticing a plain, unremarkable woman walking past, it immediately transforms into an absolute stunner with fine diamond jewelry and an expensive-looking red dress. As she walks to a local diner, she turns heads from everyone she passes, doing nothing to hide her conceited smirk. I really should do this more often, she thinks. When she passes a self-conscious-looking woman with a fake Gucci handbag, 056 suddenly manifests the real deal, brimming with stacks of cash and even more jewelry. Everywhere she goes, her mere presence makes people feel terrible about themselves, and she couldn't be happier. She walks into a local diner where a report on the radio is detailing abandoned, wrecked cars found along the side of a local highway. There were bodies inside in horrific states, so horrific that they couldn't even share the details on the broadcast. But 056 doesn't care about any of that. She simply orders some pancakes in the diner and rudely asks the cashier if he can break a $100 bill. When she receives her pancakes, she takes a single bite before throwing them at the wall and complaining about how terrible they are, then leaving. She takes joy in knowing how awful this will make people feel. On the way out, she decides to take a shortcut down a dark alley, where a woman in expensive clothes, carrying an expensive purse brimming with money, is liable to attract the wrong kind of attention. Two muggers, one armed with a switchblade and the other armed with a gun, emerge from the darkness, wearing malicious grins. That purse looks a little heavy there, lady, one of the muggers says. Yeah, how about you let us carry it for you, the other adds. 056 smiles and says, Are you sure you have the upper body strength? They don't take kindly to this. As the two muggers prepare to beat this strange woman within an inch of her life and steal all her earthly belongings, she suddenly transforms, shapeshifting into a ripped kung fu master in white robes. Before either of the muggers can respond to this baffling transformation, 056, in his kung fu master form, is beating the living hell out of them and leaving the dastardly duo in a crumpled heap on the ground as he walks away, whistling a merry tune. But making women feel inadequate, insulting small businesses, and beating up petty criminals isn't enough for SCP-056. This thoroughly unpleasant anomaly has the need for speed, and the best way to achieve that need is to obtain a car, or perhaps, even better, become one. Not long after the thought passes his mind, 056 arrives at a parking lot. He looks over the various parked cars, most of which are unremarkable specimens. That is, until he comes across a parked Ferrari and feels his imagination begin to soar with possibilities. A Ferrari? Oh, I can do better than that. In the following moments, SCP-056 flawlessly shapeshifts into a brand new, cherry red Bugatti sports car and starts doing gleeful donuts in the parking lot. 056 then puts the pedal to the metal and speeds out onto the road, where it can pick up some real speed, having no idea that for once it would attract some attention it didn't want. But 056 doesn't care about that yet. It's too focused on breaking its speedometer with sheer insane speed, tearing down the highway at over 100 miles an hour, then building and building and building. 056 is lucky that there are seemingly no other cars on the road tonight, well, except one that it notices far in the distance behind itself. Is that a beat-up old police cruiser? How embarrassing. 056 speeds up even more, hoping to leave the police cruiser as little more than a distant memory. But it doesn't work out that way. Instead, the beat-up police cruiser miles behind 056's sleek supercar begins to build in speed. Little by little, it seems to be doing the impossible, catching up. Being a thoroughly arrogant and unpleasant anomaly, 056 doesn't take the prospect of being humiliated lightly. It decides to take a sharp left turn off of the highway onto a mostly dirty side road, slowing down slightly, as though to challenge the police cruiser to carry on the chase. The police cruiser accepts the challenge and makes the turn after 056 with shocking speed. How is this busted-up old police cruiser keeping pace with a brand-new anomalous Bugatti? 056 doesn't understand, but it won't give in. It has to keep believing it's the best, no matter what. 056 tears off down the road until it reaches some dense woods with only a single dirt road cutting through the middle. The Bugatti's wheels kick up mud and dry leaves, its roaring engine sending the animals of the forest scattering in every direction. And still, the police cruiser follows, its high beams cutting through the murky gloom of the forest. Suddenly, it goes from eerie silence, save for the roar of twin engines, to the flashes of red and blue lights and the shrill wail of the police cruiser's siren. 056 finds the whole arrangement laughable. It's escaped the SCP Foundation before. Did some small-town cop really believe he could take 056 down? But what 056 doesn't know is that it isn't being followed by just any small-town cop. It gets a clue to the true horrifying nature of its pursuer when the Bugatti's radio crackles into life, and a single word begins endlessly repeating in a warped, scratchy voice suffused with static. Run, 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 run. 056 is at a loss. This doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be possible for any normal police cruiser to have this effect, unless... Before 056 can even finish the thought, the police cruiser closes the distance in a single freakish burst of speed. It smashes into the back of the Bugatti and rams it into a brutal tailspin, sending it skidding off the dirt road and crashing into the trees, where it flips twice and comes to rest upside down. Totaled. Its radio still repeats that single warped, ominous word. Run, 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 run. 056 is stunned as it lays, injured and in car form, against the cold and unyielding trees of this dark, isolated forest. How is that even possible? It doesn't make sense. Is this police cruiser some kind of undercover tactical vehicle in league with those worthless worms at the SCP Foundation? The police cruiser has ground to a halt on the dirt road, idling, its lights still cutting through the gloom. The driver's door, marked with the words, "Protect and Serve," slides open, and a shadowy figure steps out. 056 can immediately sense an inhuman presence in its midst. This may look like some doughy, middle-aged cop with a handlebar mustache, but that's just a disguise, and if anyone understands disguises, it's SCP-056. What 056 doesn't know is that the entity about to attack it is, in fact, known to the SCP Foundation, but isn't aligned with them in the slightest. They refer to it as SCP-973, codenamed Smokey, an anomalous police cruiser that contains a terrifying occupant. It's known as one of the more deadly, mysterious, and sadistic creatures that the Foundation still hasn't fully succeeded in containing. Any humans who fall prey to it have a terrifying demise in store for them, but how would an anomaly fare? We're about to find out. Smokey, the nightmarish anomalous police officer, begins walking down the grassy bank towards the overturned Bugatti. His skin is paper pale. His eyes glow a burning brimstone red. He clenches his pale, veiny fists, excited by the thought of the coming violence. This idiot in the sports car really thought it could get away from him? No one gets away from Smokey. "Exit the vehicle, boy," Smokey says in a crackling southern drawl, "or I'm gonna rip you out of it." But Smokey doesn't wait for an answer. He charges forward and digs his fingers into the metal of the car, displaying his terrifying superhuman strength. He begins tearing away parts of the car, peeling back panels of metal like a normal person would peel an orange. He imagines the terror of the person within, the sweet fruit under all these layers of obstruction. "Gonna get you, boy," he repeats, voice almost shaking with excitement. "Gonna get you. Gonna get you. Gonna make you scream. Gonna make you scream like a scared little piggy." Then suddenly, the car just vanishes. The chunks of metal he's holding are gone. Smokey looks around, baffled. He's done strange and terrible things on these roads, but this is still a new one, even for him. He looks up and stares into the darkness of the forest. The car is nowhere to be seen out there. "Where are you, boy?" Smokey rasps. "You think you can run from me?" Smokey hears a subdued scoff coming from behind the tree in front of him, followed by a tall, dark stranger stepping out into the dim light of the cruiser's high beams. It's SCP-056, but it isn't taking the form of a luxury sports car anymore. Now, it's taking the form of a cinematic legend, Dirty Harry, as played by Clint Eastwood, the ultimate shoot-first, ask-questions-later cop. "You think I'm running from you, punk?" Harry asked. "Truth is, I was sick of looking at that ugly mug of yours. Figured I'd take 5 before I came back and put a bullet through it." Smokey growls, his jaw unhinging and extending into a horrific black hole. "Not exactly disproving my point there, Slick," Harry chided. Smokey isn't one for trading barbs. He runs towards Harry with his hands extended, claws growing out of the tips of his fingers. But Harry knows he's dealing with a monster now, and he's ready to fight back. Quicker than Smokey can even notice, Harry reaches into a holster in his coat and pulls out his trademark weapon, a .44 Magnum revolver, one of the most powerful revolvers ever made, and he's a dead shot with it. Harry draws a bead on Smokey and fires a high-powered round through the monster's forehead. Smokey is staggered for a moment, seemingly almost stunned by the shot, but the effects wear off quickly. Smokey roars and swings for Harry, who dodges in the nick of time. Smokey's clawed hand tears through the bark of a nearby tree. 056 buries a moment of quiet anxiety. It thinks, even for me, this thing is powerful. I need to watch my step. You ought to show me some respect, boy. Smokey growls. I'm a man of the law. You have no idea what you're dealing with. He swings again and again for Harry, forcing him further back into the forest. 056 tries its best to maintain that unflappable Eastwood calm. Respect is earned, not given, punk, Harry says, leveling his magnum. You think you're hot stuff because you torture and terrorize? Putting down scum like you is exactly why I joined the force. Harry unleashes, emptying the cylinder into Smokey's center mass. Bang, 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 bang. Smokey's body does the bullet dance as Harry's magnum rounds punch into him like hypersonic metal fists. Smokey digs his feet into the ground and steadies himself. Harry reaches into his pocket for some spare rounds, discharges the empty shells from the cylinder, and begins quickly reloading the revolver. Smokey gives him no quarter. The demonic cop charges forward and grabs Harry by the lapels of his suit jacket, lifting him off the ground and slamming his back into a nearby tree. The revolver falls from his hand and clatters to the forest floor. Smokey has the upper hand now. His grip is ironclad. It seems as though 056, even as Dirty Harry, won't be able to escape this one. Smokey presses him against the tree until 056 can feel the bark creaking and his bones beginning to buckle. Not so talky now, are we, boy? Smokey snickers. I'm gonna kill you slow. You're gonna beg for mercy. You're a good fighter, 056 said, beginning to shift, but I'm better. Moments later, SCP-056 is no longer Dirty Harry. Now, he's John Wick. The movie super assassin specialized in almost every form of combat. Smokey is briefly confused, and 056 takes advantage of that. With a few expert strikes to Smokey's face, 056 is able to wriggle out of his grip and kick Smokey in the chest, creating some distance between them. Let's go. It's been too long since I've had a decent workout, 056, as John Wick says. Smokey reaches for John Wick, but John, drawing upon his years of combat experience, blocks Smokey's attack and returns a brutal flurry of blows to Smokey's face and chest. Every time Smokey swings with his supernatural strength, 056 swipes at his arms and uses his momentum against him. While Smokey clearly has the strength advantage by the nature of SCP-056's anomalous ability, this form clearly trounces Smokey in terms of skill. Part of 056 is afraid, having rarely been met with this level of resistance. Another part of 056 is exhilarated. Getting to be better than an entity this formidable is a truly thrilling experience. You're really starting to get on my nerves, boy, Smokey says, pulling out a nightstick from his police belt. 056 draws a long titanium combat knife out of his coat. Prove it, he says, assuming a knife-fighting stance. Smokey swings for 056 with his nightstick, who blocks it with the edge of his blade. What follows is almost a kind of sword fight, where 056 and Smokey take turns striking and parrying with their respective weapons. 056 cracks his neck, giving a smarmy grin that only irritates Smokey further. The demonic cop throws his nightstick directly at 056's face. The arrogant anomaly is able to deflect the well-aimed stick with his knife, only to realize that it was just a distraction from the following haymaker. Smokey's fist collides with 056's cheek with the force of a runaway car. It knocks him off his feet, taking his legs out from under him and throwing him to the ground with a mighty thud. And Smokey doesn't let up. He crouches over the stunned 056 and strikes him again and again, pounding his clenched fists into 056's head. If the self-obsessed anomaly had any chance to speak, it probably would have yelled, "Not the face! Not the face!" Unlucky for 056, mercy is not a word in Smokey's vocabulary. 056 doesn't have time to transform. With every punch, 056's body is pounded deeper into the dirt. He can feel himself losing consciousness under the flurry of blows. For the first time, he's truly terrified about what will happen to him if he passes out. What terrible things will Smokey do to him? Suddenly, floodlights illuminate the forest from every angle. The hum of helicopters sound from far above. Tactical vehicles surround the forest, manned by highly trained, highly armed SCP Foundation mobile task forces. Snipers line up their shots on Smokey, preparing to fire with armor-piercing 50 caliber rounds. Ground troops armed with assault rifles all pour in. As though a magic spell has been cast, Smokey, along with his cursed cruiser, disappears. All that's left is a bruised, bloody, and disoriented SCP-056, still shaking in pain and terror on the ground. It doesn't take long for 056 to be surrounded by Foundation personnel, ready to take it back into containment. To even its own surprise, it's tremendously relieved. 056, whimpering, says, "I'd like to go back to my room, please." The final bell rings, signaling the end of a new class's first day at middle school. A girl exits the building, her backpack slung over her shoulder, body hunched under its unfamiliar weight. It's been a long and tiring day. Her family just moved to this small Oklahoma town from the big city, and of course, she's spent every minute since then trying to adjust to her new surroundings. It's never easy to be the new kid in town. Right now, all she wants to do is to get home and relax. She doesn't want to think about school and its related anxieties for the rest of the night. As she walks down the stairs, she notices the school bus parked at the curb. Thank goodness, she thinks. I can't wait to get out of here. This day can't end soon enough. But for some reason, something about this bus sets her nerves on edge. What is it that just seems off? There's nothing blatantly wrong with the bus, but when she looks closer, she realizes that it definitely looks a little strange. The different parts of the bus just don't add up. Some parts are new, clearly just off the factory floor, while others are battered and bruised from long-time wear. Some parts even seem to come from different makes and models of bus. I guess it's not that strange, she thinks. After all, her old school always had a measly budget. You could practically see the road through holes in the floor sometimes. Her new one probably just has those same issues. Aren't those problems all over the country, after all? The school probably just had to buy a dilapidated old bus cobbled together from random parts to make ends meet. And besides, she thinks as she watches her classmates pile onto the strange bus without a second thought, none of the other kids seem to think that there's anything weird going on. This must all just be in my head, she thinks. I'm probably just being weird because I'm so tired. I can't let myself become the new girl and the weird girl. The girl is startled as she hears a voice behind her. Hey! She turns and sees a boy that she recognizes. He sits behind her in class. They haven't spoken before now, but he seems friendly enough. You're the new kid in school, aren't you? He says. Yes, my family just moved to town. She tries to talk to him, but she can't help but keep getting distracted by the weird bus. Right. The boy glances at the bus, as if he can sense her discomfort with it. You worried about the bus? I was pretty nervous my first time riding it, but I don't worry about it anymore. You get used to it, he tells her. Right, she says. The girl feels her cheeks going red with embarrassment. She doesn't want her classmate to think that she's scared of riding a bus. What if he tells the other kids that she's frightened of a bus ride? They're all going to think that she's some kind of silly baby. I'm not scared of the bus. It is just a bus, right? The boy grins, as if he knows something that she doesn't know. The girl doesn't want to admit her fear, and so with a defiant step, she climbs the stairs and enters the bus. Once she's on board, her unease doesn't go away. The first thing that she notices is that there is no one in the driver's seat. That's weird. Did the driver just step away to use the bathroom or something? Seems pretty irresponsible to leave the bus unattended. There's a line forming behind her, though, so she doesn't have time to think about this. She takes a seat and stares out the window, keeping to herself. The boy from her class follows and takes a seat next to her. It's a little wild at first, but trust me, you'll get used to it fast. In fact, some of us think it's kind of fun now. The girl blinks in confusion. Who is this weirdo that gets such a kick out of riding the bus? She almost wants to snap at him, to tell him that of course she's not scared of riding the bus. She's ridden the bus hundreds of times back at her old school. But at the same time, there's definitely something weird going on here. And as much as she's trying to play it cool, she's clearly not able to hide her feelings. This boy can easily sense that she's uncomfortable. Suddenly, the bus lurches into action and pulls away from the curb. But wait, how can this be? She never saw the driver get back on board. The bus can't be driving itself, can it? She stands up in her seat and cranes her neck to see. Her eyes bulge from her head in fear and surprise as she realizes that, in fact, there's no one driving the bus at all. The driver's seat is empty, and the wheel is turning by itself as the bus careens down the road. Who's driving the bus? She shouts, but the other kids barely even react to her outburst. Most of them are chattering amongst themselves, and only one or two turn to look at her briefly before shrugging and turning back to their own private conversations. A chorus of giggles behind her alert her to the fact that she's just completely embarrassed herself. What's the matter? You scared? Calls an older boy from the back of the bus, guffawing loudly. Of course no one's driving. Don't you know anything? Leave her alone, says the boy in the seat next to her. It's her first time. She's never ridden the bus before. She's too panicked to correct him that, yes, she has been on the bus before, but not a bus like this one. What's going on? We're all gonna die, she cries, clutching at the seat in front of her in terror. Despite her fear, though, she can't help but notice that the bus isn't simply speeding into oblivion. The bus obeys all the traffic laws, stopping at stop signs and signaling before turns. It's almost as if the bus itself is alive and aware of what it's doing. That's just how it is, says the boy next to her in a matter-of-fact voice as if he's anticipated her question. Apparently, this is a normal day for kids here in this Oklahoma town. The girl doesn't think she could ever get used to a bus that drives itself. But what comes next is going to prove to be even stranger. But you might want to close your eyes for this next part, says the boy. The girl asks him what he means by that. But before he can answer, she feels a strange wave of sudden nausea overcome her. Her vision goes hazy, and the whole world seems to waver in her sight. But the sensation passes quickly, and everything is quickly back to normal. Or is it? She turns to look out the window. The city passing by is familiar. She can recognize many of the same buildings that she passed on her way to school this morning. But now they seem strangely altered. The structures are in advanced states of disrepair, with broken windows and boarded-up doors. The gutters are filled with trash and debris, and the streets seem to be abandoned. The bus takes a left turn down a side street, and the girl catches a brief glimpse of the town city hall in the distance. She gasps. City Hall is on fire. Great gouts of hot red flame pouring from the shattered windows. Sirens echo through the air. The sky above is an ominous red, filled with angry storm clouds with jagged bolts of dry lightning dancing between the thunderheads, and she can see the funnel of a distant tornado making a touchdown in the hills. The bus briefly comes to a stop in front of the library, dutifully obeying a flickering traffic light. The library's windows are dark, but she can vaguely see shapes moving about inside. Electric sparks shoot from malfunctioning street lamps, and downed power cables flail like angry snakes in the street. It looks like some terrible natural disaster has hit the city. But what could it be? Surely she would have heard some warning while she was at school. They wouldn't have just carried on as usual in the classroom while the world outside burned. She turns to the boy next to her, a fearful question on her trembling lips. He seems to know what's going on. Otherwise, how could he be so eerily calm while everything outside the bus is falling apart or on fire? What happened to the city? Was there an earthquake? No, he would have felt it. Was there a hurricane? Every possible disaster scenario runs through her head as she desperately tries to think of an explanation. But what happens next reveals to her that there's no natural explanation for the strange sights that assail her eyes. As she watches through the window, a squadron of armed soldiers march down the street toward the darkened library. Suddenly the doors fly open and people pour out, screaming as if they're being chased by some unspeakable evil. The girl expects that the soldiers must be here for disaster relief, but she is horrified when, instead of helping the escaping library patrons, they instead open fire upon the crowd. The girl screams in terror, but the other kids barely even notice. They're too busy talking or laughing. One kid is so disinterested in the spectacle outside that he's playing with a handheld game console rather than watch the carnage unfold. How can this be happening? Has the whole world gone crazy? She's filled with terror as she wonders, is the whole town under siege? Is her house still standing? Are her parents safe? Where is this bus even taking her? I told you that you might want to cover your eyes, says the boy next to her. The bus continues on its route, passing all sorts of terrifying sights. A parking lot has been transformed into a mass grave. She watches as uniformed police line up peaceful citizens against a brick wall to brutally execute them by firing squad. Mass riots are taking place in the town's central park. People are yelling obscenities and pounding one another into pulp, while armed law enforcement officers sweep in to escalate the situation. The air is thick with screams, gunfire, and the smell of burning bodies. The shopping mall is overrun with giant spiders, which chase screaming shoppers out of the exits. She sees rats as big as cars scurrying out of the alleyways, grabbing random people with their taloned paws and biting their heads off with their long, sharp incisors. On the distant hills, she can also make out the outlines of even stranger creatures that she cannot identify. Dinosaurs, aliens, demons. She doesn't come from a particularly religious family, but the sights that she sees today definitely make her think that she might be seeing a glimpse into the maw of hell itself. The girl has never seen anything so awful in all her life. To her surprise, several of the other kids cheer as the bus drives past a gaggle of walking corpses. They're mutilated and half decomposed, but somehow still mobile, shambling down the sidewalk and moaning. How can the other kids be enjoying this? Yeah, chant the kids. Zombies, that rules! Maybe we'll get to see them eat some brains for once, cries the older boy in the back of the bus with sudden glee. What is going on? Repeats the girl. It's just the usual bus ride, says the boy next to her. Don't worry, I felt the same way when I first started at this school, but it's really not so bad. I mean, it's kind of cool, isn't it? The girl opens her mouth to respond, but she's suddenly overcome with that familiar feeling of nausea. The world quivers briefly in front of her, and suddenly, everything is back to normal. The sky is clear and blue, the buildings are no longer dilapidated. People are bustling in the streets, going about their usual business. There's no sign of any of the horrors that she just witnessed. No fires, no soldiers, no monsters, and no zombies. The boy next to her commented that they must have been reaching someone's stop. From around the bus, she hears several other kids groan in frustration. They were hoping that they would get to see some exciting zombie carnage, but it looks like that show will have to wait for another time. The bus slowly comes to a halt, and the girl tenses as she hears the hiss of its air brakes. The door opens, and the girl realizes that the bus has stopped in front of her house. She's relieved to see that her house is standing, and she can see her mother gardening in the front yard, safe and sound. Was it all a dream? This is my stop, says the girl, standing up as if in a daze. The first time's always a little wild, says the boy as she leaves. Don't worry, tomorrow will be easier. The girl steps onto the curb and away from the bus. The doors close behind her, and the bus pulls away, continuing on its journey. Did you enjoy your first day of school today? Asks the girl's mother. The girl can only stare in shock as the bus drives away. What just happened? Did a self-driving bus just take her on a tour of hell before bringing her right to her own doorstep? Or did she really just imagine that whole experience? As you astute Foundation veterans have probably already put together, this new girl at school didn't imagine anything she just saw. That girl just had her first encounter with SCP-3583. At face value, SCP-3583 resembles an ordinary school bus, albeit one composed of completely random parts all held together by some unknown force. The bus is self-driving, and in fact resists any attempt by a human to sit in the driver's seat. At some point, SCP-3583 became attached to a particular school in an undisclosed Oklahoma town for reasons the SCP Foundation still doesn't understand. Every school day, at 3:45 p.m., it appears outside of the school just as the school day comes to a close. The bus can hold up to 56 children and up to 8 adults. If it judges that not enough children have boarded, SCP-3583 will begin to honk its horn. The horn has a peculiar hypnotic effect on all children within hearing range. They will be compelled to drop whatever they are doing and board the bus, meaning that the bus has some innate cognitohazardous properties. If the bus still feels that it hasn't reached its quota, it will increase the volume of its horn until it has attracted enough children that it can begin its route. Depending on how many adults have boarded, SCP-3583 has 2 distinct patterns of behavior. If 4 or fewer adults are aboard, SCP-3583 enters behavior pattern 1. In this pattern, SCP-3583 will dematerialize and enter a parallel reality called SCP-3583-A. SCP-3583-A superficially resembles the normal geography of the same Oklahoma town, with some minor but very important changes. The typical city landscape is replaced with a hellish alternative full of crumbling architecture, marauding monsters, shambling zombies, fires and natural disasters, and instances of military violence and civil unrest. SCP-3583 will travel through this terrifying hell dimension along normal bus routes, studiously obeying all traffic laws and pausing to re-enter our own reality, only to deliver kids to their own homes. Interestingly, SCP-3583 only offers door-to-door service and ignores all conventionally posted bus stops. If 5 or more adults are aboard, SCP-3583 enters Behavior Pattern 2. In this pattern, SCP-3583 will travel to the sites of mass casualty events, seemingly arriving in the days or weeks preceding the incident, where it will circle the area for approximately 45 to 100 minutes. After this, it will enter Pattern 1, delivering each child passenger to their home, before then delivering its adult passengers home as well. Known mass casualty sites visited include Pompeii, Nanking, and the World Trade Center in New York. Passengers inside SCP-3583 can take photos or video through the bus window, and all footage shot from within SCP-3583 matches exactly with archive footage taken at the mass casualty site at the time that SCP-3583 supposedly visited. However, SCP-3583 itself has never been reported by witnesses at any site or seen in any archive footage of any site. Luckily, SCP-3583 has proven to be a boon to this struggling school district. The school principal noted that SCP-3583 has a better safety record than any human driver. In addition, it never calls in sick and is never late for a pickup or drop-off. Every student that has received a ride in SCP-3583 has arrived safely, if a little shaken, at their home destination. And best of all, SCP-3583 is saving the school a lot of money on both driver pay and vehicle maintenance, money that the school has used to hire a new music teacher. The general consensus of the local community is that as long as SCP-3583 wants to work as a school bus and continues to do a good job, who are they to look a gift horse in the mouth? Although it still might behoove some of SCP-3583's more sensitive riders to shut their eyes and plug their ears until they get safely home. The SCP Foundation first became aware of SCP-3583 when students began posting cell phone footage of their rides online. Although the Foundation has successfully scrubbed information about SCP-3583 from the internet, it has been less successful in figuring out what to do with the so-called school bus from hell. Foundation field agents are so far unable to explain SCP-3583's motive or operations. Conventional attempts to contain SCP-3583, such as impounding the bus or towing it to the junkyard, are futile. SCP-3583 will immediately dematerialize, falling apart into a rubble of disparate bus parts as the force binding it together appears to abandon this plane. However, SCP-3583 will always return the next school day, ready and willing to begin its afternoon shift. Agents have considered closing the affected school, but feared that would only move the problem, as SCP-3583 would simply attach itself to another school. The SCP Foundation is currently monitoring the situation and has several agents embedded within the school district posing as regular staff. Because of this immense difficulty in containment, SCP-3583 has been given the Keter Object Class. Considering the number of SCP anomalies that involve horrific bodily harm being done to their victims, it's honestly a breath of fresh air to be dealing with one this seemingly benevolent. A little post-traumatic stress disorder aside, of course. And while Hellbus may be what most around the Foundation have taken to referring to this particular anomaly, I'm going to stick to my own name, the Tragic School Bus. It's October 31st, 2021, and anyone who's anyone in the upper crust of society knows that there's really only one place to celebrate Halloween if you want to stay relevant: a certain Norwegian billionaire's yearly costume ball. Invitations are highly exclusive, and if you have to ask where you can get one, you're definitely not on the list. Those lucky, beautiful, famous, or just plain rich enough to be invited receive the notice a year in advance, in an increasingly elaborate fashion each time. Rumor has it that one year the billionaire specially trained a flock of purebred carrier pigeons to deliver the invites, printed on scrolls recovered from the ruins of the Library of Alexandria. But that's just a rumor, of course. This year's invitations arrived in the form of a luxury sports car with a simple, gold-embossed card hidden in the glove compartment that read, "Lucky You." It then provided information on this year's theme, medieval fantasy. The dress code would be strict, and failure to comply would result in being barred from entering the event. It also included a vital piece of carefully guarded information, the location of the party. The lavish event is held in the billionaire's castle, nestled in the remote countryside of Norway, which he had built a decade ago specifically for this one night a year. For the other 364 days, it sits vacant, except for a full staff to keep it in prime condition, of course. As a group of first-time partygoers pull up the long, winding driveway to the castle's gates, their limo is stopped by a guard. "Your driver will need to let you out here," he explains. "Can't have someone who isn't on the list coming up to the residence," your host insists. And so the group, 2 men and 2 women, climbs out of the car, and they all make their way up the drive on foot. They didn't prepare for the trek, and by the time they reach the castle gates, the ladies are sweating into their exquisite handmade gowns, and one of the gentlemen has torn a small hole in his tights. Nevertheless, they have arrived at what promises to be a truly grand occasion. Once the gates creak open and grant them admission, they quickly forget the discomfort of the long walk. Reports of the event have not, in fact, been greatly exaggerated. It is every inch as impressive as they could have imagined it would be. A lush golden carpet rolls out from the doors into the ballroom, and a herald clad in period attire blows a horn to signal their arrival. He announces their names to the room, where beautiful people are already dancing and frolicking to their heart's content. There are rows and rows of delicious-looking food, including roasted pigs, fresh fruit, and cakes. There are fountains filled with the finest champagne, and a full orchestra provides live music that fills the enormous halls. Above it all, the host himself sits, dressed in regal robes and a crown positively dripping with jewels. It is the most indulgent, decadent,
glorious event any of them have ever been a part of. There are no clocks inside the party castle, and no other way to note the passage of time while inside. This is entirely deliberate, and an event there ends only when the guests have all grown too weary to continue the merriment. It is for this reason that the 4 newcomers do not notice how late it has grown, or the fact that one day has already bled into the next outside the castle. By the time they stumble back outside, filled with cake, champagne, and fresh gossip they can't wait to repeat, it is nearly dawn. They walk back down the path that led them to the castle, their steps a little heavier with exhaustion and the aforementioned champagne, and notice that there are rows of limousines and other cars waiting where they were dropped off. "Excuse me," one of the women calls out to a guard. "Where's our limo?" "Where did you tell him to wait?" the guard responds. At this, the woman looks at her companions, who all shrug. None of them were aware of this practice, and they sent the driver home when they left the car. "We didn't," she explains. The guard stares at her blankly for a moment, then bursts out laughing. "Well then," he says, "you'll just have to walk." Surely there's a contingency plan in place, right? Their wealthy host can't expect his guests to walk home if they didn't think to plan ahead and tell their driver to wait all night. The group waits for the punchline, revealed that there is a driver on staff ready to give them a ride or someone who can call them a cab, but it never comes. Not only that, but none of their cell phones have a signal. They can't call the driver to come back, even if he wasn't likely to be dead asleep at this hour. The guard is right. They will have to walk, at least until they have enough of a signal to call for a taxi. So, with no other option in sight, the disillusioned partygoers begin the long journey back to civilization. Light is beginning to trickle back onto the landscape, allowing them to at least see where they are going, but it is still mostly dark as they make their way along the road. "Are we safe out here?" one of the men asks. "From what, muggers?" the other replies. "There could be bears out here," one of the women remarks. "No," the other woman insists. "The bears are all hibernating this time of year, aren't they?" They all collectively shiver at the thought of encountering a bear or anything else out on this lonely road, with nowhere to hide and no way to defend themselves. Best not to dwell too long on that thought, or they might find themselves paralyzed with fear. They still have who knows how many steps left to go before they can relax. They walk together in silence for a long time, listening for the sound of any dangerous criminals or bears creeping up behind them, but nothing comes. As they slowly progress, the sun begins to emerge on the horizon, flooding the landscape with warm light and chasing away the fear of the dark. "Look," one of the ladies finally breaks the silence. "Up there!" She points, directing her friend's attention to a hill up ahead. There, they can make out the silhouettes of men on horseback, wearing suits of medieval armor. They're dressed as knights, like something out of a King Arthur story. "They must have come from the party." The others nod, agreeing. "Maybe we could ask for a ride?" one of the men suggests. "Or to borrow a horse," the other chimes in. In agreement, the 4 approach the knights in shining armor, waving their arms as they go. "Halt! Who goes there?" shouts one of the knights. "Oh, there's no need for that," the other woman laughs. "We came from the same place." "Art thou friend or foe?" the knight asks. He does not remove his helmet. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword. Thinking it all must be some kind of joke, the group of partiers continues up the hill. Spurred to action, the knight draws his sword, brandishing it threateningly. This is enough to stop the group in their tracks. "Is he serious?" mutters one woman to the other. "I can't tell," she replies. "That sword looks pretty real, though." Behind them, they hear the clip-clop of hooves and turn to see 2 other knights sitting atop massive black horses, brandishing weapons. "I think we should go," she yells to her friends, gathering her skirts and running back down the hill, but the rest of the group don't seem so willing to turn back. "You want to play a game? Then let's play," says one of the men as he draws his own sword, a perfect replica of one wielded by a character in his favorite fantasy television series, and tries to wave it back at the knight, but he promptly drops it on the grass. It's much heavier than he thought it would be. "Leave this place now, or face your death," a voice bellows from above him. "Now wait just a minute, who do you think you're talking to?" the man says as he bends down to pick his sword up again. But before he can finish, there's a flash of glimmering steel in the sunlight, followed by a spray of dark red liquid that hits the rest of the partygoers. They watch in silent horror as the man's head rolls off his shoulders before looking back at the man on horseback. This isn't a game at all. The blood-stained partygoers turn and run from these frightening strangers on horseback, but they can hear the thunderous hooves following them, the clank of the metal armor. The woman who first began to run looks back over her shoulder and can't believe what she sees. It's a rout as the mounted knights chase their fleeing foes, cutting them down in their retreat. All she can do is run and hope that they're too distracted with their current quarry to come after her.
She doesn't know how long she runs before the sound of the massacre starts to fade out, but eventually, it does. Unable to run any longer, she collapses in the grass, frightened and confused by all that has happened. But with a scream, she jumps to her feet once again as she hears footsteps behind her. "You can't sleep here," says a man with a harsh, barking voice. "This is a restricted area." Before her stands the second group of armed men she's seen that day. This time, they're dressed in modern military attire. The Norwegian army? She can't be sure. The man doesn't have an accent. She starts to plead with the man, but he abruptly cuts her off. "What year is it?" he asks, his expression serious. She answers, confused, giving him the current year. He relaxes. "This area is closed to the public. It's not safe for you to be here. Let me escort you out of the perimeter," he offers. She tries to tell him what she's seen, the strange men on horseback, her friends being slaughtered before her eyes. When the man asks how she got there, she lets the whole story come pouring out. The billionaire, the invitation, the party. In her frantic state, she doesn't notice one of the guards, who radios to someone that it looks like he's done it again. The man questioning her changes his tone. He doesn't seem at all concerned about a murderous group of medieval knights in the woods. "Sounds like you had a bit too much to drink," he tells her before putting a comforting arm around her shoulders. And she doesn't even notice the syringe until she feels a prick on her upper arm before losing consciousness. The woman would be returned home and have no memories of the events that she witnessed. She'd never remember how much danger she was in when she had a brush with SCP-526. SCP-526, also known as the Valhalla Gate, is located on a hill in Norway. The SCP Foundation has hidden information on the gate's exact whereabouts, no doubt to stop curious civilians from wandering into danger or filming short viral videos. But if you find yourself in the Norwegian countryside, it can still easily be identified. Simply look for a ring of 9 stones, each standing at about 2 meters tall, placed in a 10-meter radius at the top of the hill. If you're not certain whether you're in the right place, or if you just happened upon another mysterious stone circle, look for the runes inscribed on the inward surface of each one. If the runes are there, you're in the right place, or the wrong place, depending on who you ask. Every day at sunrise, give or take about 15 minutes, the gate will open and release a group of warriors from any point in history, fully armed and outfitted for battle. These can range from a small group of archers to 300 Spartans to groups of highly trained special operatives, and every member of the temporarily displaced group will be from the same period in history. As if they all ran through some sort of rift at the same time. Though these resulting manifestations rarely harm anyone, staying in place 92% of the time after they first appear on the hilltop, the remaining 8% lead to scenarios which can truly be a bloodbath. After all, to an army lost in the fog of war, emerging in a strange land in an unfamiliar time, anyone can look like an enemy. No matter how they behave on their initial appearance, those who cross through SCP-526 will attempt to attack anyone who approaches the anomaly. They will remain in the area until sunset, at which time they disappear, presumably returning back to wherever and whenever they originated. The SCP Foundation first discovered SCP-526 after a group of backpackers were hospitalized in the area. They claimed to have been walking through the hills when suddenly they were swarmed by, quote, a bunch of Vikings with axes. Naturally, this drew the attention of Foundation field agents, who soon found the mystical stone circle responsible for the attack. The survivors were given amnestics, and a cover story circulated blaming the claims of Vikings on recreational hallucinogens. Since this first incident, notable encounters between the Foundation and the soldiers traveling through the temporal gate have been few and far between, but there have been a few that were designated significant enough to be recorded in the official archives. 4, to be exact. In the 1990s, a member of the Foundation containment team spotted 40 figures making their way down the hill in the dim dawn light. They were holding longbows and swords, weapons at the ready as they made their descent. One member of the team, who it should be noted was on his very first day of containment duty, made the mistake of calling out to the strangers. "Gentlemen, please lower your weapons," he called. His request, however polite it may have been, was answered with an arrow to the shoulder. Thankfully, the rest of the team was able to swoop in and settle things before the situation could progress any further. The injured personnel was given prompt medical attention and reassigned to a desk job, where he was much less likely to encounter flying projectiles of any kind. A few years later, the team of Foundation operatives placed at SCP-526 had started to grow complacent. There had not been a violent incident in ages, just a series of very confused people appearing at sunrise and milling around until they vanished at sunset. It seemed that most of the subjects passing through the temporal rift were not as bloodthirsty as one might expect.
Then, one operative was startled out of a daydream by the thunk of a stone axe hitting a tree near his head. He and the rest of his team looked up to see a group of 30 men clad in animal skins pouring down the hillside, rushing right for them. In their fists, they held crude weapons carved from stone, their wild eyes, untamed beards, and blood-stained clothing becoming clearer as they grew closer. Fortunately for the SCP Foundation, these cavemen had brought clubs to a semi-automatic rifle fight. They opened fire, and within minutes, not a single hide-clad man was left standing. It was a bit awkward, looking at their fallen bodies for the rest of the day, but the team saw no point in moving them if they were just going to disappear that night anyway. One task force member spent the rest of the day looking at his hands, paranoid he may have shot one of his ancient ancestors and erased himself from the timeline in a back-to-the-future-like fashion. This was, thankfully, not the case. Several more years passed, and the century turned to usher in the new millennia. In the early 2000s, a platoon of 20 Russian soldiers, later identified when a Foundation officer attempted to translate several curses yelled at him by one of the men, materialized, wearing World War II uniforms and carrying rifles consistent with that time period. Most of them did not move from the hill, staying in a defensive position, but a few got a bit too bold and opened fire on the Foundation operatives. The fire was returned in kind, and 2 men were killed, but the rest were left unharmed for the remainder of the day. The final incident on record is particularly notable because, in this case, the soldiers that appeared did not belong to a particular country's military, nor were they from the distant past. There were 30 men and women, dressed in an uncomfortably recognizable uniform. These were the members of a lost SCP Foundation mobile task force, all killed in action during a field mission several years prior. Wanting to avoid friendly fire, the operatives placed at the site attempted to speak to these MTF members, but they did not respond. Instead, they attacked and would not relent until air support arrived in the form of a Foundation AC-130 gunship, Thor's Hammer, leaving 3 dead and 11 wounded when the smoke finally cleared. This last encounter raised some difficult questions about the nature of SCP-526 and the mental state of those who passed through it. They seemed unable to recognize their own peers, unable to hear what they were saying. Their instinct to defend SCP-526 from any perceived invaders overrode whatever familiarity or loyalty they might ordinarily have for other Foundation operatives. It was a tragic, disquieting affair with no clear answers in sight. The SCP Foundation is of course no stranger to terminating its own, but the individual officers present for this incident reported a high rate of post-traumatic stress disorder, and several requested to be given amnestics in order to put a stop to recurring nightmares. The Foundation will not be able to learn more unless more of their own fallen soldiers pass through the gate. Even if they do, it is impossible to say whether they will be able to ask any questions or engage in a dialogue, or whether they will have to gun them down in another round of kill or be killed. Because there is no way to know what each new sunrise at SCP-526 will bring, the SCP Foundation has classified the anomaly as Euclid. As there is no way to move SCP-526 to any official Foundation site, the 15-kilometer radius around the anomaly has been converted into Armed Containment Area 31. The cover story for this area is a military weapon testing site, and there is a no-fly zone in effect there. A team of qualified field agents is placed on site in order to observe and neutralize any subjects that emerge from SCP-526. Because all is fair in war and, well, war, the agents placed there are permitted to use deadly force if their lives are threatened or the containment is jeopardized. 30 minutes before the sun comes up, the containment teams are placed on full alert and will keep their eyes on SCP-526 until the sun has set and all potential threats have disappeared. If a given day's apparitions are too aggressive or too numerous for the teams on the ground to contain, Mobile Task Force Sigma-9, or Valkyries, may assist via airstrike. Since the Foundation has set up its perimeter around SCP-526, no civilians have been harmed, though the same can't be said for Foundation personnel or the revolving door of strange warriors emerging on the hill. The protocol has been considered successful. I haven't yet been out to see the gate in person myself. I tend to be more of a pacifist, but if I ever do, I'll make sure to bring a shield, a bulletproof vest, and perhaps a full suit of armor. Why not? The best offense is a good defense, I always say. There are no streetlights on this stretch of the old, narrow road which runs through a rural part of West Virginia. A car has gone off the road into a ditch and needs to be pulled out. A common task for this tow truck driver, and he's often in the area doing similar jobs, though he's never been on this particular road, and he has to keep his eyes peeled for any signs or other markers that might give him an idea of how close he is to his turn. He spots something up ahead, but as he gets closer, he sees that it isn't a road sign, it's a billboard. As he passes by, he can make out the weathered lettering advertising a diner 20 miles down the road. That's
it's probably been closed for at least as many years. As he continues driving, he sees more dilapidated billboards, advertising other long-since shuttered businesses like gas stations and auto body shops. But then he sees one on the road ahead of him that's nothing like the others. This one doesn't look old at all. In fact, it looks quite new. He drives by and has to question if he saw it correctly. It seemed like all it said was, "Get away," over and over, and then the name of a road. Is that an invitation or a warning? It wasn't even clear what kind of business it might be advertising. He continues driving, but he can't quit thinking about that strange sign. He even feels compelled to turn around so he can get another look at it. But there's no need, because as he rounds a curve, there's another of the same sign. This time he slows down as he passes to get a better look, and he was right. It just says, "Get away" multiple times with the name of a road. Wagriwa Road. Must be Native American or something. Now he really can't get the billboard out of his mind. What does it mean? What is it advertising? And why is there a third one of them just ahead of him? He pulls his truck to the side of the road, stopping with his headlights illuminating the sign. He gets out of the truck and stands in front of the billboard. It's just the same as the others. "Get away," written over and over. Wagriwa Road. He can see now that the background of the sign is a picture of some trees on a gray, cloudy winter day. He also notices for the first time that there's another line at the bottom. "Find what you are looking for." What does it mean? Find what you're looking for on Wagriwa Road? Where even is that? There's no directions, no address, no phone number. He takes a step back from the sign and looks up and down the darkened road. What is he doing out here on the side of the road? Someone is stranded in a ditch waiting for him and he's staring at a billboard? He gets back into the truck, puts it in gear, and drives away. As he continues down the tree-lined rural road, though, he inevitably finds his thoughts turning back to the signs. Get away. But find what you're looking for? Doesn't make any sense. Or are you supposed to get away to Wagriwa Road? Who would put these up? And why do they look so new? Everything else out here looks like it's for a business that shut down years ago. What are they trying to... He suddenly slams on his brakes and comes to a screeching stop in the middle of the road. His eyes are locked on what's in front of him. His headlights aren't lighting up another billboard, though. This time, it is a worn road sign. Wagriwa Road. He can't help it. He has to know what's down this road. He has to know what these signs are about. The stuck driver can wait a few minutes longer. He turns his truck onto the narrow gravel road and drives for a few hundred yards, following it around a couple of bends as it winds through the trees until it abruptly ends. There's nothing out here. No buildings, no signs, just what looks to be a dirt path leading deeper into the woods. The tow truck driver switches off the ignition, and the road is plunged into darkness. He reaches under his seat and takes out a flashlight before getting out of the truck. He shines the light into the woods surrounding him, but there's nothing to see. No, wait. There is something, and it's coming down the path out of the trees. "Phil? Phil, is that you?" The figure that stepped out of the woods is talking to him. He shines his flashlight at them, and they raise a hand to shade their eyes from the light. "Sharon, what are you doing out here?" It's Sharon, the tow truck driver's ex-wife, but he thought she'd moved to Colorado after she remarried. Why would she be here? And what was she doing emerging from the woods? "Phil, come here. I need to show you something." He hesitates for just a moment, but then finds that he's walking towards his ex-wife. Before he can reach her, she turns around and starts walking down the path back into the woods, and he follows. He walks just behind her, his flashlight illuminating the path in front of them. He thinks he hears a rustling coming from the woods next to him, and searches the trees with his flashlight, but doesn't see anything. "Come on, it's just a little further," she says. "Where are we going? What's just a little further?" "What you're looking for." The woods suddenly open up, and he finds that they are standing in a clearing. She stops walking, and he pauses next to her. He opens his mouth to speak, but she quickly shushes him. "Quiet, they're almost here." The tow truck driver looks around, but he doesn't see anything, just the faint outline of trees that are barely visible on this moonless night. But then he watches as several creatures begin to emerge out of the woods into the clearing. They're deer? He watches as just a few come towards him at first, but then he notices that they have completely surrounded him. There must be over 20. "Turn off your light," she tells him. He obeys, and in the darkness he can see now that there is something special about these deer. Their eyes are glowing with a pale white light. One of the smaller deer steps forward and cautiously approaches him. He squats down and holds his hand out, showing it that he means it no harm. The deer looks back nervously at a larger one that he thinks must be its mother. It looks like it nods in approval, and the smaller deer moves closer. He can clearly see its big, beautiful doe eyes glow brightly in the dark. you're okay, he says, and leans forward to give it a reassuring pet when... Following the mysterious disappearances of multiple people in an area of West Virginia near the town of Harper's Ferry, the SCP Foundation soon became interested in a particular stretch of road where it appeared that many of those who had gone missing had traveled just prior to their vanishing. Agents were dispatched to the area and immediately detected high levels of thaumaturgic energy, with the epicenter appearing to be on a plot of privately owned land. Investigation of local records revealed that the land was owned by a man named Richard Redkin. The Foundation staff contacted Mr. Redkin under the guise of being federal agents investigating a crime that had been committed on the property while he was away. Mr. Redkin happily cooperated with the agents, explaining to them that he had never experienced any abnormal events on the property while he was living there, but that he had not resided on the land for some time. Strangely, he claimed to not know the road as Wagriwa Road, insisting that as far as he knew it had never had an official name, being nothing more than a long driveway out to his property. When asked if he could remember anything else abnormal about the location, he told the agents no, but that his daughter had written many fictional stories about strange happenings on the land, and perhaps those had somehow turned into rumors and then urban legends, though that was a long time ago. When the agents requested to meet with the daughter, he explained that it was impossible. She had drowned many years prior in the nearby Shenandoah River. The agents again examined the local records and found that Mr. Redkin wasn't lying. His daughter really had passed away, and her body was found in the river. The timing of this accident was quite coincidental, though, as it had occurred exactly 1 week before the first missing person in the area was reported. Quickly realizing that something was not quite right with this piece of land, the SCP Foundation authorized the purchase from Mr. Redkin, who was more than happy to sell, and a research outpost was constructed to further investigate the anomalous events which had collectively been dubbed SCP-4434. While exploring the surrounding area, they soon found what so many others had before: the bizarre billboards imploring one to both get away as well as come to Wagriwa Road to find what you were looking for. The signs, which were designated as SCP-4434-A, were found on roads across the West Virginia, Maryland, and Virginia tri-state area, but their locations would often change, with the billboards only manifesting for short amounts of time before vanishing and reappearing elsewhere. Bizarrely, when attempts were made to photograph or videotape the signs, the resulting footage would show only a blank white sign. The Foundation knew that they needed to investigate further, and several experiments were authorized to find just what was happening on the land at the end of the mysterious road. A D-Class personnel, D-84021, was given a radio and implanted with GPS locators in his neck, torso, and thigh, and sent down the road with orders to report back on what they experienced, though unlike the people who had gone missing, he was not shown the billboard prior to entering the area. The D-Class walked to the end of the road, where he reported that a creature was emerging from a path leading into the woods. He soon exclaimed that the creature was a dog that he used to own. The researchers monitoring the test were confused, since the dog had apparently been deceased for some time, and yet, here it was standing in front of him. Although the D-Class had seemed hesitant at the start of the mission, once he saw his childhood dog, all of his fears were set aside, and he willingly followed it deeper into the forest. After 90 seconds, the D-Class reported that he had entered a clearing and was being surrounded by a group of deer. The reports stopped soon after, and were replaced by the sound of screams as D-84021 was attacked and apparently consumed by the deer. 2 of the 3 GPS trackers remained active for the next 40 minutes, and SCP researchers followed their path as they moved to the middle of the clearing and then appeared to enter a sinkhole or cave of some sort, where they traveled slowly in a winding pattern downward until contact was lost. Following this test, the Foundation researchers suspected that the creature that would emerge from the woods, which had been designated as SCP-4434-B, was able to change forms into one that would be trusted by those who entered the 4434 area. The deer, on the other hand, seemed to always maintain their appearance, and the whole group was designated as SCP-4434-C. The tests were far from over, though. For the next, 2 D-Classes were sent into SCP-4434 in order to see what form 4434-B would take when more than one person was present. Just like before, an entity emerged from the woods, but this time, it took the form of a young man in a suit, who immediately offered to clear any and all debts the D-Classes held, as well as expunging their criminal records, freeing them from their life as test subjects. All they would need do is follow him into the woods. The agents monitoring the test ordered the D-Classes not to follow the man, but they were ignored, and the researchers listened as they instead began conversing with SCP-4434-B, seeming to be quite interested in his offer.
They soon followed him into the woods, and just over 2 minutes later, they too were attacked and consumed by SCP-4434-C. It appeared now that once someone entered the SCP-4434 area, they were all but helpless to resist the compulsive effects of SCP-4434-B. The Foundation researchers wanted to test the limits of SCP-4434's power, and so they then came up with a rather creative procedure for the next test. Another D-Class personnel was sent down the road, but this one was wearing a body harness that was connected to a pulley system, as well as being equipped with a camera. He was ordered to wait at the edge of the SCP-4434 area until the 4434-B entity appeared. The entity soon emerged, taking the form of a middle-aged woman. As soon as the D-Class was seen conversing with the entity and agreed to follow it, the pulley was engaged in order to forcibly pull him out of the area. This was followed by an entirely unexpected event. The middle-aged woman quickly produced a knife and, with a supernatural speed, severed the rope on the pulley system. The now freed D-Class stood up, followed the woman into the woods, and was consumed soon after. The researchers were growing frustrated with their lack of advancement in understanding the anomaly, and so for the fourth test, they decided to take quite extreme measures. A drone was used to fly over the area, which identified the mouth of the cave that the GPS trackers had been taken into. It was a 3.5-meter wide hole in the ground, too dark to see anything past the entrance, and the drone installed an anchor point in the ground at the mouth of the hole before flying in to explore further. But the signal was almost immediately lost. Progress had been made, though. Yet another D-Class was selected, this time one who had climbing experience. D-84041 was warned in advance that the SCP-4434-B entity would appear to her and would have a compulsive effect, and that she was to ignore them no matter what form they took, and instead proceed as quickly as possible to the cave, which had been designated as SCP-4434-D. D-84041 was taken to the road, and she immediately began running down the path into the woods. She was able to reach the mouth of the cave without seeing any anomalous entities, neither 4434-B nor the carnivorous deer. She quickly attached the rope she had brought to the anchor that was installed by the drone and began rappelling into the hole. As she descended down, she described the normal, rocky cave, one that grew wetter the further down she went. Surprisingly, she soon reached the bottom, where she found a spherical room, roughly 8 meters across. But this was not anything like the entrance to the cave. The floor of this room wasn't made of rock or dirt. It was more like flesh, and it appeared to be breathing. And there was something else down there, too. A folded piece of paper with writing on it. The D-Class was ordered to pick up the paper, take a sample of the cave floor, and exit the area as soon as possible, as there was no way to predict if the SCP-4434-B and C entities, or something worse, would soon appear. After taking a sample, she began climbing out of the cave. When she emerged, there were still no signs of any anomalous creatures, but she quickly made her way down the road and out of the SCP-4434 area. When she reached the waiting agents at the edge of the area, D-84041 handed them the sample and the paper that she found, but then stopped and turned around. There on the ground, roughly 5 meters away, was a plate of food. Without any hesitation, she walked back into the SCP-4434 area, picked up the plate, and walked back into the woods. She was never seen again. It was now clear that 4434-B could take forms other than just humanoids and animals. As the objects that the D-Class had managed to get out of SCP-4434 were analyzed, the area's former owner, Richard Redkin, was again questioned by Foundation agents. They asked him if there was anything he failed to mention in their previous interview, and he told them that there was one thing that he preferred not to normally discuss. Just before his daughter's death, in addition to her fascination with writing and coming up with stories, she had become obsessed with the occult. When they asked him about the paper they had found within SCP-4434-D, he told them that it was very likely that she had written it. The SCP Foundation now understood why they had detected so many thaumaturgic particles in the area, which is the residual energy left over from a particular form of ritualistic practice that is more commonly known as magic or witchcraft. The contents of the paper found in the cave seemed to add additional weight to the theory that his daughter may have been involved in a ritual that led to the creation of SCP-4434, because written on the single page is a poem which reads, "The forest is a sea, the wind is the waves, and the water is the leaves. The streams become undercurrents, the birds become fish, and coral finds its home as fungus, growth sprouting as I wish. The ground is the shore, pulling me by the feet, dragging me down and pulling me back and forth on repeat. I dove down past the light, down where I couldn't breathe, and found nature looking for a fight. Yes, the forest is a sea,
but I've made it barely big enough for me. The forest is a sea, so now something's bound to come eat. Things only became more mysterious, though, when Foundation researchers performed a DNA test on the sample taken from the bottom of the SCP-4434-D cave. What they found was that it was, just as D84041 had described, a flesh-like substance, and that it was a 78.9% match to Melanocytus johnsoni, better known as the deep-sea anglerfish. And there was one final discovery to be made as well. Linguistic teams within the Foundation investigated the name of the road that had appeared on the SCP-4434-A billboards, and discovered that the word was very similar to the Native American Tutelo tribe word Wagriwa, which roughly translates to the phrase, "I have come back." Just a little further, your friend says. They're leading your group, and as you all emerge from the woods, your flashlight illuminates a tall chain-link fence with barbed wire strung across the top. How are we supposed to get over that? Another of your friends asks, and the group's leader has just the answer. They point their flashlight several yards down, where you see a large pine tree that has fallen over onto the fence, creating a bridge that you should be able to shimmy along to get over the barrier. You and your group of friends take turns climbing over the toppled tree before dropping down on the other side of the tall fence. After dusting yourselves off, your group walks further into the clearing until you come to an old set of railroad tracks that are rusty and look like they haven't been used in some time. Well, one of your more incredulous friends asks, what's supposed to happen? The group's leader explains that if we're lucky, we'll see it. See what? The ghost light. They go on to explain that on certain nights, a mysterious light will appear in this very clearing, wandering the area around the railroad tracks. What is it? You ask. Your friend tells you that many years ago, maybe 100 or more, this was once a bustling and busy stretch of railroad. One night, a Union Pacific worker came out to check a portion of the tracks that were supposedly damaged. The worker went out into the night with his dim lantern, and he walked along the tracks until he stopped in this very clearing. He spotted what looked to be damage to one of the rails and bent down to examine it. No one knows why he didn't hear the train barreling towards him or hear its whistle cry out in the night, but the man would never hear anything again, as BAM! The train took his head clean off. Now, with only his lantern to guide him in the night, the headless railway worker wanders this clearing, still searching for his missing head. That's a stupid story, one of your friends says. How could someone not notice an entire train? I don't know, but it's true. No, it isn't. As the two go back and forth, you suddenly notice something in the distance. Hey, look over there. Everyone follows the direction you're pointing and sees it, a dim ball of light hanging in the air. See? Your friend says. I told you it was true. He steps towards the ball of light, and as he does, it actually moves, drifting back at the same rate he comes forward, as if to maintain the exact same distance. When your friend takes a step back, the light moves just the same. Look, over there, you say. Another one. What's going on? Were these the ghosts of multiple headless rail workers, all searching for their missing craniums? This light is brighter than the other, though, and rather than maintaining a set distance from your group, it's slowly moving towards you. What do we do? One asks. I don't know, the leader says. I've never dealt with a ghost before. The light continues to move towards your group, and no one knows what to do. Frozen in fear, you watch as the light passes straight through you, and your friends start to scream as it is absorbed into your chest. Their cries become muffled, though, sounding to you as if they're underwater. Your hearing isn't the only thing that feels that way. Your whole body suddenly feels as though you're submerged in liquid. You can't breathe, and you thrash at the air, trying to swim, but nothing is there. You scream and choke and fall to the ground as the ball of light passes through you like you weren't even there, leaving you in the dirt, gasping for breath. Your friends rush over to help you up, asking what happened, but there's no time to explain, because two even bigger, brighter lights have appeared. You're terrified of what they might do to you, but before you can even think about running, a voice calls out from the darkness. Stop right there! The two big balls of light are headlights attached to the front of a black SUV, and a pair of angry-looking armed guards have just gotten out of it. The last thing you hear is one of the men say, I can't believe we have to deal with this, before you feel the sting of a dart hitting your thigh, and your vision goes black. You open your eyes to find that you're sitting in your own car with your group of friends. They too appear to have been asleep and are just waking. You're parked on the side of the road next to a thick forest of pine trees, and the sun is just starting to rise. What were we supposed to do again? One of your friends asks from the back seat. I don't remember, you say, but the sun's coming up. Let's get out of here. And you drive your group of friends back home with no memory of the previous night's events. This group of teens was quite lucky. What they thought was little more than an urban legend known as the Gurdon Lights was actually a mysterious and dangerous anomaly, which the SCP Foundation knows much better as SCP-2640. SCP-2640 is a temporal anomaly that is found within a 5,000 square meter area near the town of Gurdon, Arkansas. The area is densely covered with pine trees, with the only man-made object found within it being a set of railroad tracks that bisect the area. Of most interest within SCP-2640, though, are the strange entities that manifest inside. Designated as SCP-2640-1, these entities are floating orbs of light that are capable of appearing alone or in groups, though no more than 12 at once have ever been observed manifesting at the same time. Their light will vary in intensity, from 75 to 450 lux, which is roughly equivalent to the range of light produced by standard light bulbs, and the color is always a bluish-white. The lights will normally be seen to travel slowly within SCP-2640, though they have been observed moving quite quickly on occasion, with the quickest ones having been measured traveling at speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour. There is also a connection between the luminosity of the entities and their behavior. Those measured at less than 150 lux will not interact with humans, instead maintaining a distance of at least 20 meters from the nearest observer at all times. Attempts to move closer will lead to the entity moving away at the same rate, ensuring that it maintains the same 20 meters of distance at all times. On the opposite end of the scale, those that are closer to 450 lux are very active and will approach and even interact with humans. In some instances, the brighter SCP-2640-1 entities will actually pass through solid objects, including people, which leads to a very strange sensation for the person involved. When this has occurred, the subject has described a sensation of being suspended in liquid or floating in a swimming pool, despite there being no outward physical changes to them. This feeling of being in water will start the moment a 2640-1 entity makes contact with their body, and will cease once it is no longer touching them. The SCP-2640-1 entities appear bound to the SCP-2640 area, and any that approach the boundaries will slowly dim until they disappear completely. In order to better understand the nature of SCP-2640, and specifically the 2640-1 entities found within, an expedition into the area using D-Class personnel was authorized. The 3 Class Ds were equipped with special equipment capable of measuring the relative reality distortion in a given area, and told to follow along the railroad tracks that run within SCP-2640, with orders to report anything they experienced that was out of the ordinary. As they progressed deeper into SCP-2640, their equipment detected significant reality-distorting effects, and just as they did, the SCP-2640-1 entities began appearing. Despite being quite scared of what they perceived as ghosts, the Class D personnel were under strict orders not to run. The 2640-1 that was on the brighter end of the scale approached one of the D classes and passed through his body, leading him to experiencing the sensation of being underwater, and, since he was unable to swim, made him believe that he might drown. The entity passed harmlessly through him, and he was left with no lasting injuries, at least not any physical ones. After this test, and given the extremely high reality-distorting effects that were detected in the area, it was theorized by researcher Dr. Connors that SCP-2640 might be one of the strongest temporal anomalies on the planet. His report goes on to hypothesize that SCP-2640-1 are actually life forms from another time period that we can see visually, due to this anomaly, yet cannot interact with, lest we cause irreparable damage to the time-space continuum. Dr. Connors also noted that the area of SCP-2640 appeared to be slowly growing, and in order to prevent further spread, the installation of several Zyank Anastasicos constant temporal sinks, or exacts, was authorized. And it was a good thing that the exacts were installed, because there was soon an incident that would prove how necessary they are. In a debriefing after said event with Tony Hargrove, a Level 3 tech support staff, the SCP Foundation learned a horrifying reality about the true nature of SCP-2640. Mr. Hargrove explained that he was sent into SCP-2640 in order to assess the damage to the Foundation assets after a major tornado had passed through the area. He explained that while power was still running to the site, one of the exacts had been damaged and needed to be replaced, so a maintenance team was sent to install a spare that was kept on site. As the maintenance team approached the area where the exacts was no longer functioning, they reported that there were numerous 2640-1 instances out, more than they had ever seen before, and a higher concentration of the brighter instances than usual. Soon after they reported this, Hargrove lost contact with the maintenance team and decided to go investigate himself. As he entered the SCP-2640 area,
he saw something that he had never seen before. There weren't just a few more instances of 2640-1s than normal, but hundreds, maybe even thousands, floating all around him. There were so many that they lit up the sky to the point where he didn't even need a flashlight. Hargrove followed the same railroad tracks that the maintenance team had, and after walking several hundred meters, he spotted something in the mud next to the tracks. It was the replacement temporal sink that they were supposed to be installing, and there was blood on it. He realized that there wasn't just blood on the machine, but it was everywhere, covering the ground all around him. Then he saw something else, an SCP-2640-1 instance near him, but different somehow. "I can't remember how I first saw it," he said. "Right behind the orbs, there was this spot where the rain just wasn't. Like it was bending around some invisible mass, some great thing behind each orb. And once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it." Hargrove tried to step back away from the creature and fell into a ditch next to the tracks, clutching the exacts in his arms as the creature seemed to swim towards him. As he lay as still as he could in the ditch, he got the sense that this 2640-1 instance wasn't just randomly moving towards him. It was looking for him. As the void where the rain ceased to be swam over him through the air, he attempted to lie as still as he could, still holding tightly to the exacts. The SCP-2640-1 instance turned and circled over him, like a shark searching for its prey in a cloud of blood, before gliding away into the trees. At that moment, Hargrove knew that the SCP-2640-1 entities weren't what the Foundation thought they were. These weren't just beautiful balls of light that danced and played in the darkness. They were something else, something horrible, something dangerous. He knew that his maintenance team would never be found, and that the ditch he was lying in that was slowly filling with rainwater was mixed with their blood. The SCP-2640-1s were hunting them, and they never had any idea. Hargrove knew what he had to do. He crawled through the ditch, stopping any time a 2640-1 got near to him, holding his breath until long after it passed. It took hours of inching along on his belly in the water and mud until he finally reached the point where the damage exacts was located. He managed to get the new temporal sink online, and as it powered on, he watched as the 2640-1 lights around him slowly started to fade and then disappear once again. The deaths of the 4 Foundation personnel who were on the maintenance team, as well as 6 other civilians who were killed, were attributed to the tornado, and Mr. Hargrove requested that he be administered a Class B amnestic and reassigned to a new location, both of which are pending approval. The rail line that runs into SCP-2640 has been decommissioned, and a 3-meter-tall electrified fence has been erected around the entirety of the area in order to prevent civilians from approaching. No fewer than 8 Zyank and Estikos constant temporal sinks are placed in the surrounding area in order to prevent the further spread of SCP-2640, and a subterranean miniaturized pressurized water reactor has been installed on site in order to provide constant, uninterrupted power. The Disinformation Bureau has an ongoing dissemination campaign to further the notion that the SCP-2640-1 lights are nothing more than an urban legend, and should any civilians manage to witness them, they are administered Class B amnestics in order to keep this Euclid-class anomaly a secret. Just what is the true nature of SCP-2640, and perhaps more importantly, SCP-2640-1? Is the breach of our reality a look into the past when this area was covered by an ancient ocean? Or a glimpse into the future, when the seas have swallowed it once again? No matter which is the answer, the reality is that there is something there now, something that has managed to pierce the veil of time and make us its prey. These winters are getting worse every year, that's for sure. The old cattle rancher doesn't know if it's the climate changing, God's judgment arriving, or if he's just getting older and struggling to keep up. Probably a strong mix of all of it. Whatever the cause, it doesn't change the facts. It's deathly cold out there. His ailing, elderly ma's health continues to deteriorate. He hasn't heard from his delivery driver Jorge in days, and on top of it all, his loyal dog Maribel is out there barking into the darkness of the barn. The rancher heads out to fetch her. He doesn't know what he'd do if she froze. He whistles, but she doesn't look back at him. She just carries on barking up that road into the snowy night. The rancher wades through the snow and peers in the direction she's looking. "There's nothing there, girl. Get inside." But Maribel keeps barking. She's insisting. He looks again. Is that? The rancher takes off running up the road. All thoughts of cold immediately gone from his mind, he races towards the figure as fast as he can. His frozen fingers fumble at the zipper on his parka. Icy wind stabs the insides of his lungs. Maribel shoots off ahead of him. There, he pulls the zipper down and wrestles the thick coat off of his shoulders just as he reaches the tiny figure. He drops to his knees and throws the coat over the shoulders of the little girl standing alone in the snow. Quick as he can, he wraps it tightly around her, pulling the hood up and over her head. He takes her tiny shoulders in his hands and gives her a shake. "You okay? Hello? Can you hear me?" The girl sways for a moment, then collapses. He catches her, and in one deft motion, scoops her into his arms and takes off back down the road in the direction of his farm. Where the hell had she come from? There are no buildings around here for miles. No one uses that road except Jorge. And in this weather, she couldn't have walked all the way over those mountains. She'd have frozen solid. He bites the finger of a glove and pulls it off. With his bare hand, he clasps one of hers. By the feel of her skin, she pretty much is frozen solid already. He needs to get her warmed up, now. He kicks open the front door and bundles inside with a flurry of snowflakes and an anxious dog at his heels. The fire's not quite dead yet, so he rushes over to the hearth and lays the little girl down next to it. He can barely see her at all wrapped up in his enormous coat. She doesn't seem to be moving. "Ma, I'm home. I found someone." The rancher grabs 2 dry logs from the side and throws them onto the fire. He piles kindling high on top of them and blows steadily into the embers at the bottom. They glow and swell in size. No taking yet. He blows again for longer, and again. He feels his head starting to swim. A crackle, a lick of flame. It's taken. Panting, he turns back to the bundled-up coat on the floor with the child inside. Still no movement. A sickening knot tightens his stomach. What if she's... No, don't let yourself think that. Not yet. He reaches down and gently undoes the zipper on the parka. His trembling fingers push back the hood. She's pale. Deathly pale. Her dark brown hair is wet and clings to her scalp. The tips are frozen. At a guess, she must only be 9 years old. Eyes closed, lips a sickening blue. But that's not the color that scares him the most. On her neck, there's red. Delicately as he can, the rancher takes the coat off her shoulders and hangs it up by the fire. She's dressed only in a plaid shirt, way too big for her. It looks like an adult's shirt, similar to an old one he used to have years ago. But on her neck, her hands, her feet, is that same deep red, layers of blood frozen to her skin. He sits back, his mind blank. He's seen that much blood before. Sure he has. When you work with cattle, it's an unfortunate part of the job. He's seen cows bleed out during childbirth. The girl in front of him, she's the same color as those orphaned calves that lie crying on the floor. A groaning sound fills the room. The rancher looks across at the armchair where his ma sits. She doesn't look at him, doesn't look at the girl on the floor. She just stares into the fire, same way she always does. Ma groans again, trying to express something she doesn't understand, being in a world without living in it. "Ma, it's okay. Sorry if I startled you. We have a guest with us." But she just keeps on groaning and staring into the fire. The rancher buries his head in his hands and lets out a deep breath. Only the sound of his breath is joined by another, a tiny breath rattling and rasping through a damaged child's throat, trying its best to keep its host alive. The rancher opens his eyes and stares at the child. She isn't conscious, not by a long shot, but she's breathing, a little at a time. The icicles in her hair have turned into rounded droplets of water that glow by the heat of the fire. He snaps back to his senses. He's not doing her much if she's just lying there soaking wet. He runs off upstairs and grabs some towels and a fresh flannel shirt to wear. After several minutes of drying her off, he's confident enough that he's got most of the water off. There's still a lot of blood caked to her skin, but as far as he can tell, there's no wound anywhere that it could have come from. Brow furrowed, he leaves her under a bundle of blankets and fills up the kettle with water. Hanging it carefully over the fire, he walks over to the cabinet and fishes out a tin of cocoa from the top shelf. Hasn't been used in years, but should still be fine. He would make it with milk, but she's probably dehydrated. Lifting the kettle's lid with the poker, the rancher pours the brown powder inside and waits for it to boil. The little girl's eyes are open now. She's staring into the flames. Her lips are looking a little more pink, her skin a little more blotchy. "You're safe here. Just stay by the fire and warm up a bit. You like cocoa?" The little girl drags her eyes away from the flames. Her expression is mostly blank. She looks too tired to be confused. "I don't know." "I think you will. Ma always gave me cocoa." "Okay." And with that, the farmhouse falls silent. The little girl stares into the fire. The rancher watches her, finally feeling the wave of exhaustion crashing over him. His ma has fallen asleep in her armchair. Only Maribel stays awake through the whole night, staying close to the little girl by the fire, occasionally licking her toes to try and warm them up. By the morning, the snow stopped, but the huge drifts remain. As the rancher walks across to the barn, he finds it hard to believe that just a few hours ago, the winds were whipping at his face as hard as they were. The world this morning is totally still. What the rancher finds even harder to believe is that there's a little girl in his house right now, fast asleep by the fire. He checked her forehead when he woke up this morning, and she miraculously hadn't caught a fever. She couldn't have been out in that weather for too long, but it only made the question more mysterious. Where did she come from? Maribel didn't get up this morning. From all of the excitement last night, she must have been too tired for today. Walking through the crisp morning air, he can't really blame her. He shoulders the barn door open. A column of steam curls out of the opening. All of that warmth, humidity, and cattle smell is strangely comforting this morning. But as the rancher goes around checking on all the cows inside, he very quickly discovers a problem. They're thin. Way too thin. Some of them look to be on the verge of starvation. He'd missed it last night as he drove them down in the dark, but in the warm glow of the barn's lights, it's unmistakable. These cows haven't been eating properly. He pours out several sacks of grain for them into the troughs, and they all gather around hungrily, filling both their stomachs as fast as they can. The rancher leans on the railing for a moment, confused. Even in this cold, there was still plenty of green grass for them up on the ridge. That's why he'd taken them up there. They should have had no trouble eating until the snow came in last night. He doesn't like this one bit. Last time Jorge had driven down and collected some of the meat, he'd had a few questions about the quantity being smaller than usual. Were the cows sick at all? Not that the rancher could tell. But now, looking at them, it's clear as day. Something's up. You hungry? The little girl nods. They sit across the table from one another, eating homemade bread and soup. Ma stays over by the fire. Maribel slowly wanders over to the kitchenette and flops down on the floor, exhausted. Where are you from? The girl shrugs her shoulders. You know how you got out here? Remember anything from last night? The little girl just eats her soup and shakes her head. She doesn't look particularly scared or worried, just a little confused. Where are your parents? Do you have parents? Again, the little girl shrugs. The rancher sits back and folds his arms. He's tried to call into town, but his phone line's gone out in the blizzard. Not much to be done until the snow clears. He's got a good relationship with the police around here. If he explains the situation, then it'll all be okay. What do you know? Can you remember anything from last night? It was dark. The girl slurps her soup. I was hungry. So hungry. Then I saw the light and I went towards that. My car? No. Well, yes, later on it was your car, but before it wasn't. What was the light then? Where were you? I don't know. It was just the light. Now he's even more confused, but try as he might, the rancher can't figure any of it out, and try as she might, the little girl can't remember anything more precise than that. The pair of them hop into the car and drive back out up the road that afternoon. The snow is piled so high that the rancher is having to get out twice as often as he did the previous night to clear a track for them. He isn't actually sure what he's brought her out here looking for. Clues, maybe? He almost laughs at himself at the thought, but that's probably the best word for it. If he can figure out how she got here, then he can work on understanding who she is and how to get her home. There's the damage to the phone line. One of the masts has collapsed, sagging heavily on the lines. That's not something he can fix on his own. No, sir. Looks like he'll have to wait for the snow to melt before making any phone calls again. That could be in 1 week. That could be in 3 months. He glances at the child sitting in the passenger seat. She's just staring out of the window in amazement, wrapped up in as many layers as he could put on her. They may be stuck together for a while. A lurch. The pickup plunges dangerously to the left. The rancher slams on the brakes and it comes to a stop just in time. A large chunk of snow in front of them comes loose and slips off the side of the road. It tumbles down into a gully that he hadn't even spotted. With all this snow on the ground, he has no frame of reference. Everything is just white. Stay here. The rancher opens the door and climbs out. He wishes Maribel was with him, but she'd wanted to stay home again. Poor dog. She must really be going through it if she wasn't even up for a ride in the pickup. Carefully as he can, testing every step before making it, the rancher creeps over to the edge of the gully. It's bigger than he thought, much bigger. It continues down, more and more sharply for a few hundred feet, all the way down into a... Oh no. There's a semi down there.
a big rig, warped and bent, lying on the rocks. Just a glance is enough to tell the rancher it's Jorge's, but he just keeps staring at it in disbelief. Can't be. But it is. Stay in the car. The rancher reaches past the little girl and into the back seat. Grabbing a pair of crampons and some rope, he straightens up and looks at the girl. She knows it's serious. He can see the concern on her face. Stay in the car, he repeats. By the time the rancher makes it down to the truck, his legs and back are killing him. All this work over the last 24 hours is going to start taking its toll sooner or later, but some things have to be done. He pauses by the semi. It's on its side. He'll have to climb up onto it and try to open the door. Some things have to be done. He hoists himself up and manages to clamber onto the metal door. It's badly crumpled, and the window is smashed in. He doesn't fancy his chances of being able to get it open. One look through the window shows him that he won't want to do that anyway. Blood coats every inch of the inside of Jorge's truck. The cabin that the rancher is so used to seeing and sitting in is almost unrecognizable. Smashed glass is sprinkled across every surface with a dark brownish-red layer of gore frozen into everything else. There, in the midst of it all, still wearing a seatbelt, is Jorge's body. It dangles like a limp carcass at a butcher shop, like the cows he hangs in the slaughterhouse. And like those cows, a large chunk of Jorge is missing. His fat stomach is gone, not just cut open, but gone. The tops of his thighs, too, and much of his chest. So much of him is just missing. Open arteries and lifeless nerves dangle in place. That must have been a hell of a crash. The rancher reaches over and pulls Jorge's cap down over his eyes. Not much else to be done right now. No way he can clean this mess up by himself. But as the rancher climbs up the valley, his mind starts to connect some dots. Dots that leave a sick feeling in his stomach. He's seen that much blood somewhere else, or rather, on someone else, just last night. He slams the door to the pickup shut and starts to drive back down the track. Since the snow stopped, all of the drifts that he'd cleared earlier remain clear. It's only a few minutes' drive back down to the farm. He doesn't say a word the whole way, and neither does the little girl. She clearly senses something's up. The sick feeling in his stomach remains. He pulls up the handbrake, and the two of them sit in silence outside the farmhouse. There's a truck in that valley. Did you know that? Yes. Is that where you came from last night? I don't remember. Was he... The rancher stops. Jorge didn't have any kids. What were you doing in his truck? I don't know. Was he... The rancher can't bring himself to accuse his best friend of the words that almost left his mouth. Do you think you might not remember because something bad happened to you? I don't know. The rancher closes his eyes for a long moment. Silence fills the pickup. Come on, let's get inside. But inside wasn't the safe haven he'd been hoping for. Ma's been throwing up. Not just once, but a few times. She's distressed, groaning aimlessly for someone to come and save her. Maribel is pacing around the room, yelping and whining. The rancher immediately goes upstairs to get some rags to clean up with. Perfect timing, as usual. But he stops in his tracks when he comes back down. His ma stopped moaning. The little girl is kneeling by the armchair, holding the old lady's hand. The room is calm. The little girl gently places the frail hand back on the armrest and comes over to take the rags from the rancher. Returning to the old lady, the girl goes about mopping her up as best she can. Maribel slumps back down on the floor. And that is how the four of them exist for the next few days. Ma gets sicker steadily, but the little girl stays by her side all day long, caring for her in every way. The rancher's glad of that. It gives him the time he needs to help his cows outside. None of them are in a good shape. Whatever it is, they're still getting thinner. He feeds them all the grain they'd normally need, and then some, and they always finish it off. Yet none of them are getting any fatter. The rancher leans on the railing, trusty dog by his side. His energy is starting to really lag behind what he needs. The last couple of days, even though he hasn't done all that much, have totally taken it out of him. What do you think it is, Maribel? He looks down at his little friend. She's looking thinner too, actually, but she's been eating just fine. It hits him. Tapeworms. As soon as the word comes into his head, it makes total sense. His cows, his entire herd by the looks of things, have been riddled with tapeworms. Oh, hell. He hasn't got anywhere near the amount of medicine needed to give some to all of them. Even if he did, a lot of them are looking pretty far gone. The chance of reinfection would be high. He needs supplies. He needs Jorge. Maribel whines softly next to him. He knows what they have to do. Laying Maribel down carefully by the fire,
The rancher administers the tapeworm medicine. For a few hours, they lie there together. He strokes her side, waiting for her to pass it. The little girl watches over his shoulder. His ma sits back in her chair, mumbling to herself. He hasn't talked to the little girl anymore about Jorge yet. He isn't sure what there is to say. Maybe he should ask if Jorge was sick. After all, the cows clearly have had these tapeworms since before the other night. Jorge may have picked up contaminated meat from him last time he came. Maybe. Maribel passes the worm on the rug. Ugh, the smell. The rancher uses the tongs next to the fire to pick the worm up. It's long and pale, and dead. He tosses it into the fire and puts the tongs in the flames for a bit to sterilize them. The worm sizzles and pops in the flames. The sound makes his stomach crawl. The rancher glances around and sees the little girl staring at the tapeworm. He looks past the girl to his ma sitting in the chair. Her turn next. But as that night and the following morning reveal, it's too late. His ma's groans turn into cries of pain. She openly sobs by the fire, clutching at her stomach. Every time the rancher tries to give her the medicine, she just vomits it back up. Each time she vomits, there's more and more blood mixed in. The little girl gets more and more upset. It's not fair on her to have to witness something this traumatic and disgusting. There's nowhere else for her to go. She shouldn't even be here at all. The fact that she is means she has to help. That's all there is to it. By sunrise, his ma has passed away. There is nasty red bruising all across her abdomen, which tells him she must have bled out internally from this worm. He'd been too late to realize what was wrong. Too late with the cows, and too late with his ma. He covers his ma with a blanket and tells the little girl not to go and wash her hands. He needs to check on the cattle. Sure enough, during the night, a handful of them died too. The calves. They were the ones to go first whenever something like this happened. Mother cows stood over their calves, licking their heads, willing them to wake up. The rancher drags each body out to the back and burns them. He can't risk any more contamination. As the carcasses burn, he allows himself to cry. But when the rancher comes back into the house, it's full of noise, a noise that takes his brain a long time to comprehend. Crying, but not his own, not the little girl either. No, it was a new sound. It was a baby, a newborn child screaming at the top of its lungs. The rancher can't believe what he's looking at. The little girl is sitting at the hearth with Maribel at her feet. In her arms, drenched in blood, is a baby. The girl looks up at him and smiles sweetly. It's a boy. Then she turns around to his ma's body under the blanket. A sickening red patch soaks through the fabric, right over where her stomach would be. What the hell happened here? I've got a little brother. Securing and containing SCP-1003 has proven challenging. This is largely because the tapeworm that causes all of this damage is virtually indistinguishable from Echinococcus granulosus, the common variety of tapeworm that causes hydatid disease. The tapeworm, designated SCP-1003-1, follows the same life cycle as other regular worms. Its eggs come into contact with an animal through contaminated meat, saliva, or unclean surfaces and are ingested. Once inside the gut, they grow and latch onto the inside of the digestive tract, where they feed on the nutrients of the food traveling past them, steadily growing bigger and stronger. Once mature, they lay eggs, which pass out in the animal's excrement to continue the process. Infections spread quickly, particularly in unsanitary conditions amongst livestock, and can often be difficult to contain, as by the time the symptoms, nausea, weight loss, fever, start to manifest in the infected, the worms have likely already reproduced and have a new generation growing in the guts of other animals. As far as the Foundation is aware, SCP-1003 follows this normal pattern in all observed animals except humans. When a human ingests an egg from this tapeworm, a very different creature starts to grow in their gut. Human embryos, with the same genetic code as the tapeworm, begin to form. The rate of their growth is greatly accelerated, however. By just 8 weeks, they are as mature as the typical 3-week-old neonate, or newborn child, although similar in size to an 8-week-old embryo at 13 to 16 centimeters. Many eggs usually enter this fertilization period, but almost all of them die before having a chance to develop much beyond the early stages. They stand the best chance of survival when buried in the hepatic tissue, where they can absorb plenty of nutrients from their host. The host at this point usually starts to experience mild symptoms, lethargy, the occasional stomach cramp, nothing particularly severe. Yet, the embryos that survive soon develop rows of temporary, razor-sharp teeth. At this point, passively absorbing nutrients is no longer enough for them.
They bury their teeth into the soft tissue surrounding them and begin to eat. Once they enter this stage, their rate of growth increases exponentially the more flesh they consume. Eventually burrowing out into the world, the tapeworm child is born drenched in blood. The size and apparent age of the child that emerges from the corpse are determined by the size of the person they consume. For example, the child eating its way out of the rancher's maw appeared to be only a 10-month-old child, as there was very little of the frail old woman for it to eat. By contrast, the little girl who emerged from Jorge's gut had plenty of fat to feast on, and so was able to grow to the size of a 9-year-old. Once the child emerges, the teeth that they'd used to eat their way out quickly become loose and are replaced by regular human teeth. The children themselves have no memory at all of where they've come from or what they are. They have the same motor and linguistic skills that a regular child would possess at their age. Nothing, aside from their DNA, marks them out as being any different from the children around them, blissfully ignorant, just like the children around them. It is theorized that many of these children end up in orphanages. With no birth certificates or identifiable parents, they fall through the gaps in the system, quickly lost to the world. The only way to really track them at all is to follow the infections they cause. You see, these tapeworm children have one final curse they must live with. Their bodily fluids, their saliva and sweat, contain the same tapeworm protoscolex that will develop into SCP-1003-1 as soon as it is ingested by another creature, making the cycle start all over again. If you want to track down a tapeworm child, and I highly advise that you don't, all you have to do is follow the trail of nasty stomach infections, internal bleeding, and freak pregnancies amongst the outcasts of society. It, unfortunately, will not take long. There are currently 10 instances of SCP-1003-2 in containment. The children live in Bioresearch Area 13 under strict supervision. Researchers are only permitted to enter their cells whilst wearing full-body biohazard suits, but first must have Level 4 security clearance and must have written permission, and can only enter with specific research goals agreed upon. All staff are regularly tested for the presence of any kind of tapeworms in their system. No other animals are permitted in this facility. The young woman looked again at her map, turning it this way and that, trying to figure out which way she should be going. "Excuse me, sir?" she calls out to a passing man, but he pays her no mind. A woman walks past and stops when the woman tries her hand at the local language. "Bud, Laska?" "Da?" the woman asks her. "Vi, rozmovlejete, angliskoju?" "Niet," the woman replies before continuing on her way. The young woman feels that this is hopeless. Outside of a few phrases like hello, goodbye, and where is the bathroom, her local language skills are sorely lacking. She's still at the beginning of her grand trip of Europe that saw her starting on the eastern side of the continent with the plan to travel westward and finish her journey in Paris. She's traveled a bit before, but here in this Ukrainian city, she's realizing that she may be out of her comfort zone. This trip is very important to her, though. After her parents were killed in a car wreck, she was paralyzed with grief and barely left her room for months. She decided that she needed to get away and give herself a clean break from everything back home, and so she decided to do what her parents had done when they were her age and backpack across Europe. All of the pictures from their trip showed the two of them together, smiling and happy in front of great landmarks. But here she was, alone, scared, and unable to even find her hostel. "Sir, can you help me?" she cries to another passing man, waving her map towards him, but he too ignores her pleas. The young woman zips up her jacket. It's getting late, and the setting of the sun is accompanied by a cold breeze. She looks up and down the city street, and even though there are still plenty of people around, it feels as though all she can see are unfriendly faces. Her face lights up when she spots something, though. It's a police officer. He'll be able to help her. The young woman runs towards the police officer, who is standing near the side of the road, or at least she thinks he must be a police officer. His gray uniform looks a little old-fashioned, but it's neat and well-fitting, and he's holding what appears to be a baton used for directing traffic. The young woman approaches the officer, but his back is to her as he gazes out towards the street. Unsure of what else to do, she reaches out with some hesitancy and taps the man on the shoulder, causing him to wheel around to face her. He stares at her without speaking. Do you speak English?" the young woman asks. "Yes, little," he responds in a thick Ukrainian accent. "Oh, thank goodness. You have to help me, please. I'm completely lost and I don't know what to do." As people continue to walk past her without giving any notice, she goes on to explain that after arriving in the northeastern Ukrainian city, she took what she thought would be the right bus, but ended up going in the completely wrong direction.
Now she has no idea where she is, and is worried she won't make it to her hostel before night falls. "Where is your hostel?" the policeman asks. "Somewhere called the..." She looks down at the words scribbled on the margins of her map. The student Skaya?" she tells him. "Ah, yes, the police officer says. There are many hostels there, including some specifically for foreign visitors and students. She has been very unlucky, though, since it was actually near the metro station she first arrived at. He can help her get there, though. There is a bus that will take her straight there, and the stop is only a few blocks away. He can walk with her there if she likes." The young woman accepts his kind offer, and the two start heading down the sidewalk together. As they walk, he asks what she is doing in their city, and she explains how she just needed to get away and see the world. She's unsure why, but she feels like she can confide in this policeman, and she begins to explain what happened to her parents, how alone she felt at home, and how this trip is meant to be a life reset. But so far, it's off to a terrible start. "We have phrase," he tells her. "Sigda moja boitoja." "What does that mean?" she asks. "It can always get worse. This way." The police officer points towards an alleyway and starts walking towards it. He can tell the young woman is feeling apprehensive about entering the dark space between the buildings, and he assures her that it is a shortcut. There's nothing to be afraid of. The two walk into the alley together. The young woman again starts telling him about her life back in the United States, what she plans to do when she gets back, how she hopes the trip will be a turning point for her. As she talks, she fails to notice that the police officer has begun to slow. She does notice, though, that the shadow of the police officer has suddenly started to stretch out on the ground in front of her. She stops and watches as the shadow keeps moving, growing larger and larger. It stretches and lengthens, even as hers stays the same. She also realizes that the sound of the policeman's footsteps have also stopped. She slowly turns to see it standing in the place where the police officer should be. A grotesque, horrible sight. A massively tall creature with long, disgusting limbs. She's too scared to scream as she continues looking up its gigantic body, before finally looking at its face, or what's left of it. Half of its jaw hangs unhinged, as if it has been torn from its joint, and it has no ears or nose. She trembles in fear as she wonders if whatever this thing is can see her, since it also has no eyes. The last thing she sees before she turns to run is the creature lifting up one of its arms, where its hand has been replaced by a black and white metal rod that it brings down with terrifying speed and crushes her skull. Privyet! Today's file exploration has taken us to Ukraine, though the anomaly known as SCP-1366-RU has been known to appear in a number of other countries as well. SCP-1366-RU is a humanoid creature that, from what the SCP Foundation has been able to observe, appears to be sapient and resembles a police officer, or militia, from the 1970s Soviet Union. It wears a long, dark gray coat, tall black leather boots, and a cap, and holds a black and white baton reminiscent of the type used by police officers in Russia and many Eastern European countries to direct traffic. When an individual begins interacting with SCP-1366-RU, they will find that they feel as if they are talking to a regular police officer and having a completely normal conversation. It is capable of exerting a mental influence over the person speaking with them, allowing it to easily mislead and deceive them, which explains why they ignore the fact that the officer is wearing a uniform that is several decades out of date. Those who pass by will not seem to notice the anachronistic clothing either, and they will pay no mind to what is happening. This same effect extends to those viewing SCP-1366-RU on a live feed, and it is only when recordings are viewed that its true form is revealed. SCP-1366-RU's actual appearance is that of a mummified human corpse, though it is taller than any human at over 5 meters in height, with arms and legs that are disproportionately long, with the legs alone making up 2/3 of its total height. SCP-1366-RU is also extremely skinny, even for a desiccated cadaver, and its limbs and head look as though they are nothing more than brown, dry skin stretched directly over bones, with no muscle at all underneath. Its left hand appears to be missing, and in its place, the creature has a black and white rod fused directly into its arm. 1366-RU's face appears as though it has suffered tremendous injuries. Its eyes, nose, and ears all look as if they have been removed from its face, and the left half of its lower jaw hangs freely in its joint, as though it were torn away. Despite this damage to its face, it is still quite capable of speech, at least when people are perceiving it in its human form. It's currently unknown why, but SCP-1366-RU appears to be primarily interested in kidnapping and killing people who are in countries that once belonged to the former Soviet Union. So far, there has been no commonalities between the victims except for one thing. All of their parents were dead at the time of their abduction. Once the Foundation realized this uniting factor, they were able to create a scenario in which the anomaly appeared, though so far, this has only been successful one time. Foundation researchers located a member of Class D personnel who was an orphan, D1935, and equipped them with a radio headset, a video camera, and a microphone, and instructed them to walk the streets of a city located in a country which was once part of the USSR. The D-Class was observed on location by members of MTF Eta 10, nicknamed See No Evil, and they watched as D1935 suddenly stopped on the sidewalk. He was approached by a police officer with an out-of-date uniform who saluted the D-Class with his right hand. Eta 10 appeared to not see the police officer and reminded the D-Class to stay sharp and continue looking for 1366RU. The police officer spoke to the D-Class, though only in mumbled, broken words, as if something had rendered him unable to speak. The recording equipment captured the D-Class seeming to have a one-sided conversation with the policeman, where he insisted that he wasn't lost, and that he was actually out walking with his mother. Or rather, he thought he was out with his mother. It seemed to the D-Class that she had just left, and he requested the police officer's help in finding her again. The officer then took the D-Class's hand and began leading him away, eventually taking him into a dark alley. All the while, Eta 10 seemed completely oblivious to what was going on. They didn't even realize that D1935 had left until the two disappeared into the alleyway. They began searching the area, but they were unable to locate the D-Class anywhere. It was as if he had been there one moment and then simply disappeared. Luckily, D1935 had also been equipped with a GPS tracking beacon, but when Eta 10 looked at their locator, they were convinced something was wrong, since it showed that the D-Class was now over 5,000 kilometers away. A nearby containment team was sent to the location being broadcast from D1935's tracker, and they arrived roughly 2 hours after his disappearance. When they got to the location, they discovered that it was coming from a very strange place, a cemetery. The team cautiously entered the cemetery and began making their way in the direction of the beacon, unaware of what they would find. When the GPS locator finally signaled that they were in the correct position, they realized that they were standing directly over a grave. Specifically, a grave belonging to the mother of D1935, who had been dead for over 50 years. There was no question, though, this was the location the beacon was broadcasting from, and after receiving permission from the Foundation, the containment team began to dig. When the coffin was finally revealed, the team readied their weapons, unsure of what they might find inside. But when they opened its lid, they saw that their guns weren't necessary. All that was found within was the mummified body of a woman. That and the body of D1935, who was curled up in the fetal position, tightly hugging the remains of his mother. Following this event, the parents of other suspected SCP-1366RU victims were exhumed as well, and in each case, the missing person's body was found inside, alongside their deceased mother or father. SCP-1366RU, which has been given the nickname Uncle Styopa, a play on a popular Russian children's character who is an extremely tall policeman, has so far eluded all containment attempts, and it has been classified as Euclid. Disappearances of those without living parents in former Soviet Union countries should be investigated to determine the involvement of SCP-1366RU. Any recording devices in the area where they disappeared must be checked, and should they contain any images of SCP-1366RU's true form, then they are to be immediately confiscated and destroyed. Now go and watch another entry from the files of Dr. Bob, like SCP-1098RU, the Theater of Living Puppets, for another anomaly from the Russian SCP Foundation, and make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss a single anomaly, as we delve further and further into the SCP Foundation's classified archives.
What does a monster look like to you? What figures slither and claw their way into your nightmares, chasing you down endless halls and stalking you through the dark until you wake up screaming? Maybe you imagine something tall and lean, bony arms reaching for you from atop impossibly long, slender legs, its featureless face showing no mercy. Maybe you think of a man in a striped sweater with knives for fingers, or a serial killer in a hockey mask, wielding a machete. Maybe it's something more inhuman, a cosmic horror of tentacles and eyes that can see into your very soul. You probably don't think of something with no arms, no legs, no body at all, just a face. What's so scary about that? A face can't run after you, can't grab you by the ankles and pull you under the bed. A face can only look. It may be unsettling to behold. It might send a chill down your spine, but the worst it can do is make you a little uncomfortable. And if you can't stand it any longer, you could always just close your eyes or walk away and be done with it, right? If that's what you think, if you don't believe in monsters that can hurt you without lifting a finger, then you're the type to fall victim to a very special, very intelligent mask. In the hollowed halls of the SCP Foundation, there is a containment cell, outfitted with a hermetically sealed glass case, surrounded by steel, iron, and lead. There are guards posted outside, along with a trained psychologist. If you are ever brave and foolish enough to enter that room, you'll see a simple white porcelain comedy mask with a peculiar black substance leaking from its eyes and mouth. Whatever this slime touches, surfaces begin to corrode, to rot away into puddles of black liquid. You might notice the same liquid trickling slowly down the walls of the room, corrupting everything in its path. As unsettling of a sight as it is, if you approach the mask to take a closer look, you will find yourself overcome by an intense, nearly irresistible urge to pick it up and put it on, to wear it, to let it consume you from the inside out and puppet your body while your brain simply turns off. Like an extinguished flame, you'll simply be gone. Then, who knows what the mask will do? It won't be your concern anymore, that's for sure. But thankfully, you haven't gone into the room with the porcelain mask. You haven't let it cast its spell on you, not yet at least. It's waiting for you there, in the room with black slime oozing down its walls, and it will wait patiently for as long as it needs to. After all, what's a mask without a face to wear it? SCP-035, better known as the Possessive Mask, sat in its containment cell, immobile as always. It didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. The Foundation had chosen, selfishly, to revoke its host privileges. Once upon a time, they offered it bodies to choose from. Mannequins, dummies, and wooden dolls it could adorn and pilot. They didn't last as long as an organic living host, of course, but it was something. It was a taste of freedom. This dreadful new situation was almost enough to make the mask want to change its surroundings. This dreadful new situation was almost enough to make the mask want to change its expression from comedy to tragedy, but it was determined to still find something to laugh about. Even without a body trapped in this infernal box, there had been some delicious opportunities for entertainment. Human minds were fragile things. The mask had learned this over the infinite years of its life, if one could call it a life. Apply the right kind of pressure to the right weak points, whisper an enticing word or two, find the right emotional wound to sprinkle a pinch of salt into, and humans would buckle completely in almost no time at all. It had tried all sorts of methods since being confined to this boring little box. Sometimes it would charm someone, pour honeyed flattery into their heads until the person felt like the mask was a dear friend, a confidant. Once suitable trust had been built up, the mask could persuade the person to bring it a host, or perhaps even offer up themselves in sacrifice. If flattery didn't work, there were other potent approaches to take. For a being without ears, the mask was a good listener. It picked up on things that no human ever could, the darkest secrets buried in a person's mind. If it caught wind of something, especially juicy and ruinous, it could leverage that, threaten to expose an affair, a crime, or perhaps something even worse, something unspeakable. If praise failed, and so did blackmail, there was always good old supernatural intimidation. All the mask needed was for someone to be left alone with it for a long enough period of time. Then it its invisible tendrils could snake out into their defenseless mind, weaving and poking around, leaving a lingering sense of cold, dread, of incomprehensible whispers in long, dead tongues. What a delight containment had been in the early days, when the Foundation had not yet figured out the mask's true capabilities, when they would leave security personnel with weak wills and minimal training standing guard in the mask's field of influence for hours at a time, as the entity played with their thoughts and chipped away at their free will. Thanks to the helpers it had been able to mold out of those hapless victims, they had been there to break open its case and carry it to freedom. But every time, the other guards thwarted the attempts, shooting its helpers and rendering them utterly useless. Then the Foundation increased its security, something about the unacceptably high homicide rates among staff assigned to SCP-035. How utterly boring. How truly pathetic. Still, the mask had found ways to occupy itself even without any more playthings. It had grown stronger with its boredom, stretching its influence beyond organic beings and into the very room itself, its evil enriching and deepening, like a fine wine in the depths of a cold cellar. Over the months, the walls of SCP-035's containment cell had begun to secrete the same black, slimy substance that would pour from the mask's eyes and mouth. The liquid dripped down the walls in deliberate formations, patterns that became increasingly easy to recognize. Phrases in Italian, Latin, ancient Greek, all detailing ritual sacrifices and mutilations. The mask took time to describe the sacrificial victims in great detail, borrowing identifying traits from various staff members so that it knew would read the translations. The walls were slick with blood and harrowing imagery, and the glass case around the mask was growing more and more fragile by the day. Anyone within 10 meters of the mask could feel this strength too. They would leave the area complaining of unintelligible whispers, of loud, cruel laughter, and a lingering sense of nearly insurmountable despair. It was as if they knew on some level that no one was truly safe. Eventually, the mask would find a way to come for them all. The glass was weakening, and soon the mere thought of escape would make it shatter into pieces. Then, perhaps, the mask could finally get its deepest desire: revenge. It wanted nothing more than to try to make the Foundation pay for imprisoning it, for taking away its host privileges, for trying harder and harder to contain the kind of power that should have had them falling to their knees in worship. The mask seethed with hatred day in and day out. It had seen the crumbling of the Roman Empire, the beheading of kings, the decimation of armies. It was not going to be captured by a bunch of rats in lab coats without dire consequences befalling them. Maybe it couldn't move from its prison cell at the moment, but it also knew that it was surrounded on all sides by dangerous beasts capable of reducing the sight and all who had dared to oppose the mask to a pile of smoldering rubble. If it could only find its way onto one of their faces, it would show them all just what it was capable of. As the piercing sound of an alarm echoed down the hall, the sound of screams and chaos following shortly after, the mask's frowning face curved into a broad, menacing smile. What was it that had escaped? The lizard, perhaps? The giant grinning man? Whatever it was, it seemed that the action was heading right towards 035's containment cell. Perhaps today was the day. Finally, the SCP Foundation would fall. Outside the masked cell, Security Officer Harper was running for dear life. Though his more rational mind knew he was living on seconds, not even minutes, of borrowed time, his animal brain kept his legs pumping, desperately trying to avoid the screaming, howling predator hot on his heels. Harper looked over his shoulder and screamed as a long white arm reached for him. SCP-096, The Shy Guy, its tooth-lined jaw hanging low and foaming with spittle. That face, that terrible, terrible face. An absolute death sentence to all who saw it. He'd seen what he thought was a crack in the otherwise perfect seal of 096's containment chamber, but it could have just as easily been a trick of the light. Not even thinking, he stepped forward and looked at the vulnerability in the chamber. All it took was one misplaced ray of light, and he made out the vague shape of a face in the darkness. That's when the weeping started. Harper knew in that moment his life was over. The correct thing to do would have been to order everyone else in the room to close their eyes while he stood there and accepted his fate, minimizing the risk of spreading the damage further. But humans rarely have perfect reasoning, even less so when facing mortality. Back in the present, the Shy Guy made a perfect lunge, grabbing Harper in its iron clutches and barreling through the adjoining wall. The nearby guards scattered, terrified, keeping their eyes on the floor. They might get a slap on the wrist for temporarily abandoning their posts, but they weren't going to die guarding some stupid, evil mask. Speaking of, the possessive mask was surprised to feel two new presences enter its chamber through the now destroyed wall. These two presences soon became just one, as SCP-096 quickly and totally annihilated Security Officer Harper, leaving nothing left. The mask couldn't see per se, seeing as it had no actual sensory organs, but it felt around this new guest with its many psychic tendrils, taking in this strange totality. The creature was powerful, no doubt about that, and it elicited fear from those fools at the SCP Foundation, but the mask noticed its brainwaves were extraordinarily muted. Humans, to the mask's vast and malicious consciousness, weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but compared to this thing's mind, they were a pile of tempered katanas. It barely thought at all. The mask would have to dig deeper to find anything it could use. Meanwhile, SCP-096 finally began to calm down. The one who had seen it had been annihilated. Bubbling rage was slowly siphoned out and replaced by the standard low but constant hum of anxiety and despair. It would wait until its head was bagged and it was dragged back to the dark. Same old, all the way to the end of time. That's when it felt something else. It started as a faint buzz, an unintelligible whisper, and it was almost like a door opened in the back of its head. Something stepped in and took a seat. Can you hear me, stranger? Look. I want to speak to you. Something about the voice frightened and comforted SCP-096 at the same time. It spoke with a greater degree of sympathy than the creature had heard in a long time, and yet something about the way it spoke implied evil in its intent. I know what you want. I know what you fear. Wouldn't it be nice if they could never look at you again? If you could cover that face of yours? I can help you. It will be so simple. All you need to do is put me on. Little by little, 096 felt more of these strange thoughts filling up the emptiness in its head, replacing the few little thoughts the creature itself had. It felt itself lifting its hands from the ground, lifting them and reaching towards something, a glass box. The glass shattered, and those long white fingers reached for something within. A mask, just like the voice had said. A mask to stop people from looking at its face. Yes, you're doing so well. You're so close. Just a little further. SCP-096 lifted the mask to its face, feeling black liquid that burned its skin dripping from the porcelain, and put it on. And in that moment, everything changed. The Shy Guy's body began to seize up, rattling as the mask unleashed a web of psychic tendrils through its body. mapping out across every inch like a new nervous system, taking control. The possessive mask had never experienced a host like this before. That incredible, perfect mix of physical durability and a mind so insubstantial that it was easy to sublimate. Oh, this was going to be fun. For the first time, the Shy Guy, now under the full control of the possessive mask, stood at full height on its hind legs, its spine and shoulders clicking into place for its new stance. The mask cracked its neck, getting used to the new dimensions of its physicality, its indestructible bones, its long, grasping limbs, its skin burning and fizzling with the gooey black secretions, but growing back just as quickly. The Foundation had every reason to fear it now. A group of security personnel had gathered in the ragged hole where the chamber's north wall used to be. Some were wielding light firearms. The guard at the front was carrying an opaque black bag. The mask laughed with its new body and turned to the crowd. The second they saw it on 096's body, their faces fell. For a moment, their bodies went slack with terror. This situation was unprecedented. What course of action could they possibly take at a time like this? It looked at the bag held by the leader of the security force and projected a single thought into his mind. You won't be needing that. Before any of the guards even had a chance to open fire, the mask lunged forwards, using the long, terrible arms of the Shy Guy to tear through the guards. They were dead in seconds, their bodies strewn about the hallway. The mask's porcelain was twisted into a wide, sadistic grin. It could tell that it was about to have some real fun around here. And once it slaughtered everyone here, it could finally stretch its legs out in the open again. True freedom to spread misery, fear, and pain everywhere it went. There were just a few hundred members of Foundation personnel it needed to turn into corpses first. More containment breach alarms sounded around the site as the mask began its rampage, running through the hallways and tearing apart any unfortunate Foundation personnel it could get 096's hands on. Guards, researchers, administrative staff, and even one extremely unlucky janitor in hallway C6. It was having the time of its long and terrible life, and much to its glee, it seemed that this new host's body was still holding up. It was perfect symbiosis, a twisted, brilliant mind, and a body that could forever support it. There would be no stopping it, a conclusion that the hapless guards posted around the site soon realized on their own terms. 096 was indestructible, but it was dumb as a brick and had an easily exploitable weakness. Get the bag on its head, and you're home free. This new composite creature was a different story. It could think tactically, avoiding head-on confrontations in favor of sneak attacks, and the monster had as much psychic combat potential as physical. Guards roving the building in teams, heavily armed with anti-mimetic protective gear, still reported feeling immense feelings of psychological dread over comms. That was the greatest sign that the mask would come bursting through the wall moments later and tear them to shreds. The site director put out an urgent call for all nearby mobile task forces to intercept and help them take care of the unfortunate situation. Thankfully, a detachment of MTF 8-10, also known as See No Evil, was operating on a case in close proximity. Given their specialization in anomalies with a mimetic visual property, many on the team had dealt with 096 breaches before. That at least gave them experience in half of this situation, and one operative among them, Sergeant Enrique Ramirez, would be the one to bring this nightmare to an end, but it would cost him his life in the process. The mask was still using its new indestructible body to wreak havoc on the containment site. Once it had taken out the primary contingents of guards, it was free to have its fun with the rest, stalking defenseless researchers through the halls, making sure to induce maximum terror before finally striking the killing blow. Every single one of them died with a head full of demonic whispers. It told them of the mask's eternal dominion, Now it had found the perfect host. Nothing on Earth would stop it. Humans would be mere ants under its feet. Ada-10 touched down and entered the building. Ramirez was point man, leading the others into the bowels of the blood-drenched containment site. They'd been briefed on what they were heading in for. 096 and 035 had reached symbiosis and were displaying unprecedented anomalous effects. Enter with extreme caution. They're beyond dangerous, even more so together than alone. Ideally, Ramirez would have wanted to go in with a comprehensive plan, but lives were on the line here. They needed to leap off the cliff and build their wings on the way down. It was only when they finally encountered the monster that they realized just how outmatched they were. Despite their best efforts, the combined speed, intelligence, and ferocity of the mask's new form allowed it to make short work of Ada-10. Only Ramirez was left, heavily injured. Even if a miracle happened, he knew he wasn't getting out of here alive. The mask grabbed him with one of 096's claws and lifted him up. It would take its time with this one. Make him suffer, watch him squirm, destroy his mind. Ramirez felt the mask's psychic tendrils penetrate the membrane of his mind. Those whispers, those terrible whispers reciting all his worst fears with terrible glee. His gun was out of ammo. His knife was broken. All he had left on him was a pocket mirror, and that was his eureka moment. It was a long shot, but it was also his only shot. He reached out and grabbed the bottom of the mask, pulling for dear life. His other hand shot into his pocket and grabbed the mirror, opening its lid with a deft flick of his thumb. It was too fast for the mask to even register what was going on. Ramirez forced his eyes shut and lifted up the mirror. The mask saw its own reflection in the glass as the bottom of its face came loose, revealing the reflection of the face underneath. The mask squeezed, killing Ramirez, but it was already too late. It had finally seen the face of its host, and that would cost it dearly. The mask felt a sudden and tremendous pushback to its psychic forces, a blind
Welcome to the Interastral Peak.
I was speaking with Mr. Yang about the Cloud. There are many legends about the Cloud Strider in this. They left many legends throughout the gap. The Cloud Strider. When I spoke, perhaps this legend was. If one had heard only of this, truth often.
Oh, big sister. Huh? Actually, I went to the tumbling workshop in Rivet Town a while. It's Pascal's handwriting. I'm not sure what the. Oh, when you have time, don't forget to come back to Robot Settlement. Hey, hi.
Say bye to breathing. Time to say bye. Boom.
Blood cleansing dragon. Rise.
Nap time. Stand still. Relax. Time to say bye. Boom. Stand still.
World Cleansing Dragon.
Time to say bye. Boom.
Rise!
Nap time.
Time to say bye. Boom. Time to say bye. Boom.
World Cleansing Dragon.
That's better. Nap time.
Time to say bye. Boom.
Rise! World Cleansing Dragon.
Relax. Nap time.
Time to say bye. Boom. Stand still.
Not bad. That's better. Relax.
Time to say bye. Boom.
Rise! World Cleansing Dragon. Break!
Stand still.
Nap time. Relax.
Time to say bye. Boom. Stand still.
World Cleansing Dragon.
Nap time.
Rise!
Time to say bye. Boom. Stand still. Didn't hurt.
That's better.
World Cleansing Dragon.
Time to say bye. Boom.
Break. Rise!
I'm okay.
World Cleansing Dragon.
Stand still. Time to say bye. Boom.
Break.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Stand still.
Nap time.
Time to say bye. Boom. Relax.
World Cleansing Dragon.
Didn't hurt. Time to say bye. Boom.
Rise!
Stand still.
Nap time.
Time to say bye. Boom. Stand still.
That's better.
Relax.
World Cleansing Dragon.
Not a scratch.
Nap time.
Didn't hurt. Time to say bye. Boom.
Break.
Stand still. Not bad.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Time to say bye. Boom.
Rise! World cleansing dragon.
Stand still. Time to say bye. Boom.
Rise! World cleansing dragon.
Relax.
Lance forward!
Stand still. Nap time. Time to say bye. Boom. Relax. Stand still.
World cleansing dragon.
Time to say bye. Boom. Just a little something. Ain't nothing. Relax.
Lance forward!
That's better. Stand still. Time to say bye. Boom. Nap time. Relax. Time to say bye. Boom.
World cleansing dragon.
Stand still.
Lance forward!
Time to say bye. Boom. Relax. Nap time. Stand still. Just a little something. Ain't nothing. Time to say bye. Boom. Nap time.
Lance forward!
Do you want to enter the...
We need a strategy.
Stream forth the gleam of old blades.
Does that hurt?
Just in time.
Free will, or was it fate?
Relax. Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Try that again. Gotta try hard. Watch this awesome move.
Destined for oblivion.
You can't run.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
Another journey begins.
Relax.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Try that again.
Human heart content.
Cut in the net. Stand still.
Lance at the ready.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
High threat target ahead.
The redemption. Are you alright? Never forget. Move carefully.
Let's play for a while.
Annihilate.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Thor. Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Just a little something.
There's no power like team power.
The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision.
Can you find the answer?
Time for a shot.
No interest in conflict.
For your sins! Execute the judgment!
Stay back, Clara.
I'll go easy this time. Feeling spiffy?
That's better.
For your sins!
I want to protect everyone. Tell me, Mr. Tara. I need to be brave.
Annihilate.
Retribution!
I'm okay.
I lost my life.
Just a little something.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Fighting is meaningless. The truth of life and death, revealed in an instant. The sanctuary is but a vision.
Let's play for a while. I want to protect everyone. Tell me, Mr. Tara.
Mission command.
For your sins!
Naughty child.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
That's better.
Let's put.
Can you find the answer?
No interest in.
The redemption! Execute the judgment!
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone. Tell me, Mr. Tara.
Just a little something.
Thanks.
The truth
never
of life
forget
and
you.
death. The sanctuary is but a vision.
Annihilate.
Did that hurt?
Mission command.
Time for a shot.
There's no power like team power.
Hold your breath!
Feeling spiffy? Let's play.
Can you find the answer?
Fighting is meaningless.
I'm not afraid of you.
Hide.
I want to protect everyone. Tell me, Mr. Tara.
Are you all right?
The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision.
Naughty child. That's better.
Don't worry about me.
Just a little something.
There's no power like team power.
No interest in conflict.
Did that hurt?
Fighting is meaningless.
Eliminating threat.
啊！有幸。记得500分。对呀。
Stream forth, gleam of old flame.
Does that hurt?
Just in time.
Another journey begins. Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Sounds like running into me.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Relax. Lance at the ready. Still waters of oblivion.
Say bye to breathing.
Destined for oblivion. Familiar.
You can't run!
Again. Not a scratch.
Try that again. Here! Gotta try hard. Watch this awesome move!
I'm on guard. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Stand still.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Cutting the net.
You can't run!
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Caution does not mean cowardice. Do not be afraid. Heaven serve. Break! Awaken dormant scales. World cleansing dragon.
Feeling spiffy? I'm fresh shot. Nap time. Just a little something.
Enough fret. Heaven sent. Rise!
Can you find the answer? Thanks. I'll never
Sent a
forget
storm.
you.
Heaven surge. Break!
Target threat index.
Awaken dormant. World cleansing dragon.
Eliminating threat.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Mission command.
Feeling spiffy?
Heaven surge. Rise!
Mission command.
The strength.
Stay back, Clara. Are you alright?
I'm okay.
That's better.
Thanks. I'll never forget you. I want to protect everyone. Tell me, Mr. Sora.
Just a little something.
อยากจะละลายสเปน
Enough fret.
Are you alright?
I'm okay.
Mission command.
I'll go easy this time. Can you find the answer? Done playing.
Awaken dormant scales. World cleansing dragon.
花火一下
Nap time.
I'm not afraid of you.
Annihilate. Stay back, Clara.
Sent a storm. Heaven surge. Rise!
Stay back, Clara.
That'll take more than men. That's better.
Do not fret.
Just a little something.
Thanks. I'll never.
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora. I need to be brave.
Eliminating threat.
Heaven surge. Break!
Mission command. Stay back, Clara.
Thanks.
The strength.
I'll never forget you.
Awaken dormant scales. World cleansing dragon.
哎呦，要的可是有贝斯。
High threat target ahead.
The moonshine is on the truth. Soon to be departed. Blade of moonlight.
Let's play for a while.
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
I need to be brave.
Try harder.
Oh my god.
I'm okay.
Nowhere to run.
I'll go easy this time. You're thinking? Can you find the answer?
Save it for your own skin.
Just a little something.
Nothing else. Save it for your own skin.
Eliminating threat.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
for a while.
You should come back. Stay back, Clara.
Stand down.
That's better.
Later, moonlight, all will be revealed. In lunar flame.
That'll take more. Just a little something. Nothing.
Save it for your own skin.
I'll go easy. Let's play. Can you find the answer? That's better.
Save it for your own skin.
Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy? Nap time.
Later, moonlight.
那还是别回事。
Well.
It's getting late. Where to now?
high threat target ahead.
What a heat the clouds saw.
Stay back, Clara. Stay back, Clara.
Do not be afraid. Heaven surge. Break. Awaken dormant scales. World cleansing dragon.
Feeling spiffy? Naughty child.
Grace.
Eliminating threat.
Heaven surge. Rise. I sense a storm.
Can you find the answer?
Heaven surge. Break. Awaken dormant scales. World cleansing dragon.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Heaven surge. Rise.
Just a little something.
Do not fret.
Are you alright?
Time for a shot. Feeling spiffy?
The strength.
Stay back, Clara. Are you alright?
Naughty child. Now.
Heaven surge. Break. Awaken dormant scales. World cleansing dragon.
Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
I'll go easy this time. Can you find the answer?
Heaven surge. Rise.
Eliminating threat. Stay back, Clara.
Just a little something.
Do not fret.
Time for a shot. That's better. Thanks. I'll never forget you. Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy?
Heaven surge. Break.
Are you alright?
Awaken dormant scales. World cleansing dragon.
We need a strategy.
Does that hurt?
Just in time.
That's half the work. Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom. Relax.
Lance at the ready. That's half the work. Destined for oblivion.
Lend me your strength.
Still waters of oblivion.
Stand still.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Again. Say bye to breathing.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
This battle is unavoidable.
Relax.
Another journey begins.
Stand still. Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Lend me your strength.
Still waters of oblivion.
Cutting the net.
Not a stretch. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. I'm on guard.
Relax.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward! Destined for oblivion. Again.
Cutting the net.
Lend me your strength.
Good times. Never. Time to say bye. Boom.
It's time. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
High threat target ahead.
Show your courage.
What a easy cloud song.
The redemption. Judgment is here.
Do not be afraid. Heaven's surge. Break. Awaken, dormant scales. World-cleansing dragon.
This battle is unavoidable. Nap time.
Annihilate.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Mission command.
The redemption.
Just a little something. Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Stay back, Clara.
I've lost my way.
Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Heaven's surge. Rise.
I need to be brave.
Eliminating front.
Heaven's break.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Naughty child. Nap time. I'm okay.
Mission command. Are you alright?
Troublesome.
The times are changed. Heaven's surge. Rise. Awaken, dormant scale. World-cleansing dragon.
That'll take more than...
The times are changed. Heaven's break.
Eliminating front.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Mission command.
Just a little something.
Thanks. I'll never forget you.
Troublesome. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Heavens. Rise.
This battle is unavoidable.
They don't look happy to see it. Just in time. Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
My turn. Here.
Good times. Never time to say bye. Boom. Stand still.
Try that again. You can't run. Gotta try hard, son. Watch this awesome move.
Cut in the net. How familiar. Relax. Again.
Tough luck running into mirrors.
It's time.
May as well kill them all. Stand still.
Try that again.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
It's time.
Relax.
That's half the work. Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. I'm on guard.
You can't run. Try that again.
Still waters of oblivion.
Cut in the net.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom. Stand still.
That's half the work. Destined for oblivion. Lance at the ready. Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
爱就三回。
Gotta try hard sometimes. Watch this awesome move.
Relax.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. That's half the work.
You can't run. Try that again.
The moon shines on the truth. Soon to be departed. An endless lifespan is just a bitter wait for insanity. Blade of moonlight. All will be revealed in lunar flame.
This battle is unavoidable.
Lance at the ready.
I need to be brave.
Eliminating front. Stay back, Clara. Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Lend me your strength.
Ready for death.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Can't stop. Can't stop now. Lance at the ready. Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate. Mission command. Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Stay back, Clara. Target threat index lowered.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Lend me your strength.
Stand down.
才会踢吧。
Mission command. Mission command.
Is everyone
I'm on guard.
okay?
Lance ablaze. Lance forward. Tedious. An endless lifespan is just a bitter wait for insanity. Blade of moonlight. All will be revealed. In lunar flame. Nowhere to run.
There's always a weakness. Lend me your strength.
They don't look happy. Just in time.
This will fucking work.
Heaven, sir. Rise!
Relax. That's half the work. Again.
Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
I weep for the departed. It is my fault.
May as well kill them all. Stand still.
Awaken, dormant scales. World-cleansing dragon.
Front eye shot. Nap time.
Free will, or was it fate? On the still waters of oblivion.
Cutting the net.
That'll take.
Relax. Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
Heavens, break!
That's half the work.
Say bye to breathing.
I weep for the departed. It is my fault.
I'm okay.
Destined for oblivion. Strength.
Stand still.
That'll take more than medicine.
Hey.
Nap time.
how to fix a star skiff?
第二节是这样好了。啊，好是。好的。 今天就这样啦，拜拜啦，拜拜。